It's time to put up or shut up. We're in the grand finals, and I can't wait to see what ends up happening here.
This is the true test for both of these teams right now. It's going to be about who wants it more, who has been on the grind, practicing this so much. Getting to the grand finals, that is a huge achievement on its own, not to mention all that is at stake with the prize pool on itself. Coming away with that championship victory, say that you can do it. This is their chance to get that first place for redemption. They're here to make a name for themselves, come out of these gates strong, send a statement to all of the people that have ever doubted them in this tournament. Luigi, with the Tracer alone, she has to try to keep this one up, especially now that the Salvary going on Alpha keeps guessing alive and allows the rest to come through. The Mercy lives on, and Kunoichi never, ever give up. That's so much out of Sheffield. Not for Dragon Ball comes out of the scene, no, it's barcode! Instant real gun shot, and the Genji is split in half.
Make your final stand on Midtown.
It's about to get crazy out here, but somebody needs to make sure they stay on the card. The flex ends up getting canceled. Can anybody else get a touch on the payload? It's 0.33 meters away. The high guard left uncontested. The clutch, everything going way of Kunoichi CGL. Beautiful start to this game. The third look that they have pulled.
Focus down the enemy Sigma.
See that Matrix coming through, and HK goes over the top, immediately takes down Halo. He goes down, no support, no backline.
We're rolling onto it for a long while, and with the composition that Kunoichi are on now, I'd like to see Hespe make a block. Oh my goodness!
Wow! Going down to what once again? Now without the harass of the Tracer onto the backline, and the Blizzard coming through from Foam, going to pressure out Kindred, and they just get melted. There needs to be some way for them to keep on top of it.
Only the players are falling one by one. And this gets down.
Good evening, Overwatch fans. It is finally time for the Calling All Heroes Challengers Series Championship. I'm your host, Ash, and we are back with an action-packed weekend of Overwatch 2. But I'm not going to be the only one bringing the action for you guys here. I've got to introduce our lovely casters, CB, Tiny, Shiny. How are you guys doing? Tiny, Shiny, you kick us off first.
Oh, Ash, it is absolutely wonderful to be here, not only as a fan of Overwatch, but as a fan of Calling All Heroes itself. This circuit has been going on for nearly 10 months, and it led us all to this point, $20,000 on the line. I can't wait to see what goes down.
I'm so excited for it. I mean, this was our very first proper season of Calling All Heroes, CB, that we've had to witness, and it's all culminated down to this weekend here on Championships.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to get to be here, not just because of the competition, but because of what Calling All Heroes means to me and to everybody else here. I mean, I don't think it's an exaggeration for me to say that Calling All Heroes is my home, and it's a home that has been built with the hard work from so many people from all across the Overwatch community. Every role, talent, players, and the like. And it's a home that was built for a lot of these marginalized gender players and talent that haven't always had the easiest time finding a home elsewhere in esports. So yeah, it's a competition. It's a fierce competition at that, but it's also a celebration of all of that passion. So I want to thank everybody for coming out and welcome you all to our home as we kick this thing off.
It's amazing to see how much it's grown since the first inception in 2022, right? And we have to talk about also how everybody ended up getting here in the first place, what this season really ended up looking like overall, because we did have 3 majors, 3 minors, and 1 LCQ. And Tiny, we're looking over at the Calling All Heroes Challengers circuit. It's 5 teams joining us through those circuit points.
Yes, 5 teams that have qualified through 3 majors, 3 minors, just as you said, Ash, and those individuals have made it to these rosters, putting them in those various seeded spots. And I think the one that we gotta highlight coming into this specifically has to be Timeless Ethereal, coming away with 5 out of the 6 event titles. They're looking straight down the path to take away the 7th in the championship.
Yeah, it's undeniable the performance that Timeless Ethereal put out there, but we also have to give that kudos over to some of our LCQ winners here, CB. I know everyone was super excited for VT Blue, a team we're going to be seeing later on today, so we don't want to talk too much about them quite yet to spoil anything, but Kunoichi, also a fan favorite, coming back into the fray.
And I think coming out of LCQ, Kunoichi is the big story and a definite fan favorite team that a lot of teams, players, fans, everyone's going to have their eye on Kunoichi to see what they do as they try to be the ones to vie for that adorable Tracer Corgi trophy that will be gifted to the winning team.
That's the thing, the prizing, everything that we're playing for this weekend. Well, not we, but the players, the ones that we are
I'll play for one of those trophies.
I'll take one.
Get me in there. I'll
Hey,
play for Corgi Tracer.
we were all hyping up, not even just like Corgi Tracer, but the space for that you get as a participant.
perfect.
Like, how sick is this prizing coming in for the 2023-2024 championship here? You're looking at, obviously, the winning team of everything gets the trophy, the Tracer Corgi. It's adorable, number one. Two, colors slay. Then you also get the MVP trophy on top of that. And we've seen some pretty insane plays throughout this entire season. So I can't wait to see what we have in store here for this weekend alone, Tiny.
Absolutely. I mean, not only that, but we have incredible prizing to give away throughout this event. A total of $20,000 split across all of our teams. The amounts you see below are awarded per player for each place that they end up getting. And, you know, there's really just so many question marks, so many things that can happen, changes that have come into rosters throughout this that we really can't tell you right now who's going to come away in what spot.
No, we definitely can't. And I know the praising, it was broken down into the per player kind of segment there, but when you're looking at the overall prize pool, it is that sweet, sweet pot of 20 grand on the line to be split up overall. And when we're talking about what we're playing for, we also have to think about where we're playing. I know the map pool is going to be the same as what we saw in LCQ, but not all of these teams participated in that last chance qualifier, CB. Some of them had to deal with a bit of a different prize pool that we saw for Major 3, those changes being over towards the categories of Escort, Push, and Control.
One thing I can tell you from experience, though, is that the teams that didn't have to go through LCQ have been practicing these maps time and time again. And if you have a look at what kind of maps we have here, especially if you look at Hybrid, you got Kings Row and Midtown, we're kind of forcing a very brawl-heavy meta across the board here. So Escort is going to be a bit of an anomaly with both Circuit Royale and Route 66 kind of having their own things going. But for pretty much every other map, we're kind of sticking to one specific style of play that all of these teams have been grinding out pretty much ever since we went off air for Major 3.
No, for sure. And Tiny, I want to get your thoughts on this as well when we're looking at this map pool. As far as, is there any specific map that's coming back into the pool right now that you have your eyes on with some of these swaps out?
As CB said before, you really got to be looking at Escort, that's Circuit Royale, Route 66. These are the two maps that we likely will not see this brawl style. It's kind of at the end agreement across the board, with one exception that we'll touch on later. Circuit Royale, Route 66, heavy towards snipers, that poke, and really can lead this extra challenge, especially with a lot of games potentially going to 5 maps.
Yeah, I'm interested to see which ones are definitely going to go the distance this weekend, specifically today, the first day that we have here for CAW Championships. But not only are these players the ones playing out for some prizing here, everyone in chat gets a little bit of a piece of the pie, if you will, as far as those Twitch drops go. We've got to talk about these sick incentives to be watching this stream right now and the little decals that you get in game here, CB.
I think these might be some of the best drops that we've ever done. I mean, take
so
nothing
pretty.
away from the contender skins, but yeah, these are heat. These are adorable. I've got a Twitch window up where I'm like farming the drops over here to get these for myself. I want to be rocking. I think that lower one with the hearts there, I think that's gonna be my new title going forward, or my new name card going forward here.
No, these are absolute gas. But when we're considering everything, we also have to head straight into this game. We do not want to wait to get the weekend truly started. So we already introduced how these teams got here, but we also got to talk about this double elimination bracket format that we're seeing for this weekend. All of the majors, the minors, they were all in that group stage into playoffs, but we're starting straight out into double elim, which changes things up a little bit here, Tiny.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these teams, you're heading straight out into it. There's no group stage. Those seats are already decided. So while each squad will have an extra life, should they drop a game, it's going to be a difficult run up through a potential lowers bracket in order to claw themselves potentially reaching those grand finals once again. We have a lot of matchups with the potential to be close today, especially the one we're starting with.
Oh, absolutely. Looking towards this first matchup, Timeless Celestial versus Vancouver Titans Blue is going to be a pretty interesting one. I think, CB, looking at Timeless Celestial, this team has performed so consistently, but when we looked at Major 3 into the LCQ, VT Blue have made grand improvements over the course of this season.
I mean, having a look right here at Timeless Celestial, first of all, they're a team that kind of feels like they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, especially, you know, with not making the playoffs in Major 3. Everyone's always talking about the success of their sister team, Timeless Ethereal, but, you know, we're forgetting that some of the players like Street Lord, like the Mauler, and like Snozler have at times been an integral part of Timeless Ethereal's success. You know, when Ethereal went on that crazy run through Minor 3, Snozler was the hit scan DPS that led them through the entirety of it. I mean, you know, we can't forget the history of some of these players. We can't forget the talent that this team has. History is written by the victors, and Timeless Celestial want to write that history in the stars.
They're definitely the favorite, I think, in this particular matchup. But again, that improvement, Tiny, when we're looking over at VT Blue as we introduce this roster up next, they have improved so much over the past couple of events, breaking that curse that they had a little bit, finally hitting that one of those higher finishes.
This team has been around since the very beginning of Calling All Heroes, and it has been nothing but improvement every single time. We've seen them on this stage, fighting their way through the LCQ, made it to the grand finals, but ended up dropping that 3-0 against Kunoichi. So they're not kicking this off perhaps on the best note, yet this is a squad that is well practiced. They know each other well. They have the competitive experience to fight toe-to-toe with a team such as Timeless Celestial.
Well, we don't have to wait too much longer. I am going to let you two really get straight into this matchup. I cannot wait. Again, every single match here is a best to 3. So a best of 5, or first to 3, a best of 5, if you will. But Tiny Shiny, CB, take it away.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ash, for the lovely kickoff we have today. First match, Vancouver Titans Blue will be taking on Timeless Celestial. Map already in, CB, Antarctic Peninsula, our first destination of the day.
And again, Antarctic Peninsula is one of those maps where it's going to heavily enable that brawl-centric style. I expect to see a lot of Ramatra, potentially some Orisa coming out, because I know that's something that some teams have been dabbling in for the most part. But on pretty much all 3 points, I don't expect a whole lot of variation coming out from either of these teams. I think more or less it's going to be pretty consistent with what we've seen so far, what we saw a lot through LCQ, you know, save for the surprises we saw over in LCQ. But yeah, more or less what we've already come to know from these teams.
Nothing really should change. Again, control maps are just leaned into running full force at each other, hitting each other in the head, whether that is with an axe or maybe some pummels of a Ramatra. That we will have to wait and see. There's only been very slight variations to the current meta, yet a lot of squads have settled on more of this Junker Queen variation. CB, we talk about kind of the importance. I want to highlight the tank matchup that we're going to get today. It will be Cat for Vancouver Titans Blue and Street Lord likely coming in for tank on the Timeless Celestial team.
All right, we're going to kick things off here on Labs, and I have a little bit of a fun tidbit about Vancouver Titans Blue that I've been itching to share. So what is going to be on the Symmetra to start things off and is going to teleport the team out of spawn? That's a pretty standard thing that pretty much everyone does. You know how a lot of these teams, though, they'll say things like 3, 2, 1, fighting to try and get themselves focused up for a match, right?
Uh-huh.
VT Blue, they don't do that. They have a different ritual, actually. So what is going to be there, ready to teleport, and everybody else on VT Blue is going to start singing the TP song. Do you want to know the lyrics to the TP song?
I definitely do now. Let's hear it.
They all chant, except for what? TP TP choppa choppa dooby dooby dabba dabba magico me dooby dooby boom 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 boom. And then they all get the teleport. They're focused up and they're ready to go. And just like we said, it's gonna be the Ramatra matchup to kick things off. Sojourn May on both sides. Keep a close eye on what these Mays bring to the dance.
Snozlar and Mickman have so much control over the way the battlefield shall evolve. A nice one thrown up, actually from Snozlar first. That's Cat cut off a little bit lonely. That's shortly broken on through, though. A lot of these main cooldowns, once they start to go away, CB, it's difficult for teams to decide how they're going to take the fight in what direction. So, we need to wait and see. Are they going to back off a little? That's what Time of Celestial are doing. They're going towards that objective, now able to be contested. With Mickman and KQA battling it out. Nice wall separating the Lucio, and VT Blue have won the battle of the mind. Nobody has yet to fall, but Time of Celestial will not let this objective go down without a fight. They're playing so slow, so cautious, respecting each other's play style, and you absolutely love to see it from these teams that they're waiting for these major ultimates, and Waller easily winning the race to the app matrix. Time of Celestial have to back even further around this corner, and yet everyone is still on their feet.
Nobody wants to be the first to make a mistake.
Wow.
You can really feel the pressure of the entire weekend as everybody is just trying to jockey for position and not be the first one to fall. Claire's Amp Matrix.
There it is.
Or sorry, Immortality Field already gone, and now the pick's gonna start coming for Timeless Celestial.
And that was a Zure wrapping up around the high ground, as a matter of fact, charging up these rail shots, and VT Blue, they're corralled in a corner. They gotta say bye-bye to that first cap.
Now, the VT Blue are going to come out of it with a pretty healthy ult bank. They've got nearly everything here and only 15% on the board for Timeless Celestial, who were able to get the cap towards the tail end of that fight. Looking for VT Blue to try and utilize this Blizzard advantage from Mickman. Hopefully, if they're able to get it in time before Snozlar has a chance to catch up and toss one of her own in.
Biggest thing to watch out for. Things are about to get even colder here in the Antarctic Peninsula. But VT Blue, they have the ult advantage. They just need to act on it first. Otherwise, Timeless Celestial will be there to meet it. Ant Matrix out first. What? Sliding in, taking control of an extra space across the long ways of the objective. There's that Blizzard we've been talking about, both of them. As a matter of fact, neither getting too much done, but Mickman was cut off. Streetlord able to find them in a Azure sitting on the high ground. Oh, pretty. Rail shots fired in the back. That's a second going down. The Annihilation getting a whole lot of nothing. Timeless Celestial still in control.
And on this map specifically, but on a lot of these maps, what you're going to see is you're going to see the Lucio split off with the Sojourn, so that you can have someone like Azure over holding an angle like that, where VT Blue are going to have to try and play the opposite high ground, but you have the Lucio there to provide the healing, provide the speed, get Azure out. If it gets a little bit too hot, that Sojourn has to try and relocate. In this instance, the overclock comes through, the kills come through, and VT Blue are starting to run out of time. 80% and ticking. We're in one fight territory, and that ult advantage they had for the last fight is done and gone.
It's gonna have to be a hero play from what we know that she has it in her. It just needs to matter. Can they get to the high ground? No, that's an Ant Matrix. Can do a Mauler to shut down the overclock, the last tool that VT Blue had in their arsenal. Now it's just Streetler going through the purple tendrils, draining the life away as Timeless Celestial walking away with a clean 100-0 on Labs.
And it feels, like I said, like VT Blue are kind of walking on eggshells. Like they're afraid to be the first ones to make a mistake, so they don't want to be the ones to make the first move. And that's giving Timeless Celestial the opportunity to try and be that one that makes the first move, that sets the tempo. Even right from the get-go, they position themselves back towards the point so that VT Blue had to fight through them to get to the objective. And sure, they were able to kind of get in there, use some May walls to force Timeless Celestial back, get themselves a little bit of positioning. It didn't really matter once the Amp Matrix from Mauler came through and once the rest of the kills started coming through for Timeless Celestial, and VT Blue just really never had an opportunity to buy themselves back into it, save for that one point in time where, again, Mickman was ahead in Blizzard Charge, but VT Blue wasn't able to leverage that. It took too long because they didn't want to go in, too headstrong.
No, and that's really an issue with control points and brawl comps in general, right? A lot of it is, can you use this speed to catch your opponents off guard? And because both teams are so cautious, it's just waiting for somebody to make an error that can be capitalized upon. Vancouver Titans Blue, their wall coming out first. And if they get the rotation over to the objective, Timeless Celestial standing as strong as ever. It's the same old waiting game that we got a glimpse of back on the beginning of Labs. VTB They're actually getting a decent amount of cap on the point. Somebody's got to get over quickly from Timeless Celestial. So the Machos throwing the tendrils at each other. Now the fists start to come out. BT Blue, they're scared. They're backing up just slightly. The health, though, for Street Lord incredibly low. Can they manage to get back to safety? Yes, all of the cooldowns are available. Yet a small mistake. BT Blue now in control of that objective. That percentage ticking up, even if it's a 4v4. KQA has to make up for the loss of their tank because there's no way the Timeless are going to find a way to fight this objective head on without that big monster in the way. But who needs that if you got a Zero fire on the rails from the back line?
This time around, it is VT Blue that are the ones that position themselves on the point and force Timeless Celestial to play into them, but the fact that Snozzler was able to get that pick off onto Mickman towards the very end shows the importance of the Mei in these compositions. Even though Street Lord fell, the Mei is arguably more important than the tank in some of these situations, especially on a really tight and narrow map like Icebreaker here, where the Mei walls are everything, and Timeless Celestial were able to capitalize off that. An early pick off onto Claire, too, means once again, Mickman's just gonna have to throw it in reverse. The rest of VT Blue pump their brakes, and we're back to walking on eggshells as they're getting walked on.
Oh, this is a problem. I mean, Timeless Celestial, they're pushing the advantage right now, and the Blizzard got thrown out from Mickman. That's worst case scenario for VT Blue right now. They're staggering terribly because Azure is just taking them out one by one. The bleeding has to stop here.
And I don't think it's going to, because have a look at that ult bank. There's a lot of instruments of torture online for Timeless Celestial. They can definitely bleed VT Blue dry if they want to. We're going to have an eco push here from VT Blue, as hopefully they can get one or two of these ultimates out and try and match up their own ult bank. They're getting close, but Mickman throwing out that Blizzard is definitely putting them at a disadvantage. They have to try and even that out somehow, some way. Snozzler not going to let it happen.
No, it's not going to be now. The Blizzard isolating a couple of these players. What? You are a dead woman, but no! Snozzler gets sent off the map, can't swim in the frigid waters of Antarctic Peninsula. Timeless Celestial still in control of this objective, but slightly less so than before. VT Blue identified the opportunity, pumping every remaining resource that they can into this fight. It is a must-win situation. If they get another opportunity, they're not going to find one like this. Timeless Celestial, their ult bank has been depleted. There's one in the back seat. VT Blue, once what can return from the spawns, there is a chance for this to happen. They might not even need it with the run that Cat has bringing out her claws.
Claire dies towards the end, though, so that's an opening for Timeless Celestial to come back in. VT Blue have to find a way to shut the door on them, and it looks like they might have, but with Snozzler back in the fray, Timeless Celestial, they can make their own doors.
They actually are going to do just that. I mean, look at them. They're pushing incredibly aggressively, not having their tank on the field now. VT Blue, they're going to have to hold this one out. It is one fight territory for Timeless Celestial, and what has the tool to shut it out down. We need to see it now, because the more that you're allowing Street Lord to do, the less likely you can come back. It's incredibly low, looking for just one final blow, but the shots, they're not there. Timeless Celestial wisely hiding around the corner, and now VT Blue, they're going to have this win this one high and dry. Nothing against the double damage and healing that Baller is outputting. Timeless outmatched in terms of the resource game. Get the flip back on over. VT Blue, they're hanging around in this fight. It is important that they cannot stagger. If this goes on through, Timeless Celestial looking prime to take the map. Nostalgia giving them the wave of resurgence. Sound barrier into play. Someone has to be isolated. Timeless Celestial, they're sticking to each other like glue and tearing VT Blue apart. Player after player. Street Lord with the nail in the coffin will be the annihilation. Timeless Celestial up with map number 1.
It seemed like when they needed it most, Nostalgia did come up with the sound barrier, but I mean, you had to try and capitalize on it. You had to use that overhealth to pounce on anybody from Timeless Celestial and get the kill, and they weren't able to do so. I mean, even if that fight had dragged on a couple more seconds, KQA would have had a sound barrier as well, and I think Timeless Celestial would have just walked away with that one. And it's another, you know, kind of situation where it feels like a failure to execute for VT Blue, a failure to take that initiative, be the one to try and set the tone, because they feel a little bit afraid of making mistakes. You know, they're a team that has busted their ass to get here, and of course they don't want all that work to be for nothing. They don't want to go in and play dumb, but you also have to play, you know, you have to play aggressively, you have to play fast, you have to play like your game. You have to make the other team adapt to you, and right now they're just putty in Timeless Celestial's hands.
It does make you wonder if that loss in the LCQ had affected their confidence, CB. This is not the team that we're used to seeing out of Vancouver Titans Blue. Normally they can come out with a game plan and look confident while doing it. But as you said, they are being shaped and molded by Timeless Celestial right now. They're getting walked on, absolutely. And now that Timeless Celestial, we definitely saw it towards the end of Icebreaker. Once they started to realize that BTB, they didn't have that confidence, they got more aggressive. They were taking more space and that tempo entirely in their control.
And we're still capable of seeing some hero plays coming out, like that one boop from Nostalgia. I can't even stress enough how important that boop was onto Snozzler to knock her off of the map immediately after she used the Blizzard. You come in, get that boop, and taking out the enemy Mei, giving yourself all the space in the world for your team to walk right through. You even see Snozzler, like, gets the kill onto what? But you trade a Sojourn for a Mei. Again, Mei is critical in these Brawl compositions. You'll take that any day of the week, even if you have to give up a DPS to do it. Absolutely. VT Blue capped the point off of that, but they just don't have enough tools to hold it.
And we also need to mention the Azure factor. Look at that, 21-1 throughout the course of this map. If this doesn't tell you what happened during Antarctic Peninsula, I don't know what does. Seeing the supports never going down, CB, I mean, this just shows that VTB were really struggling to get their foot in the door.
And part of the way that you play this Ramattra composition is, you know, again, we're still kind of jockeying for the Mei walls, but what you want to do is if you pop the Nemesis form, you want to be able to walk on a backliner, particularly the Baptiste, and just try and get a quick assassination kill with that Nemesis form. But Cat was never able to get that done, and I think that also kind of goes to show just how afraid VT Blue feels to really go in and try and commit for something like that, because that's like an all-in kind of play.
Absolutely, and you know, you have to have that level of confidence. At some point, you need to realize that there is no escape route. It's either you win or you don't, but if you never take the chance to begin with, there's nothing to happen, right? You're just going back to the spawn rooms, you're resetting and running it back over and over, and we need to see that tempo change. Vancouver Titans Blue have picked Kings Row to be their second map. With the way that this is structured, CB, I mean, they really need to step up their pedal on the tempo.
Absolutely. We have to find some more opportunities for Cat to go in and try and get some of the kills onto the back line again. It didn't really feel like VT Blue ever made that kind of opportunity for themselves, that they ever really took the initiative to do that. But on the flip side, we also do have to talk about Timeless Celestial, because again, like I said at the top of the show when we were introducing them, they are sick and tired of being overlooked compared to their sister team, Timeless Ethereal. A lot of the players on this team were integral parts of Timeless Ethereal's success throughout the entire season. This is an extremely talented squad that we cannot and should not write off, and VT Blue, they have to play a little bit better if they want to try and topple someone like this.
It's going to be on Kings Row. They can start to change that tempo around. And this map can be just as devastating to play against. Azure needs to be kept in check. A lot of these fights that were staggered out or VTB lost a player immediately, you know who was the culprit? Good old Azure on that Sojourn, just farming up those charge shots off of Cat, finding a player in the backline more often than not. VT Blue, quite a bit to look at as they head into Kings Row.
And I talk a little bit about Nostalgia's hero plays, but I mean, when you're going up against someone like Azure who's just kind of popping off with that Sojourn, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto your own Sojourn, who we have seen capable of having just as good a hero plays, but that's a lot of pressure to ask that of a player consistently. That's not the kind of thing that someone should always be asked to do. You as a collective should be able to come together and set your team up for that kind of success. What shouldn't have to rely on the entire team to do all the heavy lifting. It should just be like, you know, it's done. You know, we have the space that I need to hit these shots.
VT Blue haven't been able to provide it so far, with them being on the defense. You gotta see them dig their heels in a little bit more. Give that space to work. We know that she's capable of it, CB. We've seen it from her time and time again. It's just a matter of, can VT Blue push Timeless Celestial far enough apart to make those opportunities possible. Timeless Celestial, they have the opportunity to set the pace. On the other hand here, CB, they can keep up with that momentum from last map. We might be seeing one quick run to Kings Row.
We very well might. Snozzler gonna open it up with a Widowmaker pick, but she's definitely not gonna stick on this. Gonna go and swap back over to the Mei. Very important. By the way, we saw a little glimpse of it, but what and Nostalgia are posted up on what you're currently seeing is the upper right-hand side, that high ground. where, you know, this duo is going to have a good shot over the choke, and on the other side, you've got Mickman, who is ready to try and set up a wall as Time of Celestial rotates around the statue, looking for an opportunity for Cat to pop that Nemesis form and get a kill on either a squishy or to pressure down Street Lord.
It's all waiting for that positioning, and Salazar has to stay alive. Nope, you will not be getting out of that one, but the trade for Mickman is there. Azurite was sitting right behind Street Lord, finding that shot. What had to drop out down from the high ground, find someone in their spot. Snarzlar, this belongs to me. The trade will come through. While they are even for now, look how much closer those attacker spawns are. Timeless Celestial, they can just get a soft reset, whereas BT Blue, they gotta back the heck off. Get their DPS back in the game.
And Azure was able to take that high ground with both KQA and the Mauler up there. And I mean, that's a really difficult duel for a what to win when you only have Nostalgia there.
What do I say? KQA is full on contesting the high ground. I mean, look at the way that Time of Celestial, they're splitting, they're covering all of their angles, and BT Blue, they've been effectively shoved off the point, now have to fight their way back in, much more difficult to do. And Matrix helping just a little bit. Time of Celestial health bars are going, but that's until the Mauler built one up of their own. The placement absolutely wonderful, giving Azure all the room in the world to do what they do best, and that's clicks and hits.
A lot of head clicking going on right now. Mickman staggered out a little bit there, but they are inevitably going to fall just so Time of Celestial can get the cart going, but they're not content with just that. They're all going to try and hold forward, deny any sort of space, take all of Street space for themselves. Actually, no. Looks like they're content to hang tight at this corner here, probably set up Snozzler for a wall, and maybe Street Lord go in with the Annihilation if needed. I have to see how they decide to play this one out. Azure going to try and bait VT Blue in, a little slide back. Now see if VT Blue takes the bait here.
VT Blue, there's a couple options where they can hold around this corner, but they get too far up, they still don't see him. Street Lord is sitting in the back.
Surprise.
How are they letting this happen? Surprise, surprise, peek-a-boo. Street Lord is here to dominate the streets of Kings Row. That's the Mei wall coming on up, but it doesn't do a whole lot than having a dead Mei on the field. VT Blue, this is their chance to start to stabilize, and they are certainly taking it to the max. Getting a hold here around this bookstore would be ideal, and that now seems to be the case.
Yeah, it ends up being a little bit greedy there. Snozzler goes in for the Blizzard, but she falls courtesy of Nostalgia, who's once again got Snozzler's number there, and that's huge for VT Blue because they're able to do it without investing any major ults of their own. They're about to have a hefty ult bank. Mickman has their own Blizzard that Timeless Celestial's now gonna have to play into, and going through this archway and into these streets, that's where the Blizzard is going to be a key ultimate ability that you're gonna want to keep an eye on. Also keep an eye out for what. There's not a whole lot of flank angles for her here, but if she's able to find one, maybe get nestled in really deep and pop that overclock, we might see some hero plays coming out of her.
If they need it. Oh no! What's not even going to be alive? The Blizzard has to make up for it. Not having Celestial, they're feeling just as warm as they had a cup of hot chocolate ready to steam on forwards. Stopping the momentum. The Claire window is enough to halt that. Thomas Celestial will be wise to play those corners.
Sick spoiler on the cart there.
I know, right? Ugh.
You got a custom mod there, Snozzler? Let's go. All right, VT Blue, though, still going to try and jockey for this position, but the cart has made a lot of progress this time of Celestial, and they're going to go for a little bit more with Mauler's window.
Mauler's window is going up at that Mei wall, enough to effectively allow VT Blue to escape back towards that third objective. The only ones that have it are Nostalgia, who's even further back in the spawn rooms. Cat popping the Annihilation just to stay alive, and Azure going down means there's still a chance for the blue team to stabilize in this event. Cat, all that they can do is hold this barrier up in front of them, hoping for more players to get back. Reinforcements, yes, they are coming in. The elimination potential is not there. What has to find her rhythm at some point today? All it takes is Annihilation pop from Street Lord, and this fight becomes really darn difficult to go ahead and win. The Mega Pack grab, these tendrils aren't stopping, and this is looking to be a second objective. Foundry headed on through.
And that's such good play for Street Lord, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. They understand that Cat's only lifeline is Claire back there on the Baptiste, and Street Lord knows that they just walk right on that backline, put the pressure out, and even invest the Annihilation to keep pressuring the backline, and there's not a damn thing that Claire can do about it, and there's nothing that Cat can realistically do to stop it, because they have to keep holding the cart. So once all that's done, once you have the backline pressured, Timeless Celestial, they just secure the point in a neat little Ziploc bag. They've got 3 minutes to try and get the full cap here. VT Blue starting to dig their heels in, though. A pick onto KQA with an Icicle. That's a good start.
They have to, and they need to take as much as possible in order for this to be maintained. It's a decent amount of time. They're gonna have to hold this out with all those ultimates gone here. VT Blue need to be careful with their resources.
I mean, they're about to have a lot of resources of their own here, but that hasn't always given them the advantage thus far. I'm looking to see McMahon if they're going to go ahead and pop this Blizzard here soon, knowing that Timeless Celestial doesn't have a whole lot for it. They are going to pop it, but they're going to fall. It's Azure.
Oh, but the Blizzard, it's massive. It hits onto both the tank and the Mauler. That's enough to even it up. Azure, you're not pushing up without a tank. You'd be absolutely mad to do so. Needs to back off and reset. Snozlar couldn't get nearly far enough away because the McMahon Blizzard changed the game.
And that's value right there. One ult, one fight, 1 minute off the clock, 2 more to go. You keep this up, VT Blue, you might have stopped this card just as you need to, but Timeless Celestial, now they have a sound barrier coming up, so all of the tools that VT Blue are gonna have are going to be easily matched. A lot of pressure is gonna be onto KQA here, but it is an opportunity for Timeless Celestial to maybe weather the storm that is a-coming from the Vancouver Titans.
VT Blue, their goal is to win this fight using as few resources as possible. Force what they can out of the attacking team. Cat in a dangerous situation, booped on back. Sound barriers in play on either side. Now, what with the potential hit the eliminations gets Azure first time. That duel is won for the day, and you're going to want to see even more of that going on forwards. Is frozen up and ends up falling Icicle to the dome. VT Blue now they're in a bit of trouble. Cat bailing them out, leashing the claws, and the reach has extended. Only a minute remains in Timeless Celestial's time.
That was an expensive fight for VT Blue, though. Ran their pockets so deep they forgot they're wearing pants. They don't have any ults left. Timeless Celestial gonna have 2 big ones in the overclock and the annihilation, and you don't even have nostalgia around to try and mitigate any of the damage or speed boost yourself out of it. You can see Timeless Celestial now gonna march forward with that annihilation.
They're going forwards. As soon as one goes down, they know the rest should fall like dominoes as the VT Blue retreat into the spawn room. There is no way out. They used all of their ultimates in that last fight, and now you have to get yourself back out. What? Picking up the Widowmaker, hoping to catch somebody by surprise. Pop shots in and out. But can a contest happen? No, it's a boop on through. Street Lord continues to lock down the spawns. The players have crumbled, and the cap will happen.
And I gotta give it to Street Lord. I called out that fight where they went onto the back line to take down Claire, put the pressure in onto the back line, knowing there was nothing that Cat could do about it. They do the exact same thing there towards the tail end of the fight when the stakes are even higher, when you have to have your tank on the payload to try and get the contest. The lifeline is always going to be that Baptiste. If the Baptiste is dead, the Ramatra will soon follow. And you can even kind of see just the sheer difference in what Street Lord is doing compared to Cat here. 19-1. For Street Lord.
And that's to be expected. These two tanks have incredibly different play styles that we've been seeing. Street Lord is an I'm not afraid of anything. I'm gonna go throw punches at you. If I end up dying, I trust my team to come back. Whereas Cat is playing a lot more passive, waiting for what? To hit a shot or McMahon to put up a great wall before something happens. And we're seeing the results of those two styles, not only within the current score of the map, but those statistics as well, especially being on the attack. VT Blue, they need to find their rhythm. Can't be scaredy cats all the time. You need to strike Celestial where it hurts the most.
Shout out to Claire, though, by the way, for having exactly 10,000 healing. I mean, that's very satisfying to see just 1-0-0-0-0. Real good stuff there, but it's also kind of illustrating just how much resources she's putting into Cat, and it's not really working. It is slowing the pace down, but they weren't able to get the cart into OT. The cap still comes through for Timeless Celestial, and now VT Blue, like, they're gonna have to take this into extra innings if they want to win this map and take us, to a nice even 1-1 here. Once again, looking at the positioning, same deal. You got Azure and KQA playing over the split with the Soldier and Lucio on the high ground, while everyone else jockeys around the statue, but Timeless Celestial are playing a little bit more forward than VT Blue did, and it's already paying dividends.
You have so many more opportunities to use the Mei walls defensively when you're playing up this far, and Timeless Celestial, they're essentially guaranteeing another fight that VT Blue have to get. You saw them try to rotate around this high ground with both McMahon and Nostalgia, neither of which were able to get anywhere.
It looks like Azure has kind of pulled back a little bit as well as KQA, so there's a little bit more space for VT Blue to try and come in on this high ground. Nostalgia gonna take it. Now the entirety of Time of Celestial playing back in this archway means VT Blue can get themselves set up on the point. We also have What on this extreme flank high ground angle. KQA has to try and take her out, but look, she still has Overwatch over the entire point right now.
What is in control of the high ground, and KQA is not the best one to keep her in check and ends up going down for it. Time of Celestial, they don't have a way in. Street Lord knows it's the time to strike and managed to take out both Mickman and Cat throughout all of the chaos. What has done her job to clear the high ground, yet the rest of the team, unable to receive the assistance in the amount of damage, has crumbled.
And now she's high and dry. Like, you can see all the spam damage coming in her way. She can't really get a good angle. She has the rail shot and may be able to find an angle to use it, or maybe slide in from behind, try and catch somebody who's coming out from the arches. But she has to play safe until the rest of the team is back. Now we've got dueling and matrices coming out. VT Blue back on the point. What, once again in position, can she find anything?
What has the entire high ground of Kings Row under lock, and she just doesn't manage to find these shots, find these angles, and VT Blue are stuck in this low ground. Mickman, though, chucking out the Blizzard. Doesn't manage to catch anybody. No, that one does not. Yet it's the space VT Blue needed to push on up, and they managed to break through the barrier, unlocking this payload phase.
And it all comes down to What being able to hold that position for as long as she did. Despite KQA coming up to try and dislodge her, wasn't able to do so. She stays alive and stays a constant threat. The Time of Celestial, they can dedicate some resources to try and deal with, but unless she's permanently extinguished and sent back to spawn with the rest of her team, she's always going to be a threat, and you can't let the rest of VT Blue just walk right in and set that pinch back up. So when you see that Mickman throws out the Blizzard there towards the end, it's not even as deep as I would have liked to see it, but you still have What in a position to capitalize, and VT Blue are able to crack point A. They're also able to break through that archway. They might even get Street Lord here with a great wall from Mickman.
Wall comes on up and is going to block a lot of Zuray's shots. Very important knowing how deadly this player can become. As soon as the overclock is up late, and she still manages to find What. The trade-off is there. Cat finding significant value, even frozen up within the Blizzard. Time of Celestial, they knew how to counter out the ultimate, but they don't have the players to make it happen. Losing a Zuray early on is a devastating blow. VT Blue are finding the momentum. They're riding that wave of success and taking more space.
But they were only able to have Nostalgia on the cart that whole time. Now they're getting 3 on the payload, but that's giving Time of Celestial an opportunity to come back for this last second push here at this corner, and this is where it gets really difficult for Vancouver Titans Blue. What is once again on a flank angle? Will the overclock find anything? It has to, or VT Blue have stalled out.
It gets Snozlar. That is a perfect pick to go through. Street Lord on the other side, though, has marched to the back of the team, continuously finding Claire in times that you don't think that it should be possible. Now the Annihilation getting popped. Street Lord is doing way too much. Time of Celestial should be sent back to the spawn at the rate they're going with the tank on Cat. There's no fear pushing on up. They just need to get these couple of players down, and they need to do it fast, but no! The Mauler and Azurai tag teaming it once again. Every single time an Ant Matrix comes out, it is always at least one a limb from Azurai.
I think Mickman also tried to pop the Blizzard there, but I think it Majax towards the beginning there before Street Lord popped that Annihilation. I think they were trying to get them out of that Annihilation with the Blizzard, but it didn't hit the ground before Mickman did. And even though it seems like that Ant Matrix from the Mauler was a little bit excessive because you only really got 2 kills with it, you can afford to invest something like that when the other team has made a fool's investment like that Blizzard.
Now, VT Blue, this is their chance. I mean, Time of Celestial, they got nothing in the tank. This Ant Matrix could just be the thing that is needed to push the payload over the edge. What? Once again, in control of that high round, Azure goes down. VT Blue, they're off to a strong start. Nice wall to isolate Street Lord. Can they confirm the elimination? Has to go through, but no! What is the one that falls instead? It's just these icicles from Snozlar. Arguably one of the best maze that we have within Calling All Heroes right now is keeping VT Blue back at times that they should be winning fights, CB.
Hey, and you know what's crazy about Snozlar? We'll get to that in a second because Cat's gonna go ahead and pop the Annihilation. VT Blue don't want to end this fight just yet. Nostalgia's holding onto the sound barrier. Might opt to pop it, but not gonna get the chance before they get popped themselves by the Mauler. Blizzard comes out from Snozlar, and this fight should be done and dusted for VT Blue.
This should be done in theory, but VT Blue, they're not backing off. They're still trying to push on up when Time of Celestial, they have the sound barrier. There's not enough support on the other side to continue pumping the resources on in. Mickman still thinks it's winnable, though. A Blizzard going on out. It gets a Zuray, yes, all right. VT Blue, I'm sorry I ever doubted you, but you need to get these next eliminations. The baller has not gone down this entire time. Time of Celestial are alive because of their Baptiste player. He needs to be the #1 target for this objective. Now that they end up falling, the point is capped with 2 minutes for the final objective, but my goodness, was it a struggle bus to get here.
I'm starting to like what I'm seeing out of VT Blue, though. They're getting more scrappy, and some of these plays, maybe they're a little bit desperate, but they are working. They are bearing fruit, and they are able to get that cap despite at least 2 different points. That fight looking like it should have been completely done, over with, lost, go back to the drawing board, come back for another round. But now you got 2 more minutes to try and get through Street Space here. They still have ults, they still have momentum, but they don't have McMahon.
Azure! I'm telling you, CB, as soon as Azure gets going, she's not stopping until she's dead. That's a third out of just a rail gun alone. I mean, to win these fights completely in the neutral, I mean, Time of Celestial, they're building up this incredible ult bank that is going to be very difficult to stop.
Look where Snozzler's playing, by the way, on the Symmetra with a nice little TP. Being real sneaky. Now you even got Streetlord playing up really far with the Annihilation if needed, but how are they going to get Snozzler out of this little corner here?
I don't think they do, to be totally honest with you. I mean, Snozzler is locked up in so many things. Time of Celestial know that they're going to have to give up on their Symmetra and the rest of their team. The nice part about taking this hold incredibly close is the payload has not moved at all and guarantees at least 1 more contest coming through.
Yeah, potentially 2, because the car's gonna move a little bit slowly. VT Blue are gonna get all 3 on there and get around this next corner here, but you're gonna have maybe a fight at this corner and then a stagger fight in OT, and you're gonna have the ults to match VT Blue. So Time of Celestial haven't exactly set themselves up for success, but have at least set themselves up for parity here. Snozzler going for another cheeky teleport play. Gonna go ahead and invest the Photon Barrier. Isn't actually able to get teleported to the high ground, but this does mean that Time of Celestial wants to start applying the pressure. VT Blue gonna back off, they're gonna kite, but they don't have a whole lot of time left.
No, I mean, it's not the end of the world if they cap in overtime, but it needs to be a cap. Not having McMahon is a blow. What? Evening out the playing field just enough. And find the success with the overclock. Yes, you can. That's Azure going on through just before the sound barrier hits the ground. VT Blue, they're in this. It's Cat versus Streetlord. The battle of the Annihilations. The colorful entrance capturing the entirety of both of their screens. Streetlord still stands with the ultimate. It has to end soon. The contest can continue. McMahon returning with an ace in their pocket. Blizzard coming on out. That's the tank locked up and frozen. All the effort thrown in to keep Streetlord alive. How are they still on their feet? KQA and the Baller are absolutely nuts to keep this one alive. Now you have Time of Celestial in a point behind an at Matrix. You can't ask for more. What on the Widowmaker? You're not going to do anything. You're testing apart. 1 payload might be nice, but if you can't contest, this Tam Bank will run on down. Time of Celestial now up on match point.
It's so scrappy, and it's definitely a sign of improvement from VT Blue, like we have seen from them all season long, but it's still not enough because Time of Celestial, they're feeling themselves right now. They are confident. They know how to play this game, and they are playing it to perfection. They are bending, but they are not breaking. They know when to kite. They know when to back up. And they knew that they had the opportunity to take that fight at the corner and still have time for that later stagger fight that would inevitably bleed together actually into just one really, really long fight, especially thanks to that pick off onto what? Just as she was coming out of that overclock, she was able to find, 1 pick, but that spawn advantage, it feels like the olden days of Assault where you need to find more than one. You need to find all 5, or you might as well not have found a single one. You get Azure that comes back, you know, does more damage, does what they've been doing pretty much all game long, and Time of Celestial, they take King's Row, but we're getting a little bit closer, and it's still VT Blue's map pick.
It is. It will be their final one of the series, regardless if they win it or not. Flashpoint must be the turning point for Vancouver Titans Blue. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in a very early losers bracket spot. No team wants to find themselves in after round number 1. But before we get there, we're going to head to a quick break, get some water, and we'll see you back for more Calling All Heroes action.
Timeless Celestial firmly in the driver's seat right now against Vancouver Titans Blue, and I mean, they're showing just how big that chip on their shoulder is. Again, they didn't even make playoffs for Major 3, and we may have forgotten a little bit about them, but they are making sure we never forget their names again.
Absolutely not. Timeless Celestial have been on another level when it comes to this game. We get to look back on Kings Row and see exactly how that happened. Two main components going into this here. It was Azure, and I want to take some time to highlight the Mauler on the back tees. Time and time again, they appear, or really they don't appear. They're a silent hero that just doesn't die. We don't see them in the kill feed, neither positively or negatively, and that's honestly a great thing for the Baptiste. Timeless Celestial have so much more sustain in this fight because Claire has been the main target for them anytime a rush goes on through, yet the Mauler remains unscathed.
And like I was saying, like, you have Street Lord who's constantly popping the Nemesis form and knowing when it's an appropriate time to go in and try and punish Claire. And you can see so many times she's under pressure from directly from the enemy Ramatra. And it's like, what do you do when there's a Ramatra in your face? You don't have any CC that you can deal with it. Street Lord is having all of those opportunities due in no small part to the Mauler's ability to stay alive and in turn to keep them alive.
Now it's becoming a consistent matter of resources. You can see those come on in. While the deaths on the board might look the same, the impact that it had was nowhere near as close. I mean, we gotta look at that tank one more time. The value that Cat is getting versus Street Lord, and it's not a matter of damage. In fact, Cat had more damage compared to that of their opposing tank, but Street Lord's positioning, their initiative that was being taken was just over the moon.
You can do all the damage that you want, but if bodies ain't hitting the floor, all you're doing is charging up the enemy support ults. And yeah, Mauler was definitely getting a fair bit of those, as was Claire. But, you know, again, Timeless Celestial, we're getting a lot more value, a lot more bodies were hitting the floor at their will. And if that trend continues, we're going to be seeing 5 bodies for Vancouver Titans, not hitting the floor, but dropping down to that lower bracket where they definitely don't want to be this early. 4 teams got to go down there. You don't want to be one of them. And this is one of the most hotly contested matchups in our first round. Yep. You got to set the pace here. You got to dig your heels and start that reverse sweep. And Suravasa is going to be where they choose to make that stand.
Suravasa, one of the maps that we may see a change within the lineup. A lot of teams have veered towards a Junker Queen when it comes to Flashpoint to have that extra burst of speed with that commanding shout. With how this has been going so far, does Timeless Celestial really even need to pull the trigger to make that swap? Honestly, it's on Vancouver Titans Blue to decide how they want to take Suravasa. Going down to the loser's bracket would be absolutely devastating for them. Avoiding it at all costs. I think Suravasa is the way to take it.
Suravasa is not one of the Knights of the Round Table I'm too familiar with, but it is a map that I know both of these teams are very familiar with, especially Vancouver Titans Blue. And when we move over to Push and Flashpoint, it's where we kind of have the opportunity to see some of those Junker Queen-centric compositions start to come into play, and where things kind of shift a little bit away from the brawl. Sometimes, but not always, because we do also have the rather sticky matter of, over the past week or so, Orisa coming into favor a little bit more, who has a lot of that same assassination potential as a Junker Queen, but with the ability to utilize the javelin spins, the spear throws, to try and bully the enemy tanks back, to try and sustain a little bit more than perhaps a Junker Queen would be able to with the aid of her Fortify. So it's something that I think we are slowly trending towards. I don't know if either of these teams are, you know, firmly on board that particular ship just yet. We'll have to find out once the doors open, and, you know, VT Blue hopefully still singing that TP song as loud as they possibly can, because it's, you need to get that, you need to win here. You need to start that reverse sweep right here. So we'll see what they come out here with. What flavor of tank matchup are we getting?
The vibes must be high for Vancouver Titans Blue. Going down 2-0 as a start is never a feel-good, and having to get a reverse sweep against a Timeless Celestial who has yet to falter is quite a daunting task to look at. And what better thing to do if you're not winning with what you currently have? Change the game. Cat currently teasing that Junker Queen.
Yeah, Timeless Celestial, though, they're not taking the bait, but they're also not riding the new wave of the Orisa like I mentioned. It looks like, again, there's still a chance for them to change it, but I think I think they don't want to think it through all that much. I think they're going to go with what they currently have that's going to stick with the Ramatra composition. So we're going to have Ramatra versus Junker Queen. Now, this is going to be interesting. So you're not going to have the Lucio splitting off with the Sojourn as much as you're going to have the Lucio splitting off with Mikmen on the Genji there, and that's how this Junker Queen comp controls space. The flip side of that, though, is that Snozzler has the ability to both wall off the enemy Junker Queen and put the enemy Genji in check, so you have to try and find a way to negate that, play into angles that aren't going to be advantageous for May's walls, and go for some of those assassination attempts with the Junker Queen.
May, ever the more deadly in this composition, VT Blue, I mean, they're playing safer than they are before. This time, it is warranted. Getting off this first cap without really much to show for it, though. Bit of a rough start. Cat needs to get in there. Start getting that blade dirty. You're not going to have nostalgia to do it. It's that flank we were talking about. The Genji separating with the Lucio. Not having that Lucio anymore. Mikman falling shortly after 3v2, this 3v5, and then the 2 going in the backline. Hasn't quite been off to the start. VT Blue 1.
They get the kill onto Street Lord there, but they've already given up the cap and nearly half of the point. And if they lose Cat here, they might not get a chance to flip it. The entire squad is back and squared up, and Street Lord's still not back, so this is an opportunity for VT Blue, but they have to seize it. There's a Gracie on Snozzler. That's how you open it up.
Seizing the day, but the Mauler stands in their way. Azure and Mauler, the duo to do it every time. The Timeless Celestial need to pull something out of their back pocket. They are a reliable duo that they can always land back on, and it's going to get them up to likely 100%. VT Blue, there's a couple players that are dancing around, but none of them seem to be wanting to contest this point.
No, there should not be a touch here at all. It is going to go straight towards Timeless Celestial, so VT Blue gonna have to save Claire's Kitsune Rush for an advantageous fight on the next point, which it does look like VT Blue might be the first to get their meat hooks into if they're able to. They're also gonna have a lot of ults that they can go ahead and couple that with, but Timeless Celestial building up to some big ones here. But as we move away from the first point here, we're gonna get into areas where Mikmen can try and take more advantageous angles. This is another point that I think is going to favor the May here, but if VT Blue can take it, then they are playing with house money the rest of this map.
Certainly have speed on their side. Early Kitsune Rush, bye-bye Snozzler. The May was the one that Timeless Celestial needed to stay alive, and Snozzler going down. A lot of those hopes have diminished. VT Blue was a heftier investment, both the Kitsune Rush and Dragon Blade to close out, but it's just what can get done, and what two has to get a pick on these overclock. Give me some reason to believe it's okay. Couple staggers here and there. All right, you go ahead and take them.
Yeah, but they lose Nostalgia, and that's really bad because Nostalgia was coming up on that sound barrier, and you definitely would like to have that now that you're down what? You only have the Rampage for Cat. Do you even invest it? It looks like they are going to, but can they clean up this kill?
It's only on to Street Lord, and with Nostalgia going down once again, VT Blue are better off just giving up this objective and coming back with another chance. Only the sound barrier is what they're going to have heading into Timeless Celestial's long building over it.
And again, you needed that sound barrier like literally yesterday. That should have been popped the second that what fell, so you had at least some staying power in this fight so that everybody could have gone in and maybe capitalized, and maybe you wouldn't have even been forced to use that Rampage from Cat, but you used it, you didn't get anything for it, and now despite having 50% on the board, you're still not in control of the point. Timeless Celestial is going to match that easily. They have ults of their own. Claire nearly falls just trying to get in, and Street Lord gonna go in for another assassination with the Nemesis form. Isn't able to find one, is forced to back up, but Timeless Celestial have all the space they need.
Look at the difference in where Timeless Celestial are playing and holding versus where VT Blue are. They're holding up all the way at these choke points, whereas VT Blue was playing back on the objective. I mean, it's just more time that they're able to grab CB, and a big difference in these playstyles is one Timeless Celestial maps.
Where does VT Blue come in here, though? They have a little bit of time, but they have to try and get a touch here. Yeah, it's probably going to have to be Nostalgia going for a touch again. Azure going to go ahead and pop the overclock just to try and pick him off with the pass. Nostalgia can't get...
Stuck up on a wall and made a splat. in the midst of Suravasa, courtesy of Azure. It's gonna have to be a reverse sweep on top of a reverse sweep, CB, for VT Blue to keep themselves in the upper bracket.
Well, the good news, though, is because Nostalgia wasn't able to get the touch, you didn't put yourself in a situation where you're forced to really invest anything, so you're coming up to a pretty hefty ult bank of your own. The bad news is that Timeless Celestial still have Blizzard, potentially the highest impact ultimate in the current meta. Timeless Celestial now have 2 points. Like you said, you got to get that reverse sweep on top of the reverse sweep. You're gonna have to try and play with this Kitsune Rush to build up to the overclock, build up to the Dragon Blade, and secure the point and not let it go ever again.
I'm a Celestial, though. They're the ones to act first. Blizzard from Snazar. Nostalgia Sound Barrier just a little bit too late. It keeps most players on their feet. And VT Blue, they're not in control. Street Lords can just walk on you. Courtesy of his lovely Annihilation, controlling the streets time and time again. Name, very fitting.
And you trade your 2 ults there. You trade that Blizzard and that Annihilation for both your support ultimates. So now you have the Sound Barrier. Now you have the Ant Matrix. Now you can control space and make the fight take longer. Get yourself into that one fight territory, potentially secure it. VT Blue, again, still have the Kitsune Rush. They now have an Overclock and a Dragon Blade. How does Mickman use this Dragon Blade, though, knowing that there is a Sound Barrier on the other side?
I think they're hoping to force it out with the Kitsune Rush, but without Claire. I mean, you don't want to even pop that Dragon Blade in the first place. Ideally, getting a pick, maybe that helps. You just don't have sustain. Having Nostalgia as the only support with this Lucio, you need to play it slow and safe, start contesting this objective, and hope you can get your support line back intact, because it will be final fight here and now, and the Blade might not even come out. VT Blue, they're in dangerous territory. Timeless Celestial are on the brink of pushing back in. Claire halting that momentum just slightly. Cat now with that Rampage in hand. Will she need to pull it out? She won't have to, likely, unless the Doofus forces her off the map. We're not even gonna see it. Street Lord coming back on a hero nobody expects. The Sound Barrier in place. One can only do so much when the health bars of the enemy are quadruple your own. VT Blue have fought so hard to get up to this point, yet they're unable to convert in the final hour, falling apart in the moments on Suravasa. They'll have one more chance. The Rampage getting them back to the point, even uses a mobility cooldown for the touch that is short to come to an end. Timeless Celestial, timeless as ever. They've made that comeback after not making those playoffs, and will continue on in the upper bracket.
That last fight was almost everything that Vancouver Titans Blue needed. You had Timeless Celestial playing for that off angle, and it opened the door for VT Blue to sneak in and flip the point in their favor, but while they had it in the palm of their hands, they did not capitalize. In fact, they couldn't capitalize because they still didn't have Claire, who died just trying to get in. The resources weren't there, and when they finally were, when it was all on the table for VT Blue, Timeless Celestial flipped the table and walked away with a 3-0 dub. They're looking dominant.
Wow.
Despite King's Row being pretty competitive, Suravasa looked to be anything but.
Can we get a time check on that map? Like, was that even 10 minutes, to be totally honest? I don't even think it was. Like, that was so fast. The Junker Queen, you wanted to switch some stuff up. Going back to Jotes, you understand it. Vancouver Titans Blue, they had the right idea. You're not winning the tempo game with the Romatra comp. Change it up. Cool. That wasn't the answer. They fell apart even further once it came about, and McMahon couldn't stay alive long enough. Nostalgia wasn't able to get these Sound Barrier timings in. You can't face into a Junker or into a Ramatra that has the backing of a May, and at the end of the day, Vancouver Titans Blue fall under the might of Timeless Celestial.
And you can call it nerves because of the slow start. It's definitely not what you want to see if you're Vancouver Titans Blue. I mean, this is a team that has busted their ass since the very beginning of Calling All Heroes to get here. They have constantly been grinding and growing together as a collective, getting better and better, stronger and stronger every day. They are no strangers to adversity, but they got dealt a healthy dose of it today, and it's not over. There's going to be a chaser too, because now they're going to have to fight through the lower bracket if they want to make a deep run, if they still want a chance to cement their legacy at the top of Calling All Heroes. While Timeless Celestial, some of their players have done so before as members of Timeless Ethereal. They look to do so under a slightly different name, and this is a hell of a way to start.
Vancouver Titans Blue right now is gonna have to have one heck of a run through the losers bracket. There's a lot for them to learn. coming away from this first initial series, and we need to see more control. We need to see more confidence coming out of them. Where is the team that is well practiced? Where is the team that has this extensive trust in each other to convert? We didn't see them come to play yet today. Primal Celestial was there. They showed up, proved the doubters wrong, and are continuing to push that on forwards through this upper bracket, hanging on to that extra fight.
It's definitely something that you love to see if you're a Timeless fan, because you know you're always gonna be looking at Timeless Ethereal again, like we keep alluding back to. But having two dominant Timeless teams is everything that this North American dynasty can possibly want. Everywhere you look, it's been Timeless in North America, be it Flash Ops, be it Calling All Heroes, be it anything else in between. Whether you're Cat, who's looking at sleeping with the fishes there, courtesy of that little punch there from Street Lord. Good God. What a like heartbreaking way to. Sometimes you forget that there's even like a pit there that you can fall into until you're dealt
all the time.
Until you're dealt a pretty good reminder there.
I don't think I can count on two hands how many times I've personally fallen into that pit. Cat, well, you got at least one under your belt now, and what a way to end up going down. It's not the last that we'll see a Vancouver Titans Blue or Timeless Celestial yet today, but that is the end of our number one match gameplay. We do have a lot to break down over the course of this series. We're going to come back to you with our host and some extra analyst surprise guests to go over what just happened.
Welcome back, everybody. What a first matchup coming out here for this 3-0 win for Timeless Celestial versus VT Blue. Again, I'm Ash, and I've got Tiny Shiny, who is just casting, and we have a new face joining us on the desk as well. Arietta, welcome to the Calling All Heroes broadcast. How are you feeling?
I am feeling pretty good. Thank you so much for having me here. I feel very honored to be here.
Well, we're stoked to hear all the analysis that you're going to get to bring to the table with all of the coaching experience that you have and just all the information that you get to like plant into my brain that is severely lacking in that Overwatch intel. But Tiny, this last matchup was difficult. I think it was a bit heartbreaking to see VT Blue end up coming out in that 0-3 loss. Timeless Celestial looked very good, and VT Blue, they did start to have a bit of that comeback, a bit of that fight coming through there on King's Row, but weren't quite able to pull through.
Like, here's the thing. I love VT Blue. From the very first time that I was on this broadcast, and even before that, I mean, this team has been around, participated in every single event so far, and to see them faced with such a challenge at the start of the championships is a blow nonetheless. And, you know, you really got to look back to this initial map. I mean, this is where it all started. Who was in control of that tempo? It was Street Lord for Timeless Celestial. Cat was barely able to get a word in with how solid KQA and the Mauler were just pumping the support into their tank.
No, they absolutely were. And also, Arietta, we talked about it a little bit in the green room, and you had some things to say about how Timeless Celestial were just able to set themselves up for success and how difficult it really was for VT Blue to deal with that time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. Timeless Celestials' defensive setups in particular were so tight, allowing Azure to just output a ton of pressure on angles, and that just gave them a passive advantage to manage their cooldowns a lot better in each and every fight. So absolutely, their setups were fantastic.
Yeah, it was absolutely stunning to see how they were able to just consistently coordinate in that kind of regard. But this is also something that we expect coming out of a team from Timeless Celestial. Their results speak for themselves in that kind of sense, but we also can't forget that this is a double elimination bracket here, Tiny. So VT Blue, they are going to have to kind of lock in on that mental to try and make that lower bracket run.
VT Blue, they're an experienced competitive team. I don't doubt their ability to reset mentally coming into another match, but we need to find some sort of proof, especially ending on such a sour note as Suravasa was. That team just fell apart towards the tail end. They know what works for them. I want to see them back on that Ramatra composition. It will depend on the opponent that they end up facing next, which I believe will be either Wisp Embers or Kunoichi, which certainly can shake up the game.
It'll definitely be really interesting in that kind of regard, but it was a pretty quick matchup, and I know that a lot of these players are rearing to go into their next match as well. We do have a little interview actually coming in for you guys. Get a chance to speak to one of the members of Timeless Celestial. KQA, phone it in here. How are you feeling after that win?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, yeah. I'm feeling pretty good. I was really excited for our match today, so I'm glad we were able to win it.
Yeah, you guys looked really comfortable today. I mean, this is something that we expect out of your team, I think, just like looking at past results and the performance that your team is able to output so consistently. I'm curious about how you guys kind of like prepared for championships. Did your team do anything different knowing that it was going into championship weekend as opposed to the regular season?
I mean, well, going into champs, we started double blocking a lot more. We did a lot of VODs after scrims, and we were like basically like really only talking about the game coming up to champs.
Okay, nice. And just being able to focus on your own game in that kind of sense too. On your Lucio pick as well, you were able to play a lot of disruption as far as just trying to even cut off what in some situations. I'm thinking mainly about like King's Row in that kind of sense. Are those kind of like set plays that you guys have as far as looking to isolate those particular fights, or is it more of that kind of ebb and flow as you're in the game itself?
Well, we always knew like on our first point attack, we like we'd always practice like clearing their surge off the high ground. But throughout the map, like after first point, it's mostly just like I guess like split second, just like Soj or May, come with me, I want to go on these guys kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, nice. Always got those comms and lock in that kind of sense. But I'm also curious, like, this is going to be a pretty long weekend, 3-day event, right, for the championship series. So, is there a specific team that either you in specific or your entire team, even if it's been a point of discussion, that you're looking to play up against and looking forward to a matchup against in the future?
I think, at least for me personally, I definitely want to play against Wisp Embers. They're a
Okay.
team that I really want to play against and
Is there a
have a good
particular
match with.
reason for that?
Um, no, I don't think so. I think, well, I guess when I'm thinking about the bracket, I feel like they're going to be one of our closer matchups, so I'm really excited to play against them and hope to play against them.
Well, fingers crossed for you that you definitely get that opportunity.
Hmm.
But I know it's just like the start of this weekend and whatnot, so I don't want you guys to give away too many secrets. So I'm gonna keep the interview a little bit shorter in that kind of regard, so you guys have
Okay,
more to surprise us with later. Because I'm hoping to be able to interview you guys again, whether it's you or another member. But
for sure.
as far as it goes, is there anyone that you want to shout out? Any thank yous that you want to say on stream right now?
Um, I would like to give a big thank you to my coach Goldfish. Um, he's been a big help with our team and with me, so I wanted to thank Mr. Goldfish.
Big thanks to Mr. Oldfish. That's a sweet shout out there. But KQA, it was really nice being able to chat with you. And congratulations again on your first win here within the upper bracket quarterfinals. We do have more Overwatch coming in, though. There's 2 more series to come in after this. We're heading down to the lower bracket right after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Championship weekend. I'm Ash again, joined here by Tiny and CB, and that was a quick initial best or 3-0 there for Timeless Celestial for that best of 5 to start us off for today. But we have to take a look to see how the rest of the bracket has panned out here. And are any of these results surprising to you, CB?
Honestly, no, because this is pretty much exactly how I expected it all to shake out. You're getting like the higher seeds winning pretty much every single matchup here. The only one that I felt like was hotly contested would have been the one we just watched, Timeless Celestial versus Vancouver Titans Blue. But like Michael Wave and Timeless Ethereal, those are two of your top three. Unfortunately for those two, they're on the same side of the bracket, so yikes, they're gonna collide a lot quicker than I think they want to. You got, Wisp Embers, another one of that top three, the upper echelon, someone who's always been there, who has the opportunity to just kind of skate by, not having to deal with another member of the top three, but they're going to have to go through Timeless Celestial. And that's kind of where we are with the upper bracket. Everything is kind of to be expected.
No, it definitely is. And kind of funny that we also get now the opportunity. I hadn't taken a peek at the bracket and how things ended up panning out before that interview with KQA, but now we know that they're able to actually go head to head with Wisp Embers right off the gate tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're not heading into those upper semifinals quite yet. But
ask and ye shall receive.
Exactly right. But Tiny, that also means that now we're heading into these matches where we're going to start to say goodbye. And into lower bracket round one, you've got on the top side, that's Inarizaki x Tengoku versus Fable. And then below that is going to be VT Blue versus Kunoichi. What are your expectations here?
I expect these to be infinitely closer from what we have seen in the entirety of the upper bracket, realistically. And even looking at that, all of them were 3-0s across the board. Inarizaki x Tengoku and Fable heading it off. I feel like these two teams are on a very even skill level, especially when you look at a lot of the play styles they adapt. And I want to take a moment to talk about Inarizaki here because they're a team that came up as of late. They're very much a newcomer, breaking through in the LCQ with this incredibly fast-paced style that pushes teams to their limits and has gotten them up to that qualifying spot despite not playing in a lot of the other events.
No, absolutely. And CB, you got the opportunity to actually, with Tiny, see those matches for the LCQ here. So you can give us a little bit more on that particular team as we head into this best of 5 series.
Yeah, Tiny covered most of it, to be completely honest. Like, this team seemingly came out of nowhere. They were very suddenly a contender. They kind of sneaked away with a Major 3 playoff spot that nobody really thought that they were going to take because, we didn't know who this team was. We didn't really know what they were about. They had a couple of veterans that had been around for some of the other iterations of, like, mid-tier teams. But then suddenly they come together with this collective, and they come together, they hit hard, they hit fast, they take that playoff spot. And, yeah, sure, they have to qualify through LCQ, but it feels like almost like a given when you look at their performance in Major 3, right? Like, they are going to be the team to qualify. You look at their DPS line, you look at Kuna, you look at Persona. There's a lot of talent on this roster, and they are potential dark horses to make deep runs in this bracket. Unfortunately, they have to do it from the lower half of said bracket.
That's the tough thing, is the fact that we're in the zone of the second chance, and you're cut if you don't make it here within this best of 5. We're going to go and take an introduction over towards these actual rosters, though I know we were just talking about Inarizaki x Tengoku, but now it's time to say hello to these players if you're not so familiar with them, especially if you missed out on that LCQ, Tiny.
Especially when you look at this team, you need to highlight the DPS duo of all time. Persona and Kuna exploded from the scene. Persona doing a lot of time with the Team Peru World Cup team is this up-and-coming hit-scan superstar that just adds this extra punch, this extra factor that Inarizaki needs to close at fights, where Kuna is an all-around consistent player that is a very good supporting role to somebody like Persona and even can take that spotlight away when it's needed. While these two may be the ones under the spotlight for the majority of this team's performances, it is an all-around group effort to pull out some of these plays that we're seeing from them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's Overwatch, right? It has to be that team effort. You have to be cohesive and there's no opportunity to really hard carry in these kinds of situations. But we have to see who they're also facing up against here. Looking towards Fable CEB, this is a team that everyone is familiar with within Calling All Heroes. They ended out the regular season at that 4th place finish within circuit points, that is. And I'm looking over at Avery here on that. I know we're hovering the Sigma as far as like the hero that we're showing off, but they have been popping off, at least from what I remember from Major 3.
I mean, Avery specifically has been popping off, but overall, as a collective, the story of Fable has at times been one of hardship. The quest for their storybook ending has often it left them feeling as though they've just come up a little bit short. And I think no one embodies that quite like Avery. They're their own biggest critic. They always want to prove themselves and be better than they were before. And they are still trying to make that happen, to make that come to fruition. They have one last chapter in their story left to write, and the quill is in their hands. Will they get the fairy tale ending they're hoping for, or will it be a cautionary tale? That's up to them to decide, but we're already in the lower bracket, so you better get writing.
Oh yeah, that is for sure, right? And all things considered too, it's when you're looking towards this matchup, you've got your eyes on Fable, the fact that, okay, according to history, this is the team that should be winning. But again, a dark horse on the other end of things, and looking over at Antarctic being this first map that we're going to be seeing here. Tiny, how are you feeling?
And from consistency's sake, you need to be taking Fable very seriously in this matchup. I mean, they've been around longer. They are the established name, and on paper, they have the upper hand. What this is going to come down to is if Inarizaki X and Goku can manage to catch them off guard with this incredible fast-paced gameplay, that's one of the few ways that they're going to be able to overcome such a strong, star-studded roster as Fable.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if they're able to make that adaptations on the side of Fable, or if Inarizaki will continue to sweep us off our feet. But we've got to get cold and chilly, so I'm going to head off and let you guys take over to Antarctic Peninsula.
Every time you think winter is over, or it's getting a little better, and we get thrown right back into Antarctic Peninsula. But today is Groundhog Day. Fun fact, spring should be coming early, so I'm holding out hope for that one. But for now, we will return to the frigid, icy glaciers that we see ahead of us. CB, we got a taste of this map earlier in the day. I don't know about you, but I'm picturing a very similar style of gameplay.
You mentioned Groundhog Day, and I sure hope that that's not the case for Fable, constantly reliving the same nightmares over and over again. I'm really hoping that they're able to break free from that, because again, I talk about Avery as being potentially, not even potentially, Avery is the most underrated tank player in all of Calling All Heroes. You see time and time again, it just feels like they want to win more than everybody else in the lobby. But in terms of putting it together, and in terms of doing so with the rest of the Fable rosters that have come and gone, it hasn't always worked out. But it has done enough to get them this far, and just maybe to get them a little bit farther. We're going to Antarctic Peninsula, and like we said, it's probably going to play out very similarly to our previous matchup, except this time we're starting off on sub-level. This is one of those maps where you kind of can do a little bit of dive if you're feeling a little spicy with it. I don't know if either of these teams are really going to. I know Inarizaki had a pretty spicy dive composition in the last major, but we didn't see a whole lot of it in LCQ. I think they're still sticking to the brawl-style compositions. Fable, on the other hand, though, I'm curious as to whether or not Avery is going to stick on that Ramatra or pull out their old reliable Sigma that they have become known for.
Avery is incredible at that Sigma. It's not exactly something you typically want to play into a Ramatra. This would be the only exception yet. With what is being teased in the spawn rooms, looks like we're going to be going to good old-fashioned mirror with the TP of Arya to get these fights started out quickly and be a battle for high grounds early on in Antarctic Peninsula.
Keep an eye on Arya and Persona, who again in this composition are going to be split off with the Lucios, most likely if these teams are playing it the optimal way and looking for an angle to try and hit a big rail shot. On the other side, though, the Mays are going to be just as important. Minnie and Kuna looking for a good wall. Kuna, I think, has already used theirs and didn't get a whole lot for it.
Wow! And this is the battle. It's the walls, right? The Mays have so much control over this series, and Mini giving Fable that elimination essentially on a silver platter. Wonderful start for this team.
Yeah, that's gonna be Fable just able to get that first cap there, pretty much all for nothing. Almost losing Fiery there. That would have been pretty disastrous, but nope, still able to hold strong, and this is looking pretty good for Fable to kick things off with. And it just kind of goes down to Kuna getting punished for using that wall a little bit too early, not really sectioning anybody off, but just sectioning off Fable's retreat. And they're like, okay, we don't need to retreat. We're just gonna bring the fight right to you.
Not at all. Fable are giving Inarizaki a taste of their own medicine. Chuck E. Cheese, you usually see a lot more of it on the Junker Queen. For Matcha, we haven't even gotten the opportunity to get a taste of what they bring to the table for this fight. They'll be approaching the high ground knowing Arya is a threat. She'll able to drop down safe and sound. Plenty of healing coming her way for the Sojourn. Mabel already out from Mini. Freeze Beam dead on to Chuck E. Cheese. Has plenty of support. Loved Ant Matrix on either side. Panther will have one of their own up momentarily and coming up with an overclock that Arya has been holding on to. Would be wonderful, but we don't even need to see it. It's just a single punch to send Inarizaki X Goku back to spawn.
So Kuna goes for the same wall as they did last time again, but this time they're able to get the high ground for it. The only problem is that when Love pops the Ant Matrix, they're controlling the side of the point that they already kinda have control over. So Fable are able to just kinda kite it back, wait, and pop Panther's window and clap back with that. Essentially win the point with no ultimates used except for the easiest one in the game to get. Now they've got the 4 other ones that they need to close this one out, but they've lost Mini, who was holding on to that Blizzard.
Not over just yet. Fable have all the stocks to pull on out. We already got 2 being pressed through. Inarizaki X and Goku realize they need the answer, but it doesn't reach Chuck E. Cheese. Macabre's South Barrier. Oh, that is devastating for them to go through. Kuna is still committing this one out if the trade can come through. Fable are going to have to pull out a retreat. Inarizaki X and Goku have plenty left to stay here on sub-level. The question is, how many resources does it take? Nearly all of them.
But Fable, because Mini fell early, still has that Blizzard that Fable can come back with and leverage to either try and get control of this high ground or try and force presence onto the point. And then you have Chuck E. Cheese with the Annihilation. What a lot of teams are doing is actually using the Blizzard to counter the Annihilation. If you're not able to move around because you're frozen, that Annihilation is going to expire very, very quickly. We're gonna have to see how Fable have scouted out the ult economy and what play they want to go for, or if they just want to straight up kill Kuna.
That works too. Hitting your shots. Who needs ultimates? If Arya is just gonna tear through Inarizaki. Oh, what a way to go on down. Chuck E. Cheese has this Annihilation, but no opportunity to use it. The support completely absent from the tank. Was the last one standing on the objective, or rather fallen on the objective. Fable Overtime taking on down Contest is going to be present for some time. Maybe you can get an Ant Matrix up from Loved if it goes long enough. That's asking for quite a bit, especially with the player advantage Fable have on sub-level. They're ready to push it up to map points.
First point, Fable are looking pretty good. We still got a ways to go, but I'm liking what I'm seeing out of them out the gates, though. But let's have a look at an Inarizaki X Tengoku. Kuna is a player that we highlighted, someone who is very flexible. I've seen them play everything from Tracer to Genji to Widowmaker and pound on absolutely all of them, but Mei is just a different breed. It's a different set of skills from a lot of your other flex DPS heroes, and Kuna's Mei hasn't looked the best. We had one really bad wall, one kind of okay wall, and a couple instances of getting picked first, and you can't be having that when you are, I cannot stress this enough, the most important piece in this Ramatra composition.
No, you need to be staying alive. If your support goes down, well, RIP the rest of your team. There's no setup to come on through. You need to change that tempo now. Persona and Kuna have not managed to make a mark. Arya and Mini have been dominating their respective DPS matches, and getting to this objective first with the teleporter, it's gonna force Inarizaki X and Goku to get a little bit creative with the approach they decide to take. Rushing up the stairs means you're gonna get walled off by Mini. You go backwards, well, Avery has turned you into a punching bag. Arizaki still playing out on the sides of the map. Once his cooldowns fall, that will happen, but with Railgun, that had a cooldown. You hit those shots any day of the week. Persona got one on the board, being that Mei especially. We mentioned how important that hero can be to the composition, and Arizaki are taking that to another level by Persona.
Every time we see this
they're not
map,
done.
oh yeah, no, Persona
Woo!
is definitely not done. Gonna get some cleanup kills there. So long, Avery. See you later. Every time we see this map play out, it always goes for that high ground versus high ground push to try and get, you know, that just jockey for that position on the high ground. But it's oftentimes the first team that makes that rotation to get the Sojourn set up right where you see where Persona is right now. Never mind. Gonna go ahead and slide back with the rest of the team. Okay, make me look like a fool. But the first team that gets set up into the point will often have that advantage because they can get the shots on the other team as they're playing into your hands. And now in Arizaki X Tengoku already at about 40% and climbing, and they're gonna have ults to slow Fable's roll here.
They need to use them well, though. I think that climbing up, loves Ant Matrix online. Will this be positioned as a nice Mei wall? The force to take back down to the low ground. Arizaki, they're backing off, regrouping. Loved, all the support in the world, has done a great job. Despite the rest of the team falling, I mean, Arya puts out these huge bursts of damage. You cannot expect your back teeth to heal, and with putting those resources, those limits to the test, Fable ready to surge back into the point. Macabre didn't want to give it up, though, committing the sound barrier towards the back, and I mean, at the end of the day, that's just an ultimate down the drain, a little bit more percentage at that cost. Arizaki X Tengoku stayed a lot longer than they should.
I think using the sound barrier there is kind of worth it, though, because you do get yourself up towards that one fight territory, and you're going to have more ults to try and win that out. That said, though, you definitely would like to have the sound barrier to counter out either Minnie's Blizzard or Arya's Overclock. Arya versus Persona is the battle I'm going to be looking at here, because you're going to have Arya already kind of set up, again, on that split with Fiery. Looking for an angle, looking for somewhere where she can pop it safely and maybe make a couple heads roll. And Arizaki have to try and pressure her out.
But Arya isn't going to let that happen. She's just going through a new angle to all together. The Blizzard forced out as well. Fable dumping ultimates into this fight. And Arizaki are somehow managing to stay on their feet with Loved and Macabre pulling out absolute heroics. But Macabre, Loved is in a huge heap of trouble. Arya goes down, but no! She's off the map! Oh, the slippery slopes caught her off guard, and Persona is in to clean up the rest.
And the slippery slope fallacy ain't such a fallacy anymore, is it, Arya? It slides her right off the map there. And yeah, and Arizaki X Tengoku with just that one little misstep and a little bit of cleanup that comes out courtesy of the annihilation from Chuck E. Cheese, able to take the point back. And again, one fight territory. Fable only have one more shot at this, and they bet the whole house on that last fight. And now they're looking a little sore for shelter here.
That's a nice way of putting it, right? You're not looking at You're really, really not. And Arizaki X Tengoku, this is their fight to supposedly win. Macabre close to his ultimate, needs to stay alive, and Mortality Field of Place guaranteeing it goes down, and we won't see anything from Fieri for the remainder of the battle. Arizaki, though, they need to manage to clear Fable one way or another, and Persona is just the person to put on the job. Oh, the Sojourn gameplay 7-up here on round number 2. Labs going over to Inarizaki, and we have got ourselves a full map of Antarctic Peninsula.
I think Labs, you get a little bit more angles for the Sojourn to play than you did on sub-level, and you can kind of see Persona coming up ahead in some of these games, in some of these exchanges. And despite Arya having a great performance on the Sojourn, again, I think it does kind of come back to that one fight there where someone leaves a banana peel towards the edge of the map and she just kind of slips off, and yeah, suddenly it's not really working out for Fable anymore. And that's the momentum of Fable gone. They looked so good on sub-level, but now as we go into Icebreaker, the ball feels like it's a little bit more in Inarizaki's court. What do they do with it, though? We'll have to see. It doesn't look like they're going to go for the Symmetra teleport play like Fable is going to, so Persona's going to get set up a little bit early at the cost of the rest of the team being a little bit late to the party, as Fable are already going to have control over the high ground that overlooks the point. And I don't even think Persona is going for an off angle, though, so that might actually just be a mistake to not go for the TP. They are going to take early positioning on the point, though, looking to try and play the same style that we saw on Labs, where being the first person to put your feet on the point sets you in an advantageous position. We'll see if Fable is able to make this, see if they're able to crack the defense a little bit quicker this time around.
Yeah, they do make it over the ice wall, or at least Avery does. But once that falls, the rest of the team will soon reveal themselves. Both of these Nemesis forms out on the field. I mean, utter scraps from beyond Persona or Kuna, as a matter of fact, to make that first mark on through. Inarizaki X and Goku heavily relying on their DPS duo to get the picks from the neutral.
I don't want to call you out, but I think you just said Persona at one point in time. Did the DPS
It's their duo name. It's their duo name.
Yeah,
you know?
they did the DBZ fusion dance, Persona and Kuna. They're one mind.
yeah.
And
Exactly.
Let's talk about Kuna specifically real quick. Let's flip them back up and look at Kuna's ult charge compared to Mini's right now, nearly doubled. And I think in large part because of that early pickoff there onto Avery, who by the way is now lagging behind Chuck E. Cheese in terms of ult charge. One fight in Arizaki they're already firmly in the driver's seat right now. There's no way people are gonna expect the blizzard coming, but they might not need to.
Absolutely not. That was Arya and Minnie pulling it out. Oh, but Arya stays a little bit too long. Look how close she was to building up that overclock. And now Inarizaki can essentially come out. The blizzard was invested, and that's just it. What a change of tempos and sub-level.
What is with this amp matrix here, Panther? What are we doing? That's a little...
I don't know about that one.
I think by the time that popped, it was just Panther and Fiery, and I don't think that's a really good investment. I mean, you know, Amp Matrix is kind of a throwaway ultimate, sure, but that doesn't mean you literally throw it away. I think you hold on to that, especially looking at Loved, who's going to have one of her own on the other side, as well as, again, the aforementioned Annihilation and the Sound Barrier. Your only advantage, if you're Fable, is the fact that you're coming up on your Blizzard and Arya is ahead in charge of the overclock. It's going to have to be these DPS ults that make the difference for Fable. Otherwise, we're in one-fight territory already, and Arizaki X and Goku might just take this first map.
Arya and Minnie have done it before. All the support ultimates in the backline, though. I mean, Inarizaki have bases covered. Should they have the proper reaction time to do it, the window is going to force this to a one-fight territory, and now Persona dangerously close to an overclock of their own Fable. They need to be scared. There isn't time to be scared. You need to walk in and pull out the stops. Minnie goes down. The Blizzard still will make an appearance, and it catches Chuck E. Cheese without that ultimate Fable. Flip the point back on over and force Inarizaki X and Goku off of the objective at a very expensive cost, and one that Persona thinks that isn't enough. Even putting their own overclock into play. You don't play in front of that Arya. No, you need to respect Persona's aim. Hitting those shots is solely gonna flip the objective back on over. Overtime Wick is burning down. Fable are struggling to make these touches come through. It's Minnie on the Tracer. Well, was on the Tracer at the very least. Furies get nowhere near the point. Inarizaki X10 Goku. This is the surprise factor. This is the momentum and star power that has gotten them to these championships.
And I think no one is more surprised about that than Minnie, who went through to try and pop the Blizzard but didn't live to get any follow-up on it. And because that pick came through so quickly, the rest of Fable felt like they had to try and invest to make up the difference. So Arya pops the overclock. You've got Fiery popping that Sound Barrier. Suddenly everybody's used all of their ultimates, and all Inarizaki X and Goku have to do is kite it, play back, come back in with Persona's overclock, and it's just academic at that point because there's nothing Fable can do. They have to play on the point. We're in OT. They have to try and keep it in contention. Can they even do so? Well, not if Persona has anything to say about it, and Persona definitely had some words.
Words, maybe a whole paragraph, a whole story. Persona clearly is not done yet. Even it took a little bit for them to get warmed up to show us what they can do on that Sojourn. We hyped them up before this match for a very good reason. Fable, they started off on this map strong. Arya had this better positioning. Persona couldn't get angles, and that was a large factor why Inarizaki struggled to break through these initial choke points that we see. Now, once we start to look ahead towards these next maps, Persona had a time to shine. I mean, just looking at this clip here, shot after shot poured in, and Fable really couldn't get much of a recovery. I'm glad we could see this again because this just makes me smile. Arya, I'm sorry, we are laughing and enjoying your pain, but it's all with you. We're laughing with you, not at you. Thank you for that shining star moment. Fable, they struggled to get a comeback literally after that moment. Whether it was the tipping point or not, Inarizaki X10 Goku pulled themselves together, Persona in particular, and just ran away with Labs.
And I think the storyline going forward here might end up being Persona versus Arya because both of them did shine at various moments, but it is especially towards the tail end there Persona that starts to edge out just a little bit more, getting more of those picks. And you can see 28-3 versus 16-7. Despite Arya's heavy damage, you know, it's kind of indicative just of, you know, Inarizaki winning more fights, winning the map, that those stats are going to be a little bit higher, but it still is going to show just how much of an impact Persona is having in this head-to-head.
That's scary to look at. Persona, I didn't think the difference was that big. These numbers are saying otherwise, and everything else is relatively even across the board. There's not these incredible levels of variance going through. It's literally that Arya versus Persona matchup. They both have the capability to play at some of the highest levels. It's just Persona being more consistent across that map, and it's going to have to be on the minds of Fable as they move on to their second choice.
Definitely going to be firmly on the minds of Persona. It can't be Persona non grata. You definitely have to be thinking about Persona the whole time, and especially Arya as that head-to-head keeps going. And that does kind of also come down to the rest of the team to set these Sojourns up for success, get them the angles that they need, get the Lucios there with them, as we're seeing a lot of these teams playing these splits. As we go into Midtown, though, we might not see as much of the Sojourn split as we did before. Definitely we'll still see inklings of it on Streets phase here. Fable's map pick. Maybe this is an opportunity for them to bust out the Sigma, though. Maybe. It's optimistic, but maybe.
It's possible. I don't think the brawl went all that bad, honestly. There was just some, like, small intricate things, like especially with positioning, where we look where Macabre and Persona were at times on these more off angles that weren't really contested, or they didn't take certain areas of the objective and really gave themselves a much harder job moving on forwards. Midtown's gonna put that to the test. Sigma, Avery's best hero and probably the best Sigma player, actually, you know, the best Sigma player that we have currently within the championships, and is a viable option as it extends this poke phase.
I think it's easy to call Avery the best Sigma player because there's not really a whole lot of Sigma players left. Like, we go back to Minor 3 and even Major 3 to a lesser extent. There was a lot of good, like, Sigma was a very stacked role, and I think Avery, even amongst such a stacked role, stood out on that hero. But as we transitioned more towards the Ramatra, towards the Orisa, the Junker Queen, and all these other tanks started coming into the fold, and Sigma started to become more of just a Circuit Royale exclusive pick, we're not really seeing as much noise from Avery as I think we need to really, you know, cement themselves as an elite tank here in Calling All Heroes. I still believe that they are capable of it, and if we see the Sigma come out here, or if we don't see the Sigma come out here, you know, we almost definitely will. If we manage to bring ourselves all the way to Escort, you expect to see the Circuit Royale pick come out here. But, you know, on Midtown, I think it's an option. I still don't know if it is the best option, because I think most teams just want to go for the staying power of the Ramatra, the ability to mitigate all the damage and survive being walled off by an enemy Mei. The assassination power that you get from popping that Nemesis form and just walking on an enemy Baptiste. I think that's just kind of the way the game is currently played at the tank level. And, you know, we've seen teams we'll probably see a little bit later, go off meta and find success, and maybe that's something that Avery might want to consider on maps where it's advantageous for them to do so.
If y'all checked in on the LCQ, this wouldn't be the first time we would see Sigma on the map of Midtown. So Fable will be starting out on the defense, I believe. So we'll get an idea of what direction they'll be going there. And, well, they'll be on the attack, so we won't know just yet. Inarizaki x Tengoku, on the other hand, they're sticking with the same thing. Zero reason to switch, and honestly, keeping Persona and Kuna on some of the best heroes that we've seen out of them, you're not complaining about that.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're Fable, though, if it ain't broke, you gotta break it. I'm curious to see if Arya's gonna stay on the Hanzo pick there. I know it's an attack response, so that might not stick, but that could be something a little bit interesting if it stays. By the way, hey, shout out to Liz if you're in the chat. This one's for you. Arya's got your back. She'll bust this one out here for you. I mean, and it might actually be a little bit better than the Sojourn if you actually want to go that route. We'll see if she walks out with it or if it's just for the Sonic. Have a little look-see here. Making sure there's no spawn hold. Yep, and there's a swap. Sorry, Liz. We did what we could.
Liz may be sad. I'm personally happy. Hanzo Freaking tree trunks down Midtown. I'm fine with that. Iterazaki x Sengoku in a full mirror matchup. Now, this map has a lot more room for flanks. Look at Arya on this little bit of an off angle. It has a full wall Kuna had to commit to block off the Sojourn. Fable now at an advantage if Mini can manage to prop one up, ideally behind Chuck E. Cheese or another Squishy. Notice the distance that they're taking between each other right now, so they don't have to necessarily fight at these close quarters points, and especially with Avery being in trouble, it's only a matter of time until somebody falls, and Arya is the culprit. You didn't keep the flank in check, and they're punished. Iterazaki x Tengoku crumbling after losing the main support and likely the rest of their members.
It's not even entirely about putting the flank in check. Granted, Arya definitely needs to be kept in check right now, but the fact that Kuna invested the wall to try and cut Arya off rather than lock down the choke, the rest of Fable were able to just walk right through the door, and suddenly you're no longer playing for that choke, you're playing on the point, and you're practically handing Arya an angle where she can get a shot on your backliner, and it's just a matter of time. You know, over a long enough timetable, she will hit that shot onto Loved, and she does, and with 5 minutes, that's a hell of a timetable to get yourself through Streets phase.
That's a scary timetable to look at if you are the defense right now. Those ultimates may be building up online. Panther already has one of their own, and especially with this high ground being the most valuable real estate there is above the Midtown Tunnel. And Arizaki x Sengoku, they're gonna hold on to it as long as possible. Fable are gonna take their time moving around this corner, and ideally it's going to be Arya or Persona to find that shot. Both of them holding on to a decent amount of charge in those railguns themselves. Not putting these ultimates out has allowed Iterazaki x Sengoku to build up to several of theirs. Fable, they are suffering because of this late decision they have made. Maywell going on out, attempting to block the Ant Matrix, doesn't do a whole lot. Rizaki holding the high ground, and they're continuing to take this slow approach, and are going to slow the pace down even further. Blizzard grabs love the Maywell, though, keeps them alive. You need a lot more than that. This is all cues being pressed for Rizaki x Tengoku. What can they manage to find? Fable still entirely healthy as of now. An absolute ult-up as a fight has found nothing within the kill feed. The payload has continued to just inch its way through the Midtown Tunnel, CB.
I mean, it's smart play from Fable. We're not quite done yet, though. Avery gonna go ahead and pop the Annihilation. You can see Chuck E. Cheese mashing that S key as hard as they possibly can. And now Arya has the high ground to go ahead and pop the overclock. She's looking for an angle, almost takes down Macabre. Gonna go ahead and get traded out there, takes down Kuna. Persona gonna fall, and Fable might just have the cap already.
It takes a whole 90 seconds to get 3 eliminations on the entire point of Midtown, and it's only going to be 4 through the second part. I mean, this is just a speed run that Fable are doing. While they may be taking it slow, they're doing it because Iterazaki become unsure of themselves and make mistakes like that.
And it was smart play from Fable too as well, because Panther goes ahead and pops that Ant Matrix to try and force Iterazaki to stop poking from the high ground. They use that ability to get Mini up onto the high ground, pop the Blizzard, suddenly Fable take the high ground. All the while, they're continuing to push the cart. Now they're continuing to push the advantage. Arya, I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is now pushing up daisies is what they're doing. And Fable, they're just speed, like you said, they're speed running it here.
Iterazaki x Sengoku. I mean, normally I would say you gotta slap a band-aid on it. No, your whole arm has been chopped off. You gotta put a tourniquet on it or something, because this is not okay. Fable are moving so fast with this build, have an Ant Matrix on the high ground. If they lose another player, I mean, Kuna and Chuck E. Cheese barely hanging on to life right now, and you have the Blizzard. This has to be the answer. Something has to go down for Fable. They haven't lost a player since the very start of this map, and it will be Avery or their May player to fall next. This is the stop Iterazaki needs to get themselves back on their feet and prepare for a long hold. 3.5 minutes still in the time bank.
Yeah, I mean, they finally have drawn blood, but like, look how far the cart got before even a single body on the side of Fable fell, and even still, you only got a couple of them. You still didn't even get the team kill. Like, you definitely could have wanted to get a little bit more, get yourself back in the game here, but now that they have the spawn advantage and 3 minutes in the time bank to kind of bleed out, they are looking pretty good, but have a look at that ult bank from Fable. They got everything a Fairy Tale could possibly want.
everything plus some. That's an annihilation from Avery, marching on forward. When you're a mantra, everything's a punching bag unless Persona takes out your backline. Oh, the support is gone. Persona back in hero form. A third and a fourth. Fifth, not even an option, and they don't need it.
Yeah, it turns out, you know, all the tools you could possibly want can't prepare you for someone just popping off like Persona. Didn't even need the overclock. Sure, a lot of that might have been cleanup, but it's still flashy, it's still skillful, it's still exactly what Narazaki need in order to keep themselves going. Now Persona gonna have to leverage that overclock because it's the only tool Narazaki still have. Fable only expended the annihilation on the previous one, so they're going to still have the ult advantage, and Narazaki have to try and do something about it. Persona's up here on the high ground, but constantly being checked by Arya.
It's a nice angle in theory if you don't have 4 players shooting at you at the same time. So Persona will be dropping on down to the low ground. Overclock is out. Cautious for the Ant Matrix though. That would have been death head fire. He not hit the ground. And an exact millisecond. Fable using that ult advantage, moving on through unafraid of anything that Persona can pull out. Arya now, overclock of her own available. Blizzard's the first thing to come on through. That's one isolated frozen robot. Chuck E. Cheese falls to bits, and Arya now wants to pick up the broom herself, looking for it. Persona shall fall mid-air. What a shot! Fable's ult advantage, snowballing them way on through. The end is in sight. Is a touch possible? The swaps in Narazaki rolling on in. With that Maywall, that will be the end of it. Minute 19 to go on through. Not only is Narazaki gonna have to get a full cap, it has to be won with time on the clock.
And it has to be, yeah, it's gonna have to be won with time on the clock. They did a good job of bleeding out a lot of the time that they needed to towards the tail end there, because again, we had 5 minutes going into Streets phase, and even though it was smart and methodical and effective from Fable, it still took a couple tries to close out this last phase here, but still looks very, very dominant for Fable. I mean, you had a Persona over there on the off angle with the overclock waiting to pop it. They do. Fable has both the sound barrier and the Ant Matrix to respond, so the Persona can't peek or risk sacrificing their own head, and even if they do, they're not going to find the one shot because of all the overhealth. And, you know, without Persona able to have that pop-off potential, you just wall off Chuck E. Cheese. Suddenly they're left alone like a kid in a ball pit. Happens to all of us. We were all kids once.
What?
Well, I have some Chuck E. Cheese related memories that, like, I've been regressing since I was a youngin'. Doesn't matter. It's in the past. It's in the past, just like Fable's attack. Now we're living in the present where Narazaki have to try and match it. And I think it also does kind of come back to Narazaki's kind of failure to properly defend point A. They just let not only Arya get in on a flank, but let the whole gang just walk right through their front door, put their feet up on the coffee table, and make themselves right at home.
And it's not even that they're making like these big glaring errors. Like it's small things here and there where Fable extend these fights longer. Narazaki historically take it quick and you're in and you're out. That's as simple as it goes. So the longer that they go, they're not as prone to surviving this long. They don't have a plan B and C. They only rely on the first step because usually that ends up working. Now they're gonna have to show it on the attack. We hype it up so much, they catch some players off in this initial laundromat. And they manage to convert. Yes, Persona! That's Arya out of the battle. It's the very first pick. Don't have to worry about the off-angle pressure anymore. Kuna in a bit of trouble as the rest of the team saving the day. Narazaki x Tengoku, they're making quick work of the first objective now on the point, and it's up to Persona for everyone else.
A taste of your own medicine is a tough pill to swallow, and it's the same thing where you have Arya over on that off angle, but this time she gets clipped by Persona, and again, Fable don't really lock down that choke point. They do have another chance to contest here, though, as they did die relatively quickly, but Avery might be repeating history a little bit here.
Oh boy, Persona didn't have the chance to stack some stats. Well, here you go. This will definitely be a highlight at the end of today's match, regardless of the results. I mean, Narazaki x Tengoku, they are moving with an even greater time make than Fables, if you could believe that.
Persona's a whole highlight reel right now, and they're not done. Look how far forward they're playing right now, trying to lock down this high ground and not let Fable even get set up for it. You saw how difficult it was for Fable to crack it. I mean, they did it very intelligently again on their attack, but you know, in Narazaki, they don't even have to think about it. They just have to occupy space and force Fable once again to fight into them. And as long as they're able to hold this and keep the cart going, they are in the money right now.
And they do lose out on the high ground. This Paladin, as soon as it goes through the midtown tunnel, I mean, Fable will have 0 value playing on the high ground. And Arizaki know that. Look at this rotate. They're going to play in the tunnel, wait for Fable to walk into them because they have 1, 2, 3, 4 little treats waiting to give them. And I'm not sure Fable are really going to like them if it goes the way I'm thinking here, CB. Going back up to the high ground. Hang on. They're not done just yet. They're playing some mental sort of gymnastics. They force Fable down onto the low ground and will take advantage of them being scattered, essentially gaining this space for free.
Arya's like really, really deep in right now, and Narzaki are trying to clear her out, but she's still back there, but she's finally dealt with, and now the punishment comes through. Chuck E. Cheese with the annihilation wants to get over this wall, get some value out of it, but that's gonna push Fable back.
And it pushes Fable back, and oh, they're going to be back way further now. There, you need that sound barrier online. Look at the onslaught of ultimates Inarizaki have ready to chuck at Fable's of sorry faces. And they even show their faces around the corner with Persona charging up these shots. The overclock into play. It's Arya's turn to answer back. Won't even have the chance. Macabre and Fury popping their ultimates respectively. All of the health in the world to pull it off. All the ultimates, as a matter of fact, making an appearance against the positioning of Persona, the difference maker. Not even a big tool. You can see the pressure on the high ground. Yes, people are trying to contest it, but the payload is left all alone. It's just Fury holding it out. And with 3 players about to regroup and collapse upon it, it's not going to be long. Fable are switching to these stall picks, understanding this was a bloodbath of a fight and one that they can attempt to clean up.
It would have been a risky gamut for Avery to make this swap, had a few more members of Narzaki live to tell the tale, but they're making emergency swaps
it
as
is
well.
risky.
We have a wrecking ball on the field. Yeah, one mouse playing a hamster here, but Avery is still getting work done with the Doomfist, and Narzaki, they're no longer in control at this point. Fable have reclaimed it thanks to this stall swap.
Brutal. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. You reset your ult charge, and now you're on a wrecking ball. So you either roll back to the spawns, or now you're stuck on the good old hamster.
I think you wish you could roll back the clock to before you made that swap and just played for the next one, because you still had, 2.5 minutes to try and get back on the point here.
It's rough. I mean, Chuck E. Cheese is barely hanging on to life right now, and you're still on the hamster. I mean, this is just so much time that you're losing. Yes, finally, the hamster goes down. I'm actually cheering for the sake of Inarizaki right now. Going back to a reasonable composition. Fable themselves still on the Doomfist, likely swapping off because Persona isn't done yet. I'm sorry, that's 2. Looking for the 3rd. The overclock was popped. Ends up getting it. My gosh, a living highlight reel. That is who Persona is, and the Persona they're developing for themselves.
I do again want to thank Chuck E. Cheese for swapping off with the Wrecking Ball and back to the Ramatra. That is not at all what I meant by ball pit. That's not what I wanted to see out from you. But Persona popping off is exactly what we keep wanting to see from an Arizaki, and they've got 3 minutes, just like Fable did, to try and capture this point here. And they have ults to do it. They've got a sound barrier, they've got an amp matrix, and they're definitely going to have that blizzard long before Mini is even going to be on the same tectonic plate as one, and that might be enough to get them to at least that stagger fight towards the end.
It's entirely possible right now. Entirely possible for Inarizaki X and Goku regain that momentum and just smash themselves through the gates of the final central station. We're not freezing them up. Has the Blitz the perfect opportunity to throw it down. That will be 1, 2, 3 players. Oh, it's all so easy to hit them if they're standing still and nothing that they can do about it. Oh, Inarizaki X and Goku, that's 1 ultimate CB. That's all they needed to win this battle. And they still got 2 in the tank.
And it's the best ultimate they could have possibly asked for, because like you said, they still got 2 in the tank. It might not be enough to really drive it home, but it is going to make it difficult for Fable to capitalize, because they're going to be walking into Love to Amp Matrix. They're going to have to try and kite that out, wait for that to go down, and even once that's down, you have the sound barrier, all that overhealth to try and chunk through. Here comes the first phase. There's the sound barrier.
Fable, they're striking first, but do they strike better? Arya can't find the shot, the immortality field in her way, and even then, no players sought within her crosshairs. Fiery strike first, Arya backing it up with a second. Chuck E. Cheese wants to try to make this one happen, and this looks to be a losing a battle. No support available. The ultimate goes down the drain. Fable get a barrier. Barely. Managing to stop it for a couple meters.
Yeah, it's real close, less than a meter. In fact, less than half a meter away from disaster there. That's very C9able, so you're gonna see Mini trying to lag behind to make sure that Macabre doesn't go in for anything cheeky. early lamp from Panther. I think that might have been a fat finger.
Okay.
I really hope that's not a mistake that comes back to bite Fable. They still have some ults to try and leverage if they need to, but so do Inarizaki, but they only have 1 minute to try and drive this through, and remember, they have to have time in the bank if they want to go to extra innings.
Hey, there's no immortality field out there. Persona's like, all right, let me get my hands dirty. Kuna will get the first final blow. Everyone's so focused on what the Sojourn was doing. You forget about the threat just marching on through your front line. Oh, you would have loved to see it. That fat finger did come back to bite them, ZB. You were right. And Arizaki X Sengoku, they're going to finish the map with time on the clock. We have way more rounds ahead of this.
Without the immortality field, Fable are very much so pondering their mortality at the hands of Inarizaki. And yeah, we're going to extra innings. Only a minute in the time bank for Inarizaki x Tengoku. They'll be first up to bat. Fable getting a little bit of a boost up to about 1.5 minutes for them, but pretty even overall. And we saw fast takes on both sides for the first round. So, I mean, first of all, we have to see that again from Inarizaki. They have to be just as swift as they were the first time around. And Fable have to try and lock down that choke point like neither team was able to do the first time around. We gotta try and stop the bleeding. We can't just be letting everybody right into our point all willy-nilly unchecked. You know, we at least gotta check their IDs first. Like, come on. You're not even supposed to be in this club. Come on, get out of here.
Nope, we only accept members of our own team. Thank you very much. This will need to be a much better hold, though. You are very right in that sense. Fable and Inarizaki struggled on their own defenses, particularly with these Mei walls, to properly utilize them, isolating players or stopping attacks. They were used defensively way too much, and you didn't get that value. As soon as those cooldowns were out, it was just a rush on forwards from the attacks. Simple, Lucio speed on in, you punch a couple people, the point is theirs. That narrative needs to change for Fable. They want to have a chance at beating the scoreboard.
And it was also Arya that fell the first time around. She's gonna have to be a little bit more careful. I think she might even be playing a slightly... Nope, never mind. She's playing the exact same angle she was before. Kuna gonna do the same wall they did the first time, but this time Mini walls off the laundromat, so Inarizaki can't go for the rotation that they want to go through to try and get themselves to the point.
Now they can't get that final spot, but Arya lands the shot. Fable, the opening that they needed to happen, you don't have any mobility for Inarizaki x Tengoku. It is important that they don't stagger themselves out, to continue to play safe, because they'll have one last attempt with a full 5 stack of players in Midtown.
Arya now has to play back here on top of the point. Is she going to be able to find another pickoff to completely stop Inarizaki in their tracks? But Persona has a very contestable high ground here that can maybe find an angle onto Arya, and does also have overlook over the point. Which Sojourn is going to strike first? Who's going to strike hardest? Inarizaki don't touch the point, so we'll never know.
Oh,
no.
My brain. No. This did not happen. It happened, CB. Why did this happen in such a high level tournament? Inarizaki x Tengoku had the opportunity. Well, we never know. They had the opportunity because the game, it just ended. That's it. That's that. You are going to have to be with a lose-draw scenario. We are going to more maps.
We've seen apparently Chuck E. Cheese does have a very regrettable affinity for mobility heroes in the tank department, so failed to utilize the mobility that Ramatra offers and hold I think the D key just to get a little bit closer to the point there where it's actually in contention and you can actually set Persona up to hit some shots, but they don't even have time to do so. Yeah, we were gonna go to more maps regardless, but this is now very much so Fable's map to win. All they have to do is get a singular solitary tick, and if it goes as quickly as it did last time, Inarizaki are in trouble. And if they don't contest the point, they're definitely in trouble. They're absolutely in trouble.
Oh yeah, we got a brief glimpse of what that looks like thanks to Inarizaki x Goku. Thanks guys, appreciate it. Please don't do that again. Fable now. They're gonna have a chance. 1.5 minutes is still not a bunch of time to work with. It will give you definitely 1 fight, maybe 2 coming on out, but they need to work quickly.
So Mini, where is this wall going to go? We saw how Kuna likes to use the walls to go in, but on the flip side, Where does Mini place it? Looks like it's going to be the same place, but Fable aren't going through the laundromat. They're just going to go right around the fire truck, and Arya already has an angle. Once again, she is set up on this flank. Is she going to be able to get another shot onto Love like she did before? No, it's Kuna.
It's Kuna.
that falls.
Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse for Narazaki. Oh, you need your main player alive to section them off. It didn't even get to throw one up in front of Arya's face. Fable, this is their time to shine. Kuna moving over to the far end, attempt to surprise players. Coming on back, Chuck E. Cheese falling. This point presence is going down. It's onto the DPS and Narazaki X Tengoku. Last strings they have standing. Even those are being cut to pieces. The bird wings clipped. Fable are going to be evening up the score in our series 1 apiece. Oh, CB, we got a game on our hands.
And you know when Arizaki are going to be kicking themselves for that C9. We will never know what their offense was going to look like. We will never know just how far they could have taken the ball and ran with it because they didn't even get a chance to hold on to it there. Fable completely take it away from them. It's now in their court. Sure, when we go to our next map, it's going to be an Arizaki's map pick, but they definitely felt like they had a better shot going into this one.
You would think, I mean, you look at this game and you see here that in Arizaki, we're just struggling on the defense. I mean, Fable didn't have the brightest moments either, but at the same time, these are two teams that excel at running full force at each other. And on these attacks, when they are forced to walk into each other, it's great. But when you have to actually set up to defend, we're like, what do we do again? I want to push my W key, but maybe I shouldn't push my W key. And then they get indecisive, and, you know, we end up in situations like that.
Yeah, and defending is very difficult as well when you have a Sojourner on your flank who constantly have angles on your backline, or indeed, angles on Kuna, who's just walking face first into it, does not expect to get rail shots of the dome at all. It was actually Fiery that ended up cleaning that one up, but it still just kind of looked like Kuna walked through that door and stepped on a rake that was just waiting for them there. Like, Arya, definitely popped off. You saw Persona as well, just like you're looking at right now, popping off, getting nearly team kills on their own. It's still Sojourn for Sojourn, shot for shot, bar for bar, but this time it's Arya that comes out a little bit ahead, due in no small part to some key missteps that came out from an Arizaki X Tengoku. They need to get in step if they want to stay in this match.
In Narazaki X Tengoku, I mean, this has to be a step up from this team in order to match the tempo Fable are outputting right now. A lot of the times, it looked like that Fable was in control. They have a more well-rounded team, whereas in Narazaki X Tengoku, sure, they got really far through this point. They made a really quick work of the first objective and second, but a lot of that was due to Persona, literally killing 3 or 4 people. You can't be relying on that every single time. I mean, Persona, a highlight as ever, 20 final blows out of 30 eliminations, and continuing to put up performances such as that. It's great, but it can't be the only thing that Arizaki are relying on.
I like how even in defeat, though, Persona is still kind of standing head and shoulders atop the rest of the DPS line. Arya is still very close. Look at their damage numbers. You have less than 1k separating them, and 5 final blows, or sorry, 5 elims that separate the two of them. Arya having a lot more deaths. It looks like she's getting caught out a lot more. So, maybe Arizaki are doing a better chance of keeping her in check than I initially thought, but maybe a little bit more is needed because she's still finding a ton of value while she's alive.
Yep, lucky for them. They are going to have an opportunity to find a little bit more. Before we head into our next maps, we'll be heading to a brief intermission. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more Calling All Heroes still to round out today.
Facing elimination from championships is it's definitely a lot of pressure, but it seems as though both of these teams are thriving under that pressure. They do not want to be the first to bow out of this tournament, and they are showing it, especially Persona on the side of an Arizaki x Tengoku. But despite that, Fable are able to take Midtown and take us to a map number 3. It's an Arizaki's map pick.
It certainly is, and no matter which one they pick, even though I have a feeling what it's going to be, this is going to be a map type that Inarizaki has the ability to shine. This squad, they move fast, they get in, they get out, allow Persona to slice through a couple of people. You pick Saravasa going in, love to see it. I mean, this is exactly where they needed to be. They had control and Flashpoint under lock. It's map types that are slower, that will lean a little bit more towards Fable. Saravasa, oh, this is Inarizaki written all over it.
You say that, but I mean, looking at Midtown, I almost kind of feel like Fable have kind of adopted that fast-paced playstyle of their own, especially Arya, who sometimes is moving too fast for her own good, but as long as she's taking a couple people down with her, it's kind of worth it every time, right? Like, she's getting a lot of value. We have to keep an eye on the Arya versus Persona 1v1, because these Sojourns are dictating the pace for their entire team. The Mei head-to-head is still ever important, as it's always been, and will continue to be throughout this meta, but these two Sojourn players are redefining that just a little bit, getting the spotlight shown on them, and Persona could lead the charge to getting an Arizaki back in this game and getting them the victory, sending Fable out early.
I don't think it's a matter of Persona could lead the charge. It's literally Persona has been leading the charge.
At times, Persona has been the charge.
Persona is the charge. Literally. Like, you can't understate their impact enough, right? And how many times did we see Persona getting like 3 or 4 final blows a fight? A little bit more than you would usually see from a player at this level of gameplay. So it's something that Fable needs to keep under lock, especially with a map, not just Flashpoint. It's so open. There are countless types of rotations that you can take with the Lucios and the Sojourns, and it's going to be Arya versus Persona. While Arya has had great positioning herself, as you said, sometimes she's a little too quick for her own good.
I'm a little bit curious. I mean, we're going to talk a lot about quickness again when we're talking about an Arizaki x Tengoku, because like we said, that's how they like to play. Because of that, and because we're on Flashpoint, I'm wondering if we're going to see any adjustments, any changes to the composition, or if both of these teams are going to stick with the Ramatra. We saw Vancouver Titans Blue try and fail to leverage the Junker Queen composition, and that seems like the kind of thing that maybe an Arizaki might be interested in, but maybe they're not fully committed to. It looks like both teams currently are flashing the Ramatra composition, which is interesting. We'll have to see how this ends up playing out, but maybe this will favor Fable, since we're
bunch of F words. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm full of F words, most of which I can't say on broadcast, but this one, Fable, favored very much so in this composition, or maybe not. It still feels very even. Still, neither team has really come out ahead in this head-to-head.
And as much as you would like to say that one team, oh, you have the upper hand, it's not the case. It's really not. With Fable adapting the way that they have to how Inarizaki have decided to pace their gameplay, I mean, it seriously is a toss-up, a coin flip. Who will come out on top? Market, of course, is a very defining objective for how the rest of Flashpoint will go. Getting a momentum boost on this map type is a massive indicator of who will end it with the most in the bag. Inarizaki not going to be able to get to the point first. It will be Fable. They had that symmetric TP. They rotated around the far side. Maywell, though, is already disposed of. This is the chance that Inarizaki could pull off, if yet they're opting to extend this poke phase. They're relying on Persona to find a pickoff. They know that someone's hiding in that corner, and Avery shall be punished for it, even if Persona yoinked off at the edge of the side. Fable, not enough point percentage throughout all of this neutral, so it's not the end of the world if they end up giving up this objective.
Something that's a little bit interesting, though, in that first fight, though, was that Persona was not on any sort of off angle with the Lucio like we usually see with some of these compositions. Persona was just in the back line, also pumping out the damage. Thankfully, that early pickoff onto Avery comes through, so you're not really relying on Persona to pop off, but maybe now that Arizaki are in control of the point, you'll be able to set Persona up and bait Fable in through one of the various choke points back into this point. You can already see they're playing a slight off angle, but still relatively grouped with the rest of the team. team, as Fable are going to go ahead and try and take this approach through the top part of the point here.
Gonna move around. It's not bad. You're on the even playing field, but regardless of where you approach, icicles still do hurt, especially if you receive them between the eyeballs. So Fable, yeah, you're not pushing without your Sojourn, and we'll have another crack at this objective, assuming they don't lose anyone else.
I mean, yeah.
They're playing with fire.
Kuna still definitely wants to take a couple bodies if they're able to, but yeah, Fable don't want to show themselves. They're going to take another opportunity at it, but they might have already shown their hand as that they're going to be going through this particular archway that you see Kuna already kind of has locked down, ready to put a wall up, and it is actually going to section off Avery. Can Narazaki follow up?
Yes, the Blizzard going on through and getting loved. Best pickoff that you could ask for if you're a fan of Fable right now. They need to push it on through. Arya has the overclock. In order to do it, all the resources are expended. Narazaki running on fumes, and they're not going to have much to run on here as soon as Arya is done with them. Not seeing the end of Market quite yet.
Yeah, 99% though, so Narazaki, they're gonna have another fight where they can come in, and if they are able to win that fight outright, they do win the first point here, and they're gonna have a lot of ults to do it. Fable are realistically only going to have the Annihilation and the Sound Barrier to drag it out to 99 for themselves, but they have to win the fight somehow, so I think you're gonna be looking at Arya to try and find a kill, or try and force out an ult early from Narazaki. You can already once again see she's on an off angle, but Fiery isn't actually with her, so she might be at risk of getting caught out here.
Well, it's actually important that Fiery stays with the team just for the reason that Sound Barrier is in play. If you're Fable, you need to be expecting Narazaki to have multiple ultimates up online. All of them require a Sound Barrier to counter them out. That's 3 popped, but the Sound Barrier, the cushion is present. Fable are up to nearly full health unless your Avery was in a pit of suffering right now. The Maywall at their back, Immortality Fielding doing its job perfectly. Now that all the fireworks, the dust has settled, it's back to this neutral game. And Narazaki x Sengoku have looked better every single time this has come out because of Chuck E. Cheese, because of Persona, and with how low Fable's health bars are dwindling slowly. The flip is going to come on through, and Fable can't convert on the remainder of Market, giving it over to Narazaki.
It's Mini that falls first, and losing your Mei is absolutely awful, even especially considering Panther was about 2% away from that Ant Matrix that potentially could have bailed Fable out of that and brought them back in even after Mini had fallen, but without the ability to section off with the walls to slow the pace of the fight on your terms, Panther's just gonna get walked on by Chuck E. Cheese by the rest of Narazaki, does inevitably fall, and we'll have that Ant Matrix now, but Loved has made up the difference. It's now matched, and Kuna is gonna have a Blizzard here, and not only that, Narazaki are the first team to get their meat hooks firmly in control of the point here.
This is in Narazaki's fight to win. And Matrix is put out in a spot that really can't be used, but Avery catches that flank out onto Persona. That was incredibly aggressive from them, and a big error that Narazaki are going to pay for here momentarily. The Blizzard will have to come out. Kuna catches the tank up at the cost of their own life, and it's just another ultimate going down. Narazaki, everything was laid out for them. They didn't stand red carpet. They veered off. They're like, no, I want more. They got aggressive, and here they are, feeling deficit.
I mean, that's such a great play from Avery, though, to go for that early kill onto Persona, who has been the consistent thorn in Fable's side, always on those off angles, always finding the big picks with the rail shot. Avery takes that Sojourn out, and suddenly Fable don't have to be looking over their shoulders trying to find where that Sojourn's next rail shot is going to come from. They just got to worry about what's in front of them, and it's a full 5-course meal. They eat Narazaki up, take the point, 35% for Narazaki. The Blizzard comes out from Mini. Fable, they're still hungry.
Oh. Fable's still hungry, and they are gobbling up right up. That's 2 down, only the Blizzard committed, and this is Fable. They're known for their ultimate management. The discipline that they showcase is matched by very few squads. Big reason why they're consistently in the channels.
And they're about to have all of their ultimates save for that Blizzard that Mini expelled to try and get that fight win there. And we're about at one fight territory for this point here. So in Narazaki, they're going to be looking at Persona to try and make a play right now, but you can look at the health bar for Persona. Already in check from Fable. They know where Persona wants to try and play, and they're gonna try and lock that one down.
Pretty far out here. Oh, Mini is in big trouble. The Sound Barrier rearing on forwards. And Arya and the rest of the team a chance to fight on through. It went so early, and Narazaki still have 2 big ultimates to pop on out, and this is the time to pull out all the stocks. Chuck E. Cheese clearing the objective. Avery feeding that annihilation timer even further. People, they're not out of it yet. They bought their time. They're waiting for the resources to be exhausted. While it is a risky play, it is one that will pay off in the long run. And just like that, CB, we're all tied up.
It was actually kind of almost a mistake from Fable, though, because you saw the Ant Matrix and the Overclock came out on an angle that they thought Inarizaki was going to walk into, but they just kind of, you know, circumvent that, go around the other way, get the early touch there. But despite that, Fable are able to buy themselves back in with the Annihilation and just through sheer brute force. But now you're down ultimates. You don't really have all the tools you need. You're gonna have Minis Blizzard, sure, but have a look at Kuna. Not that far behind, and you still, once again, have to worry about Persona, who's been a little quiet this map, but again, will probably have some words to say here if given the opportunity.
And you don't want to give Persona the opportunity because it ends in tragedy. Especially for Fable right now. We'll be on the objective first palace. A very open map for you to play around. There's these 4 little pillars on the side, and you gotta be cautious. You're approaching Avery. Oh, that is a cold welcome that Inarizaki are giving here. If enemy takes player, Fable did capture the point though, and the trade out this one is still anybody's game of getting frozen up. This means health bars are relatively low, and Fable are free to push on up even further to build that percent.
Yeah, and Inarizaki went all in to try and catch Avery out there, and sure, they win that battle, but they lose the war, they lose the point. Fable gets the early cap, they trade out Chuck E. Cheese, so a tank for a tank, and with the positional advantage, they're able to just press Inarizaki further and further back, away from their own spawn, by the way, mind you, is the way that that one ended up playing out, as you can see the overhead, so there wasn't even the opportunity to try and extend that fight and get Chuck E. Cheese back in. You just kind of had to die and give it up, and that's only one fight, and have a look at how many more Inarizaki have left in him for this point. Hint, it's this one.
This one and the only one. Yeah, better make it good, Inarizaki. No! Oh, Persona shut down mid ult the Ant Matrix. Ooh, the damage that can't be dodged. Oh, talk about being quiet. Your shutdown mid sentence, the words don't even escape their mouth. Inarizaki x Tengoku. They're pulling out the Vitality Field and the sound barrier. An attempt to stall this one out even further, but Arya stands in her way, ever strong, never moving, never breaking. She's been a little bit quiet, been Persona in the game, but here she is, proving that she too has a voice within this map, and it's giving Fable the room to work, the room to dominate here on Palace, the most one-sided point we've seen thus far, and it very well could lead us to the last one.
And Persona does get their receipt onto Arya there, but Arya served a gag order there. We were talking about Persona needs to speak up, have some words to say. Arya says, "Nuh-uh, silence." Just shuts down the overclock completely with a one single rail shot through an Ant Matrix, one that, by the way, Panther is already 2/3 of the way back up to, and Fable are on map point here for Suravasa. And like you said that this might favor an Arizaki, but it does not look like it. Flashpoint is looking very much so like Fable's to win.
This has been a mess. Inarizaki x Tengoku, the longer this game, or this map rather, has gone on, the sloppier that it has looked in terms of their team play, their coordination completely out the window. Doesn't even exist in the first place. I'm starting to genuinely doubt that. How this is going. Inarizaki x Tengoku, they got the ultimates, but I'm still not confident they can win the next fight, CB.
I've said it about 1,000 times across all of our casts, and ult advantage doesn't mean a damn thing if you're not given a chance to use it, and they definitely get an opportunity to hit any of their Qs. They're gonna have a lot of them, but it's not gonna matter all that much when you're constantly playing into Fable's hand. Panther can just go ahead and pop an Ant Matrix up here from whatever angle Inarizaki tried to go and play from, but Panther actually forced down, so Inarizaki do have a way forward. They almost take down Mini. That's a lot of resources expelled for Fable.
Ooh, that's a ton going out, and at the price of Mini, not a good look. This is Inarizaki's chance to put themselves back in the game, make me eat my own words previously. And it's going to start with clearing that objective. I mean, Fable are still getting an impressive amount of percentage here on this point, and the problem is with that, the flip's going to come through here. Inarizaki x Tengoku, they are nowhere near safe. In fact, they're in one territory.
Mini gets a little bit greedy there. Actually going to come back on the Tracer, but I don't think that's going to stick for all that much longer. Likely to go back and make the swap to the Mei. Once this Tracer's been dealt with, come on, get out of here. All right, now likely going to hopefully swap back over onto the Mei. But the rest of Fable is actually already in position to try and fight this again. Arya falls, and
what?
Fiery's gonna follow as well. Fable, I mean, they still have some time to play with, but they just wasted a ton of it. And it goes back again to Mini being really, really greedy there, getting caught out. And then the Ice Block and the Immortality Field both being forced just to try and keep your Mei alive, and it doesn't actually work out. And now, like, Fable, they don't have the ult advantage that they need. They don't have the positional advantage that they need. They've kind of just lost everything. They have to rely on Arya's overclock versus Personas to get themselves back in onto this point and close this one out. And Arizaki is a scrappy team. You don't want to give them the opportunity to buy themselves back into this map.
They will rely. They operate like clockwork. Inarizaki, they're there with the hammers of busting things up. They need to make it happen here quickly. Inarizaki, while they have the overtime clock burning, that might not last for long. Overclocks on both ends, and it's Kuna who hits the dust first. Fable, they still have an Ant Matrix waiting in the back pocket. It's even more pressure applied to the tank. Chuck E. Cheese can't sustain themselves on the objective. Inarizaki have time. Pull a reset. Chuck E. Cheese, there's no need to do anything rash right about now. Wait your turn. Get everybody back and the best chance, because otherwise Fable are in control of this objective. Ant Matrix not getting a whole lot. There won't be any more big abilities this fight, as Chuck E. Cheese has something to say about it. Saved up all of their tickets for this exact moment. Annihilation comes on out. The big purchase of the day. Arya goes down. Kuna looking to freeze the competition into place. While that doesn't find much, the results for Inarizaki is the same. Going all 5 rounds here on Flash.
But that was 2 real big money ults that an Arizaki would have liked to have going into this next point here that they're not going to have to try and get first control here. Fable still has the Blizzard and are coming up to Annihilation of their own. 2 ultimates that an Arizaki had to use just to keep themselves alive in this map. And that's exactly what happens when you're constantly behind the 8 ball, when you're not in control. They're gonna have to try and get there first. They're gonna have to try and leverage, again, Persona getting onto an early off angle to stave off the pressure that Fable can apply with Mini's Blizzard here. Where is this Blizzard going to go, and are they even going to need it? Dueling walls come out from either side. No blood yet. Kuna might be the first to get caught out.
Ooh. Kuna is in trouble right now. Goes way too far out. That's a greedy play from the Mei. And at least to get the Blizzard out of Mini, you could say, if you want to be really generous right now. Inarizaki, you're not winning this battle. It will be Fable getting the first ticks of percentage here on Gardens. You have to come back in against a pile of ult.
And greedy is really the only way that you can say, that you can call that about for Kuna. Trying to go for a really aggressive angle to get a good wall there, gets caught out. Mini just has to go in with the Blizzard. And again, that's 1 ult, 1 fight win. It's as clean as can possibly be from Fable, and they're gonna have a lot to try and make this fight go the distance. Yeah, and Arizaki are gonna have ults of their own, but more ults usually is going to mean a longer, bloodier fight that's gonna get Fable at least to that 99 here. They're gonna go ahead and pop the Ant Matrix, and Kuna's already dead.
Don't stand in front of the Ant Matrix with the soldier, and Kuna, you will get shot, and it's gonna hurt. Oh, that's one way to go 6 feet under Inarizaki X10 Goku. You gotta get a reset.
Hang
and you
on.
need to do it quickly. They need, they don't have the player. They get out, right? Surely?
They take down Arya, though, so it's kind of even, and Arizaki are going to have an opportunity to get back in here. You don't have to worry about Arya's overclock, but you will have to worry about it coming in from an off angle late into this fight, so you have to try and be swift here. Here comes Love's Ant Matrix. Persona is looking for anyone to peek their heads through it, but no peeping Toms today. Gonna have to try and take a more aggressive angle.
Both the Meis fall first. 4v5 and Soundbayer's teams on an even playing field. Yet it's Fable who sits on top there on the throne. So close to taking control of this map. Inarizaki needs to stay on the objective. We do not need a repeat of Midtown, please. And thank you. All the ultimates are gone. Chuck E. Cheese once again. There is their time to shine. Too late though. Arya is still alive. The damage being pumped through. There's nobody else for Fable to shoot except the tank. The health burns on down. It's Kuna coming back from the early grave. And Blizzard here could be the game changer, and it has to be for the sake of Inarizaki. They don't want to go up on match point. They don't want to do it just yet, but they get off the point. No, CB! It happened again! No way! Defining a map is solved by the simplest of errors. Fable are gonna walk away with Suravasa and are 1 map away from knocking Inarizaki out.
I am in shock. Because that is, that is potentially the most heartbreaking way to lose a map. And, you know, you've lost both of your maps now due in no small part to pretty egregious C9s. I think if you had stayed alive a little bit longer and kept that point in contention, you would have been able to build up to Kuna's Blizzard. And, you know, Fable were already making the swap over to some fast heroes. You already had, like, the Tracer coming out in lieu of the Mei, so you could have potentially bought yourself back in, built up the momentum, and even won the whole map outright, but they're not able to do so because there's just too much pressure from Fable. There's not enough staying power for an Arizaki. They take one step back, and the overtime wick burns a lot faster than you thought it would, than you were ready for. And you only have one more of those that can happen before you're done, before you go home empty-handed, and that is the worst possible way to be sent packing.
Oh my god. CB, I said at the beginning of the fight, you're not going to C9 this, right? I said it before it happened. Why would I do that? I mean, Inarizaki x Tengoku, at this point, you could have won that, right? That was such a winnable battle that we just never get to know the end of. And when they're a team that is fighting toe-to-toe with Fable, and there aren't these massive indicators of who comes out on top, and yet you're losing fights for reasons completely within your control, it's brutal. This has to stop. Inarizaki, you are on your last limb heading into push. It's not going to be an easy map type whatever. Fable have found this level, this dynamic level of control over the tempo that they're taking, whereas Inarizaki, they rush in with plan A. They don't have they don't have plan B or C, whereas Fable, they do. These fights go longer. The longer they go, the more often we see Fable come out on top.
And I mean, look at Persona a lot more,
too.
like a lot more quiet than we're used to seeing. It was definitely Arya that got the better of this exchange this time around, and potentially a microcosm of this whole series is we still have that back and forth between the two hit scan DPS on either side. Right now in the entire series, the macro, it feels like Fable are in the driver's seat, but it's not done and dusted. It's not in the bag. They haven't completely walked away with it. There's still an opportunity for an Arizaki to buy themselves back into it, just like there was on that last point on Suravasa just then. But they can't make the same mistake. No. They can't slip up the same way they did on Midtown. They have to try and correct this plague that is just weighing them down. Let Persona pound, and you know you can win if Persona gets the better of Arya, if you just take control away from Fable.
There can't be any more mistakes like that here on out, whether it is a C9 or something even bigger. When you look at a push map, those are the least forgiving map types that you are going to see in the entire game of Overwatch. You get off to a bad start, you get forward, your opponent gets forward spawns unlocked, suddenly you're fighting at your spawn's gate. You don't walk back from that 9 times out of 10. And if Inarizaki are still crumbling, they're still feeling that pressure from that loss on Midtown, the C9 there, a C9 on Suravasa, you can't let that plague you. From a competitive standpoint, you need to keep your mental strong because it is not over until it is over.
And I think the worst part of this all is, regardless of what push map we choose, I feel like the weight of the world is going to be on Persona's shoulders just because of the way that this is all shaken out, right? Because I feel like Esperanza doesn't really favor Mei all that much, so you might even see some swaps that come out of the flex DPS there. Coliseo, you're going to be looking for the hit scan players to leverage the high grounds, and that's where it's going to come into play for Persona as well. Also in that narrow corridor in the center, so whichever route we go, you're kind of relying on Persona. Everybody else does need to, you know, shape their ship up, but Coliseo is where we're gonna go, so it looks like that's what it's going to be. Gonna have to try and leverage that high ground, try and put the weight onto Persona and hope that they can come up with it. But you have Arya on the other side, who on Suravasa was getting the better. You have Fable, who are in the driver's seat right now. They've got the momentum, they've got everything they need. And Arizaki, you don't want to go home, you don't want to be the first to duck out, and you definitely don't want to do it like that.
No, I mean, Persona, the poor there's so much pressure on their shoulders, and it is not fair in the slightest that Persona, of all players, has to be the one to show up. But it's just the reality of the situation. It was not a good performance on Suravasa whatsoever, and that's where we saw those weaknesses, those chinks in the armor where Fable were driving their spear into to take down the beast. And now it is on to the final boss. If Fable manage to take Inarizaki out for one last time, it will be the end of their run within the Calling All Heroes circuit.
So when we go to push here, because it's Coliseo, I don't actually expect too many compositional switch-ups. I'm expecting Ramatra's out on either side again. I don't think there's any reason to change up anything on either side. You still want to play in a way, if you're an Arzaki, that can set Persona up for success, like we keep on saying. If you're Fable, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're still firmly in control. This map, more so than Esperanza, I think plays into Avery's hero pool. So yeah, I would be shocked if Fable came out with any sort of surprises, unless maybe, again, Avery's like, I can bust out old reliable Sigma. And again, you can kind of get away with that here.
Yeah.
If you really want to. It doesn't look like that's the route that they want to go. It is going to be that Ramatra duel again. So expect a slow, methodical fight in that long hallway that opens up the map where the bot's kind of sitting, and then expect the Sojourns, or the Sojourn on one side and Hanzo on the other, maybe, unless Persona goes for a swap. There we go.
Yeah.
That's more like it. To try and leverage the high ground on either side once we start to push past the archways out into the open outside of that hallway.
Oh boy, you said slow and long. Oh, you guys have not seen Coliseo yet. My goodness, these fights will literally go on for 2 minutes straight, and the robot will never leave the Coliseum within the entire map. It is possible, and the way that these two teams are currently stationed facing each other, I'm not gonna be shocked if we see an outcome similar to that. About the control of the high grounds, these flanks, Fury and Aria versus Macabre and Persona. The difference maker. Can they play that? No, neither are playing off on an angle within the Coliseum. Inarizaki X and Goku are slightly more hesitant to peek their heads out from around the corner. And these are why these fights just go on forever. It's already nearly been a minute, CD.
Neither team wants to even touch the bot right now. For a brief split second, and Arizaki did, but yeah, but you know as soon as you try to walk out to get control of the bot, you're suspecting yourself to a potential May wall, and that's the last thing that you need. Now the Sojourns are going on a flank to try and leverage it. Arya's gonna take the fight right to Persona's front door. Macabre's gonna fall, but you've already lost Fiery.
And that's not a terrible trade for either team. How do they leverage not having the speed, though, especially if you're Inarizaki? At this point, you would be relying on Macabre. It's like, zoom, 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 we go! And you don't have that anymore. So now they're stuck within this Coliseum, getting a little bit of push progress within the robot. Both Lucio's now back in the fight, and this is where things are going to start to get interesting. Ultimates now coming up online. That's a wonderful Maywall from Mini. Oh, that's the tank cut off. Chuck E. Cheese looking for a way to escape. Now Mini sandwiched between at Matrix is a terrible spot to be. Oh, that is one dead May, and the Blizzard is nowhere to be found.
1% away from it too. That was, and you could even see where Mini was postured that Fable really wanted that Blizzard to try and drive this one home, but without that, and with a May on the other side, Kuna gonna wall Avery off. Avery trying to hold on. Kuna's gonna throw in the Blizzard, and this might be the end for Avery.
It is the end for Bravery. As cool as a Frozen or Macho looks, you are a popsicle and you will be punched. Because apparently that's fun. Have to try it sometime. Fable, though, are not giving up on the fight. I mean, Inarizaki, they didn't respect Arya's presence on the high ground, and as a result, they're likely not going to be able to leave the Coliseum. I mean, there's an Arya again on this part. This is why this map as a whole is so difficult. When you have players like Arya and Persona that just control these spaces nobody else can get to, and you're not going anywhere.
And you can already see Arya trying to play the high ground to not allow Persona to take the same angle that she took when she was on the other side. This might be enough to get Fable at least comparable push percentage here, as the bot's gonna get real close to the bar that Inarizaki set, but they've already got some soldiers on the ground ready to try and stall it out. A wall comes out to try and section off Avery, but the bullets are coming out from Mini.
Oh, yep, that is going Ramatra Frozen on up, Immortality Field and Salveria together. Not even close to enough. Chuck E. Cheese to stand on his feet. Arya now on cleanup duty, bringing out the broom, wiping the blood clean from the Coliseum. And Arizaki X Sengoku starting this spot around. I mean, that buys a little bit more time off of the push. A lead as small as this one, though, will soon be flipped.
It is going to give Fable the lead, but the fact that the bot went away and got taken that far back means, once again, Inarizaki have an opportunity to set up on this high ground, and now Persona is going to be in the driver's seat as Arya can't hold it. Avery's even up here to try and deny it and keep the bot progress going. Fable, they still don't get the lead before Chuck E. Cheese goes in for the touch, and Inarizaki, they're holding on to this lead by the skin of their teeth. It's now gone.
I mean, they don't have their tank. It is going to be gone. As simple as that. Kuna, though, pulling out some heroic cheese without Panther. I mean, Avery, you gotta pull out all stops, getting that in your favor. Even a small lead is a lead within itself, and wonderful plays from Avery, knowing their own limits. And now, this is where things get serious.
And Arizaki have to try and come back here quick and not let Fable get the checkpoint, because on Colosseo, the checkpoint works twofold. It doesn't just give your team the forward spawns, but it also completely locks the other team out from leveraging this high ground that is so important on this map. You can see right now, they're going to go in for the contest, not let Fable get it. And Fable, they're going to think better of it. They don't want to take the fight where an Arizaki have that advantage. They want to take it back to the more neutral ground here. Yeah, it's very smart play, and maybe even bait an Arizaki all the way in to where you can see Panther is already on the high ground. You gotta believe that Arya might be looking to try and take position up there as well once the bot gets a little bit further.
It is a risk that Fable are taking, but it's a calculated one at that. So you do like to see it. The neutral ground is spot to fight, and not if your Sojourn is losing a head and is currently rolling around in the streets of Colosseo. Now, Inarizaki X Tengoku need to get more eliminations off of this. Chuck E. Cheese pulling out the ultimate as well. You gotta stop it. You need to win this fight quickly, and you need to do so cleanly. Fable are gonna do their best to prevent that from happening with a couple tools of their own shoved out onto the battlefield. Usually the later ultimate, the later sound barrier in this case, is the one that shall win, and Inarizaki are taking that down to a T, but it is incredibly costly.
And I think crucially, Mini tried to use the Blizzard to stop Chuck E. Cheese from using the Annihilation, but they weren't able to pin them down, so Chuck E. Cheese was able to sneak away, even get the Immortality Field and some healing to stay alive in the fight. Now Inarizaki X Tengoku have the lead, and it's like now the onus is on Fable to go in for that same contest and deny the checkpoint, but it's looking to be kind of inevitable here. Can Fable stop it? It's very close, but it looks like they do have it in contention right now, but there's no wiggle room.
Oh, Persona! That's a massive pick. The overclock was what Fable needed to get back into this objective. With that going down, Robot hits that next point. CB, oh no. Fable are in a very difficult spot right now. Colosseo is the least forgiving out of all the unforgiving push maps that there could possibly be. Fable winning this fight, it has to happen. There is no question. If this doesn't go through, Inarizaki X Tengoku might as well be close to walking away with this series on their own.
But it's mission accomplished though. They get the checkpoint. Fable can't defend from that high ground any longer, and they also bleed off a bunch of the clocks. So we're down to 3.5 minutes where Fable have to try and get the checkpoint of their own, and that additional progress. They're gonna have to worry about the butt scratch as well. They're gonna have to worry about Kuna's Blizzard, and they always have to worry about Persona. Where are they lurking? What angle do they have? Are they going to just pop another rail shot through Love's Amp Matrix like they've been doing over and over again? Where's Arya going to be playing? Because she can't risk getting caught out like she did before.
All of these intricate pieces need to be pulled together to make one beautiful picture. At least for Fable right now. It's Arya. Arya's like a full charge shot. There's the overclock to pull it on out. The Mortality Field not keeping you alive. Persona, you still peek the angle? You two loved. Oh, Fable and Arya. The positioning, the question that we already knew the answer to. Arya knows where she has to be at any given moment. This is the consecutive fight one. Forward spawns canceled. Fable have a shot to turn it back.
Yeah, but they're still gonna have to get the bot over to the barricade, get it pushed. They might not even get the checkpoint here before Narizaki have a chance to touch, and they're gonna do a whole lot of hands-on play here with all these ults they're coming up with. Kuna used the Blizzard in the last fight. That's the only tool they needed. They got a full toolbox of just about everything else they could possibly want. Mini and, Arya trying to lock it down. Arya with a huge pick-off there. This is the go button for Fable. They can take the lead here.
Oh, they're going to take the lead. There is no question about it. Losing a fight this close to the objective. I mean, that's going to be points capped. After you get through this button track page, you can see how close that golden check mark is. CB, there's less than 2 minutes remaining right now.
Arya finds the angle there, Mini with the Blizzard just to freeze up Chuck E. Cheese, and you take that because that's going to give you the lead. That's going to do the same. Deny Narizaki from ever being able to use this high ground again, and now we're just in this brute force fight that's going to drag out. That's going to take a long time. Fable, they only have a sound barrier, but because they have the lead and because the clock is now on their side, they don't care about no ult advantage. They just want to bleed an Narizaki dry.
and they're looking to do I mean, that's going to be the lead caps. Anything from here is just extra sauce. You're throwing on top of it. But now being on the move, you got to reset. Fable can take another fight at mid. This is going to have to be at least 2 full engagements that Inarizaki need to take in order to grab the lead.
A late pick off there onto Loved might be kind of big. Macabre's going to have to go all the way back to go for the taxi there, which is going to make it so Persona can't really get set up on any sort of flank angles. But that said, that fight was still won with only Loved's Ant Matrix, and Arizaki still have 4 big ultimates, and Fable are still playing catch-up. They can go ahead and get themselves back on the bot to stop stopping Arizaki from making too much progress, from getting too close to home where this fight's gonna happen. So it's gonna happen back here in the center, and that's good for Fable, because if they make this take a long time, they still have another fight, even if they lose, to try and get it back in their favor.
And this is a fight you are okay with losing, but who cares about losing if you could just win in the neutral area, popping out the overclock. She's just on a whole new level when it comes to this map.
She got leveled.
She did get leveled, that is true. But Inarizaki, this is the key point. Fable, while they're not up in numbers right now, they're actually pretty darn even. They're about to be up with Chuck E. Cheese's health bar scrambling, barely ticking above it. Love is doing their darndest to keep them alive in vain. This is the overtime clock hitting Fable. They can taste the victory right around the corner. The Blizzard thrown out onto the objective. It catches Avery off, yet there's not nearly enough damage to take them out of the battle. Fable, oh, they are still in this series, and it is about to come to a quick close. Exactly, they can throw everything that they want to at this objective, but at the end of the day, the dragon has been slain. Fable's chapter may have ended for this game, but the story is not over yet.
Well, their story isn't over, but one team's story certainly is. The team we pegged as a dark horse to make a deep run has been sent off to the glue factory, courtesy of our heroes, Fable.
Wow.
And our biggest hero has to be Arya.
Easily.
All of these plays, despite getting caught out, despite getting caught out sometimes, was constantly making big plays like this, leveraging the high ground, keeping Persona in check, and doing all she could to give her team the victory here. Fable, they take it. It was close. It was scrappy, and it actually almost went the way of an Arizaki towards the end there. Kuna had a blizzard that got yeeted in from like 50 yards away. I saw the icon at the top. I was like, a blizzard came through, but I don't see it. And like 3 or 4 seconds later, oh, there it is. It hit the ground. But Fable, they just vacate the point. They don't have to play into that blizzard. And, they just go for the kills. They smell blood. They know they have the advantage. They just press it. They go, who's our first victim going to be? Kuna, you threatened our throne. It's you, buddy. They go in for Kuna. They go in for Loved, and they just systematically dismantle an Arizaki.
I'll never not be impressed by the macro play we see from Fable right now. I mean, their ultimate management, their positioning is incredible. Their ability to kite and make decisions in a split second keeps them in games and in fact wins them out. And that is what we saw today. Inarizaki are used to rushing in and forcing their opponents to react. While Fable, they're okay with reacting because they have these amazing comms that come on through a plethora of experienced players that know what to expect out of this meta. It's not a brand new thing that you're playing against at all. And of course, Arya pulling out everything. She was just on a whole new level. Like, I've never seen her play just as good as she did on this map of Colosseo, and same thing back on Suravasa. I want to see more of that. Fable can make a run with Arya being as good as she is.
I'm glad we get to see the stats here, because I was just going to bring them up. Persona 10-7 versus Arya's 23-5. It was Arya running away with it in this Sojourn head-to-head that we've been keeping track of all series long, and it's when it counts that she steps up and takes control of the series. Take nothing away from Persona. I think if an Arizaki had won the series, Persona would absolutely be our MVP, without a doubt in anybody's minds. But even looking past Arya on the side of Fable, look at Minnie, look at Avery, look at everybody coming together as a collective on this map to be firmly in control of it throughout the entirety of it, to play it smart, to play it right, and to play it to set Avery up, Avery as well, but Avery and Arya up for success, and Arya knocked it out of the park.
Absolutely. I mean, Fable have been one of the teams that have never quite been at the top, but they've been in like this upper middle level that have like quietly been climbing their way up the ranks, and and now they find themselves here in the championship, participating in every event as well. They're well-known faces within the Calling All Heroes tournaments, and with them being here, their run isn't over yet. And while it was great to have Inarizaki around for the short time that they did, we do have to bid them farewell. But lucky for us, we still have more to break down after this game. We'll have Arya, Etta, and Ash returning to talk about this first elimination match that we had. So don't go anywhere. We got some breakdown right up.
And Arizaki popped off on that first matchup that we saw between them and Fable, but Fable, they started to ramp up as the series went on. Welcome back, everybody. Again, we are down into the lower bracket, so unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Inarizaki Tengoku for now, within the championship series at the very least. But, I mean, Arietta, it was still quite the banger of an entire series at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Fable definitely started right out the gate very explosively on Antarctic Peninsula. But Inarizaki X Goku was able to adapt pretty quickly, catching them out on a couple of team fights and making some way for hero plays from Persona in particular. It was definitely a very exciting match to watch.
It really was. And CB, I mean, you were right there in the fray of things, right? I got to get your thoughts on like the series overall when we're considering that. And not just that, but also Persona versus Arya. Like the Sojourn head to head was wild throughout this entire matchup.
Yeah, Persona versus Arya feels like it was the head-to-head that dictated the pace of the entire series. And right out of the gates, like we were saying, it was Persona over and over again that was getting the better of Arya. But towards the end of the series, especially on Suravasa and then again on Colosseo, we started to see it tip more in Arya's favor, and that was all that Fable really needed to try and make up the difference. That, that little bit that they needed to try and take control, but fell just a little bit short of. Arya was the difference maker for this team, no doubt.
And the thing is while Arya was the difference maker for this team, again, we're doing a head-to-head for a reason, right here, Arietta. Persona was lighting things up, especially in those first 3 maps that we saw. But I think what Fable ended up doing really well was really looking to isolate Persona in a lot of these fights early on to deny that kind of firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. Arya was definitely denying Persona certain angles that Persona wanted to take, and also just the planning on the side of Fable was just a lot tighter, allowing them a lot more space and opportunities to pick apart in Arizaki X Tengoku. So they couldn't pull out the hero plays that they wanted to.
Yeah, definitely difficult in that kind of sense. But again, we also have to keep in mind, CB, that Fable is the squad that's been together longer compared to, but like between the two of them, of course. And so they have that longer standing history in that kind of sense. Meanwhile, in Arizaki Tengoku, I think when you look at the way that they were trying to play, it was relying a bit more on some of that individualistic firepower and just not having that same kind of synergy level because they haven't had that same amount of time.
Yeah, and when you get kind of pushed into that position where you don't have the same synergy to rely on and you're relying on hero plays from the likes of Persona, that's something that, like you guys said, is exploitable. You just don't let Persona do things like what you're seeing them do right now on your screen. As long as this doesn't happen, you're probably just going to be fine. And, Fable, like you mentioned, they've been together a lot longer. They have a lot more synergy as a unit, and the narrative I've kind of burdened them with has been that Avery's the most underrated tank player. They always feel like they want to win more than anybody else in the lobby. And I want to highlight one thing I feel like changed in this series. Everyone felt like they wanted to win just as bad as Avery did this time around.
I mean, you have to have some fire lit underneath you when you are in that lower bracket, when you're at risk of elimination consistently to make it all the way there. But looking at the bigger picture here as well, Arietta, we have to consider the way that Fable, we're actually looking to set each other up in a lot of these macro plays.
Yeah, you could absolutely see just the cohesion and the planning from Fable, especially on Suravasa, where Arya was able to get several picks through Panther's windows, and it was just such a clean setup that tells me that they're absolutely communicating the way they need to pull off those plays early on.
Yeah, really stunning the way that they're able to be cohesive in that kind of sense for sure here, CB. And I think that is, at the end of the day, the biggest difference maker was just that ability to coordinate on the fly.
And that's what's going to set your Sojin up for success, like you saw those pop-off plays from Arya. That's kind of the difference maker there, and potentially why we didn't see Persona able to get set up again, because it's like, yeah, Persona's being pressured out, but it's also the synergy of Fable is allowing Arya more opportunities, more doors that she can walk through and just make herself at home.
That's the thing. The number one player that you're going to be looking towards as far as being able to even give the backline the opportunity to make those plays has got to be the tank player. So we've got Avery on the line for a little interview here. So we're going to go over and say hello. But now, Avery, hello. How are you doing? Congratulations on your win here in the lower bracket. Oh, I
Sorry,
don't
I'm
think I
muted.
can actually hear. No, you're good.
Can you hear me
I
now?
was like, is that me? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Good, good. Very happy to win.
Congratulations. I mean, okay, I'm gonna actually start off with a pretty intense question here from CB, actually. So she was wondering, how badly do you want to prove yourself? Because we saw the way that Fable was able to pull things together towards the end.
I guess simply just very badly. I want to win. I want to prove myself. I want to bring my teammates up, and yeah, I very badly want to prove myself.
We can definitely see it in the server. It's paying off in that kind of sense. I'm actually curious, are you the head caller for Fable right now, or is there just tell me a little bit about like the structure within like your calling. Of course, Overwatch is very fluid in that kind of sense, but there tends to be a main voice.
Yeah, we don't really have like a main caller because especially in this meta, it's so everyone's trying to get their own value, and so we all try to call what we need. Especially like Arya, I think Arya stepped it up a ton in the calling department because it's so much of this meta is what does Arya need to do to or need from the team to succeed, and she's just been doing great with that. So it's kind of a everyone thing. We all plan our own ults and whatnot, but definitely shout out to Arya. She's stepped it up a lot.
No, that's awesome. I feel like, I guess out of curiosity, this comes a little bit from Arietta, actually, from the desk. You're mentioning now the alt usage and whatnot. Was that a lot of Aria, especially in this past series, calling for like those windows to be used and everything like that? Because we saw a lot of synergy as far as the way that you guys were using those ultimates to set up for really big plays within fights to turn the tide.
Yeah, I think it's something we've just drilled a lot. Like, if we want a window, we wait for Arya to have a railgun, and because that's just a one shot through the window. So, uh, yeah, it's that's kind of just second nature at this point. And we've
Mhm.
practiced it a lot, and that's just how we like to use our window. So,
Love to be able to hear that. Just like the fact that it just becomes muscle memory almost in that kind
mhm.
of way and whatnot. And I'm also curious, like, who are you looking forward to playing right now? I know that there's a lot of pressure being in the lower bracket, having elimination on the line now that there are no second chances.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who we're gonna play tomorrow. I don't know like what matchup we're depending on, but we just want to make it through, and we want to play VT Blue again because we always I think we've beat them once and it wasn't in playoffs, but we always like lose, but it feels like we've always been making it closer and closer as we get on. So we want for the final tournament of the year, we want to face them and we want to beat them.
Well, fingers crossed, because they're actually the next matchup that's coming up after this. I think
Oh,
they're down
nice.
in the lower bracket right now. They're going to be heading up against Kanoichi coming up next. So we'll have to see who you end up having to face up against, depending on the winner of that series. But I'm also curious about how things worked on your end there for Fable. We saw in that first map in Arizaki, they started off really hot, very aggressive over on Antarctic, but you guys were able to kind of just immediately kind of flip that switch into the following series. Sure, there were some tighter maps, but it felt like you never really slowed down there as a team and were just able to continue pushing forward.
I think maybe there were some nerves in the first map. You don't because we won the first round, and then um, it feels like we struggle a bit on that second round, the big open one, and so maybe that we got in our heads a little bit. But we know how to play against these fast teams, and that's a big shout out to SNR who's been coaching us as much as he can. We he really like tries to drill it because we started off a couple weeks ago we were losing like every map in scrims and just gradually getting better over time, so we know how to deal with those fast comps. So we just kind of had to remember we got to play our game, we got to lock in, and so we I think after that first map we were very confident and we knew how to play the matchup.
That's awesome. I mean, kudos to you guys to be able to like just shake that off in that kind of regard heading into the remainder of this series. But congratulations again on this win here in the lower bracket and wishing you a nice rest for the remainder of tonight as you guys head into Saturday's games. But before you go, do you have any shout outs or thank yous that you want to say on stream before you head off?
I guess just my whole team, they're all they work super hard and they're all super talented and underrated. I think we were all, I think, super motivated to win this game, especially because we saw people predicting us not to. Um, and so just my whole team, they really stepped it up today, and they deserve to be on people's radars.
That's such a sweet thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time, Avery, for doing this interview with me and wishing you the best of luck heading into tomorrow to you and Fable.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, what a lovely little interview. Always love being able to chat with the players and seeing where their heads are at as we continue on with this weekend long series. But we do have to head to a quick little break, but we'll be back with more Overwatch in just a minute. It's time for our last matchup of the day here on the Overwatch Calling All Heroes Challenger Series Championships. We're heading back into round 1 of the lower bracket, just flipping over to the other side. Let's see how we ended up getting here throughout today, because we started things off with that upper quarter finals, and then heading into that lower bracket, we just saw Fable take it 3-1 versus Inarizaki Tengoku, which unfortunately we have to say goodbye to them. But now we get to revisit Tiny, Vancouver Titans Blue, who we saw earlier today, up against the fan favorite in Kunoichi.
And this isn't the first time that these two teams have met. This is a complete runback of the grand finals in LCQ. Now, if you have been paying attention to anything that happened during the LCQ, and you're a little bit sick of our mirror matchup, boy, do I have a treat for you. This match is going to be something special that we haven't seen all day today, and it might just be the thing that the Vancouver Titans need to get themselves back on pace.
That's the thing, though. You're talking about this being a rematch. Last time, it was that 3-0 on the side of Kunoichi, winning that one out. So, CB, when we're looking over at this VT Blue roster, do they have it in them to come back mentally in that kind of regard?
I wish I had an answer for you on that one for their sake, because I've spent a lot of time with this team studying them, their every move. I'm good friends with a lot of these players, and I very much so love this team, and I'm rooting for them to succeed, but their mental has at times been tested. It was tested pretty much every tournament leading up to LCQ. They seemed like the favorites to win LCQ, but then Kunoichi comes out of nowhere and ends up taking the top spot. And now VT Blue and Kunoichi are meeting again in the losers rounds here. It's gonna be a test of their mental for sure.
At the very least, though, I know it was that difficult match that we saw coming out for VT Blue earlier today up in that upper quarterfinal, where they did end up losing 0-3 up against Timeless Celestial, but they've had a little bit of a break at the very least to look to refresh themselves, being that second matchup here down into the lower bracket. But we also have to say hello to the team that they're facing up against. And Tiny, this team, especially a couple... Okay, well...
I don't think...
literally just talking about
Barcode, who's
Barcode in the
this?
Greek.
She wants that Corgi trophy. What was that in sync sigh from you two?
We're just that we're that in sync, CB.
Well,
we're on the same page.
Well, I mean, Kunoichi is also going to be quite in sync despite their quite discordant comps. I believe Mike Tyson once said, "Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth."
Yep.
And I mean, they came through with some punches in LCQ that no one saw coming, and all of the best laid plans went belly up. But the question for me when it comes to this team is, now that we've had some time, now that everybody saw the ball pharmacy comp that we saw them do in LCQ, have they been planned for once again? And how many more punches does this team have in them?
Hey, I mean, it's a big question, right? But when you've also got SK on that Lucio option, helping with that movement in a comp like the one that you just mentioned, that can be tough to deal with, especially when you're just trying to focus on playing your own game. But we're heading over to Lijiang Tower first up. Tiny, tell me a little bit about your expectations now.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Lijiang Tower, the first time we're not on Antarctic Peninsula, and I can tell you exactly why. Kunoichi, they like to get a little bit silly with it, and this is where things get fun. They pull out a Pharah, an Echo, a Mercy. They play to Skiesti's strengths as one of the best Mercy players that you will see in the world in terms of mechanics. They're playing to her strengths. They get a ball, they get a Tracer, they get this Lucio. They're playing these highly mobile heroes that are difficult to pin down. And just that element of surprise, the disruption factor that they have, throws even the best, most coordinated teams off guard. And Lijiang Tower, especially on Gardens and Night Market, is just the place to pull it out.
Well, we're going to have to see if Kunoichi can pull out the win while having fun, or VT can put a stop to their craze me movements as we head into Lijiang Tower. You two, take it away.
Oh, man. You gotta love some good old Overwatch shenanigans. See, but you and I have been in this exact same position 3 times in the LCQ. All 3 matches we casted that day involved Kunoichi taking this map on. Do they pull it out? Like, tell me, you already know what I'm expecting. I want to hear it from you two.
Oh, they're absolutely gonna pull it out on probably all 3 of the maps here. And by the way, this was Vancouver Titans Blues map pick. I don't know if like you saw that on the graphic
No
there.
shot.
Yeah,
Are they crazy?
VT Blue chose this.
Why
They
would they
chose
do
their
this?
fate here. I think to make a statement. I hope to make a statement to just take Kunoichi, take everything they love, the map that they hold so dearly and that they've been so dominant on. And that dominance comes with good reason. You look at their roster and you look at this backline of SK Skiesti and you think, okay, a Lucio player and a Mercy one trick. You might think that like Skiesti on the Mercy is a limitation because you have to play around that Mercy, but in LCQ, it wasn't a limitation. It was a vehicle that allowed her DPS players to shine. So keep a close eye on either Barcode or Essel, whoever's got the blue beam attached to them, because they are going to make some noise, and especially here on Control Center to kick it off, it's gonna be Essel that's gonna have Skiesti's services.
I will for the time being, but I do want to flip the tables a little bit and look at what Vancouver Titans Blue are doing. There is a substitute. Number 1, Phone will be joining the lineup in place of Mickman to start us out. Maybe just a teleporter in the Symmetra. Could be sticking on it. It is Lijiang Tower after all. But having what on the Ashe? I mean, VTB, they have plenty of experience playing Kunoichi, and clearly, they know what's coming.
But do they know ball is the question, because Eve is coming out on the Wrecking Ball and is actually going to play for this little mega health pack, play the coast here, and lock VT Blue down. But I like the composition that VT Blue are playing. I think it does a good job of keeping a lot of the individual players on Kunoichi in check. The question, though, is are they going to be able to secure those kills, deny the reses, and hold space?
There's a lot of things that you just put on that to-do list, and with how Vancouver Titans Blue have played today alone, I genuinely question whether that can be accomplished, and you need to start by pinning players down. The Dynamite kill into SK and Eevee following up is a great start. Granted, Control Center here, CB, is going to be the weakest point for Kunoichi.
Especially if you're going to lose SK right away. Eve is actually going to swap over off of the Junker Queen. So right away, Kunoichi's shenanigans are done. They're going to swap over. They're keeping the Pharmacy, but they're not getting a whole lot of value out of the Wrecking Ball. Actually, no, they're not even going to keep the Pharmacy. They're swapping over to a Rush composition with a Junker Queen and a Kiriko. And hey, the Kiriko already paying off. Phone gets caught out.
Phone got caught out plus some. Didn't expect SK giving her a smooch on the head. Nope, not a good way to say good night. Vancouver Titans Blue now are backing off the point after just 1 elimination. CB, this isn't exactly a new look for Kunoichi either.
Yeah, they are thriving in the chaos. Like, we've seen inklings of this in the past during LCQ. We're not seeing a whole lot of Barcode right now. Cat making damn sure of that. VT Blue got to press this advantage while they have it.
And they got to do so very quickly. Amp Matrix, a nice tool to pull out. Push that. You get Eevee off the point. This objective is going over to you. But with Eevee there, a good old robot butler should be the thing to save the day, or at least replace Cat for the time being. I mean, terrible to lose your tank in a match such as that, and now what is getting a little bit of that attention. Barcode is now returned to the fight. Any advantage that VTB had is completely lost. They waited too long, CV. We're getting a little bit of a glimpse back into what we saw in that quarterfinals round.
And the thing is, like, what is on the Ashe? And that was specifically to try and stop Essel on the Pharah, but now that Kunoichi's not playing that, what value does the Ashe really give you here? Not a whole lot. There's no real high ground on this that you can leverage with a hit scan like that. You're gonna have Cat being sectioned off by Essel. Phone has to try and match it, but are they gonna be able to?
I mean, that's Essel going down, and that's a rampage literally to get back to the team. It just happens. They hit it on the Cat, a bonus, as a matter of fact. Kunoichi CGL, you commit one ultimate, you lose the fight. That's not the end of the world for them. They're going to get themselves up to about 75-ish percentage, especially with how long Eevee is able to stay alive here. Vancouver Titans Blue, they made a couple of swaps, but how long is this really going to sustain?
I mean, as long as you're able to lock down the choke, you can keep this up. I mean, what was definitely going to struggle the longer that VT Blue were forced to play through that choke, but once they break past that and Kunoichi have to play on the point, suddenly it opens up. The angles get a little bit more fluid.
SK again?
Needs to watch those angles because they can bite just as hard as she can.
SK. She's not a support. She is a DPS, and down goes the sound barrier nostalgia. It will never hit the ground. The sweet song Vancouver Titans needed to escort themselves to victory is no longer mute button. Is hit, and SK once again in the kill feed. Oh man, it's just such a treat to see her on the Lucio, on the Kiriko. No matter what, she has such an impact on this roster.
And Nostalgia definitely looking back to a better time, a bygone era where they still had that sound barrier, because Essel's gonna have this Blizzard, and as soon as VT Blue walk through the choke point here, you gotta believe it's gonna come out. It's already being leveraged, and it's split Phone off.
Getting a little frosty out here, and Phone has no friends left to keep them alive. Luigi, they're pushing their advantage. They know that they're close. SK is running amok through the backline. The objective is contested, and it is by a lonely Nostalgia who wishes that they had a friend to accompany them. Kunoichi on the map that they are not favored at all. They're taking it away. Whether it's Night Market or Gardens from here, CB, I fear for Vancouver Titans Blue.
Yeah, this definitely puts VT Blue in a situation where now they have to win not one, but both of the sub points here on Lijiang Tower that favor the pharmacy composition from Kunoichi. But the question for me though is, are Kunoichi even going to bust that out? Looks like the answer is yes, of course, at least to start out with. Why wouldn't they if you're going on Night Market where you can just, you know, kind of hover around the coast, around the point, pepper in all of the rockets through the windows, get big damage. VT Blue though, I think expecting that to come out, have gone back to their counter composition. They have to be a little bit more clean with it though. They can't go Ajaxing sound barriers that are going to come back to bite them later, and they definitely need to keep what's safe.
What is going to be the one anchor point that Vancouver Titans will rely on? And one thorn in the side of Essel and Skiesti. What is a battle that it's going to be difficult to get close. By playing this composition, I mean, Cat is going to have a very difficult time locking anybody on Kunoichi down. Like, you're doing chip damage here and there. That is the biggest threat to Kunoichi CGL right now, and there's no need for them to play necessarily within that objective. They know how split Vancouver Titans Blue is right now, and what going down, that is essentially the green light means go for Essel, just barraging these rockets down onto unsuspecting VT Blue players, and this is exactly what we were afraid of.
And part of the problem too though is that to even try and get a shot onto Essel, what has to try and play a really wide angle that VT Blue have to set her up for. So that means they're playing far away from the point, looking on from afar, while Kunoichi have all the control of it they need. They wait to actually capture it, which might be a little bit of a mistake percentage wise, but it's not one that they're going to get punished for, and they're still going to be able to hold this positioning.
Be able to hold it for now, and like, there's so many small things that go into place for Kunoichi that even losing SK here isn't the end of the world. She gets back so quickly, and you have all the stall time to be able to push this objective. You gain more percentage. The recall is out of Phone, so they need to get the heck out of here unless you want to go down first. So VTB, now they're finally on the objective. They made it there, but they're yet to actually win the battle, and that is going to be a major problem for them. Pulse bomb out from Barco, and it grabs Claire. Uh-oh, that's big trouble now. VTB, they don't have their main support, and they lock down a few more players on the end. SL Barrage on the objective. It grabs one, puts Phone incredibly low, who's still trying to contest this one out. As close as VTB got to the flip, CB, it's not gonna come.
It takes too long to try and pin down any of these really slippery players, and even though they do take down eBay, it's not enough, especially when you lose Claire and lose all of your staying power. So 62% and counting. I mean, VT Blue, it's going to be a long fight, so realistically, they only have one more. They're going to start to build up to some ultimates here, but Phone is dead. Phone will get back quick. She's on Tracer, so that's not a huge loss, but it is still time that you are quickly running out of, and if you lose Nostalgia, you might just run out completely.
Oh, Nostalgia hanging on for dear life. This is the one ultimate fight that BTB are going to get, and they don't have a tank to take it. CB, it's just falling apart. Utter disaster has struck Vancouver Titans Blue. It's got to be a sound barrier to get yourself to the objective. There's no other way. This is seemingly possible.
There's one way.
SK is down again. Bob, sure, that'll do the trick. Bob technically isn't on the point, actually. That's not counting. It is Phone that is capping the objective. But what? Hey, your Bob still did something. That works out if you can stop the res. You kind of forgot about that. CST, the silent hero, the guardian angel, the BTB. You can't ignore. The fight is never over on Control. This is why you do not take Kunoichi CGL to Lijiang Tower. You are putting yourself at the mercy of their speed, their mobility, and the pure chaos you are subjected to.
Cats have 9 lives, but as long as Skiesti's in the backline of Kunoichi have seemingly infinite lives. They forgot about the Mercy. They forgot about the best Mercy in the game, coming through with the res onto Essel, who had the barrage and sends it home. Kunoichi CGL take Lijiang Tower in very convincing fashion, and I have to ask myself, why? Why did we pick this map? Vancouver Titans Blue, we had 2 other options where you probably could have played, a similar composition, but put Essel at more of a disadvantage and forced the more grounded approach that we saw from Kunoichi on Control Center, where you had a little bit more back and forth, but Night Market wasn't close, and even if VT Blue had pulled out a miracle like What's Bob almost did there for a split second, you still would have had to do it again on Gardens.
For any other teams that may be watching this map, if you face off against Kunoichi, do not take them to Lijiang Tower by your own accord. You will lose. Oh my goodness. I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue, I get it. You want to come out confident, but it went wrong literally from this moment. As soon as phone goes down right now, Kunoichi swapped. They're not on that main composition you're used to seeing, and it just blew up in their face. I mean, there's no sign of coming back. Granted, that's the nature of control points. Kunoichi, they go zoom. They have Lucio. They got the ball. I mean, the far, the trace. There's no player that will get back like twice as fast as anyone at Vancouver Titans Blue. They take more fights. They sustain the current ones longer than anybody should be able to do so. And they win maps off the back of it, and you could only hope going to a more controlled style of gameplay, as you typically see in hybrid maps, is the thing that VTB can use to get themselves back in the driver's seat.
And like, a lot of teams will look at this comp that Kunoichi is playing and they'll say, well, we have to play a hit scan that can keep the Pharah in check. And that's what does. And it's a smart pick to try and do so. Ashe is definitely much better than Sojourn at keeping a Pharah in check. But the problem is,
oh my gosh,
first of all, Essel's not really being kept in check.
No.
Even if she is, Skiesti will be there with the res. Skiesti only died one time the whole map, by the way, so that's another little fun nugget for you there. But again, even if you do manage to keep the Pharah in check, the entire comp is chaotic. You still got to worry about SK with 14 kills of her own back there. You still got to worry about the Wrecking Ball. You still got to worry about Barcode. And you should be worried about Barcode because we've saw in LCQ that she is a threat. She is somebody that we need to be keeping an eye on. And if you're Vancouver Titans Blue, you cannot forget about her.
No, and they're learning this firsthand. Well, they should be learning this firsthand. This is not your first time playing this team on this exact same composition, and now it's got to sink in. You're doing the same thing over and over again. That's quite literally the definition of insanity. Vancouver Titans Blue are on the brink of elimination from a tournament that they have participated in for so long. They've worked hard to get up to this point, and they need to pull out all the stops. They gotta take this seriously. You can't be going in overconfident against a squad as Kunoichi because they are just the team to exploit that.
And there's another problem I kind of see with Vancouver Titans Blue, and I think it's a long time, like about the whole team as a collective, right? Is it takes them a while from the start of the season until now to kind of come into their final form, to come together as a collective and be the team that we all know and love. The problem is that takes a lot of work, which they are putting in. That takes a lot of scrims, which I have personally witnessed them doing. I sat for a double block with them literally last night. The problem though is no one else in the world right now is scrimming what Kunoichi is playing. The Chengdu Hunters aren't a team anymore, so you're not going to get to go head-to-head with them. This is the next best thing right here, and you might think that you have a plan, but you don't ever really get the opportunity to test that plan out until it's game day. And now, hey, it's game day. I just checked the calendar, and what do you know? And not only is it game day, it's a lower bracket elimination match where Vancouver Titans Blue's fairy tale story might come to a close. They would be the second LCQ team to fall out. Kunoichi, if they lose, would also be the same, but they don't look like they're in any shape to lose this one right now.
This is a rude awakening for Vancouver Titans Blue right now. That first map was a slap across the face. You gotta be awake. Get that coffee going. Get
it was
on
a
the
punch
same
in the
page.
mouth.
Punch in the mouth. That doesn't feel good. Vancouver Titans Blue, you gotta pull it together. They're sticking with what they had, expecting the Pharah to come out. The JQ, I mean, this just did not look coordinated before. I mean, there's some pieces that just did not operate together. It looks sloppy. In Kunoichi, they were able to pull it apart, and even if what they're teasing right now is drastically different from what was played on Lijiang Tower, it's just the composition that's gonna be able to separate these players break that glue between them and pull them off one by one.
Yeah, Kunoichi is actually going to swap back over to the pharmacy composition. I'm going to give VT Blue the benefit of the doubt here because they will have the opportunity to leverage some high ground. That's going to put more pressure on Essel and probably on Barcode as well. She's going to swap back over onto the Tracer and try and get access to pressure what out. Meanwhile, Essel just pumping in the rockets, already putting in a lot of pressure.
Look at that ult charge already ticking on up. Essel's looking for the targets. They're playing a little bit farther back. She is playing slower, right? You're respecting what's damaged in the space that she can take. You call forced out already, and SK landing a nade of all things onto what? I'm sorry, but what happened? Like, literally, what happened to what? During that time, to die to the Ana of all players as soon as what goes down. I mean, it's so much of a liability. You just break. You just bend over backwards. Your back snapped in half, and Essel blows you to bits.
And you can see how safe Essel was playing over by the statue that whole time until she sees that what is down in the kill feed, and then she goes, all right, time to just, time to just go forward with it. Time to start taking some space. She just goes in completely uncontested, and the rest of VT Blue have to fall back. They can't contest the point because now there's nothing to stop this aerial assault that's coming in from the pharmacy here. Eevee's gonna switch over onto the Winston. I think that's another interesting wrinkle there.
Okay.
Still kind of in a pharmacy dive sort of situation, but I mean, Kunoichi keep changing the question before Vancouver Titans Blue can even conceive of an answer.
Oh, CB, you know what it is? You forgot their motto. It's, they can't know what's happening if we don't know ourselves. That's the game that Kunoichi are playing right now. Whether there is thought behind it or not, it doesn't matter. As long as they're winning, they'll take any result if they can get under that title. And it's about to get crazy in here. I mean, Essel's got a barrage online, can manage to stay out of the fire. You get the pressure that is applied. It takes a hack. It takes a dynamite and several shots to take the bird out. The wings have been clipped. The spawn's right there, though. VTB, they're gonna have to rinse and repeat countless times.
I like the swap from Phone over onto the Sombra, though. I think that's gonna get a little bit more pressure onto Essel there. And I also now kind of have to question the Winston pick coming out from Eevee, but with a nano boost, no further questions, Your Honor.
Nope, you move on forward. The App Matrix maybe question your decisions a little, and bye-bye monkey, you go boom. But so does what, so that's okay. Essel can move on up, unafraid to use this barrage spot that supports. Oh, looking alone, and Juicy, that's one down. Looking for the second, and she shall get it. Oh, Essel is an absolute monster on the Pharah.
I think that was a direct hit rocket through the translocator. That
Wow.
was kind of bananas there, but I mean, okay, so you use the nano boost and you use the barrage. Kunoichi, they don't have a whole lot of ultimates that can really drive this the rest of the way home. VT Blue are gonna have some pretty big ones. Sound barrier, the rampage. They're gonna have the bob to stall out, and they're gonna have the EMP. How are they going to capitalize on this EMP, though, is my question. And is Essel and Skiesti, more importantly, going to get caught up in it?
I'll tell you right now, Essel and Skiesti are the targets of that EMP.
No.
But just like, what is the target of Edie's dive? The Bob did manage to go out. That's something to work with. So did the EMP, though. The Valkyrie is there. Skiesti's still in the sky, and nobody is looking at the good old bunkers in your backline. Nice nade from SK, mind you. Eevee just can go in, beat them all up, and that's going to be third point unlocked with nearly 5 minutes to push through.
That's such a good play. You use the Winston to just completely cut what off so she can't pop that bob. It's forced out in a really suboptimal position. Completely deny that high ground. Pressure nostalgia before they're able to build up to the sound barrier and just continue to press your advantage. Now the sound barrier is on the field and the Winston is no longer going to be as much of a threat. So yeah, gonna swap over to an Ashe of your own and to a Junker Queen. And we're gonna pause and we're gonna think real hard about what's gonna happen next. Everybody squint. Start stroking your chins and think with our big brains what is gonna happen next. And then stop thinking because there's no sense in predicting it. You can't predict Kunoichi.
You're so right, though. There is literally no predicting on what is going to happen. I'll say it so many times today. They don't know what's happening if we don't know ourselves. I mean, how much work can you get? I mean, I do want to give credit, though, to swapping off compositions on spots that you know they're not going to be as favorable. I mean, the change that Kunoichi made will help them a lot more in this third objective and essentially kind of nullifies what we were seeing from Vancouver Titans Blue. They're going to have to completely adjust their playstyle, especially with Essel now on the Mei here.
And they're being really proactive with the swaps, and I do really like that. Yeah, that's a Suzu out. Cat, now is the time to pop that rampage, but Not gonna use it just yet. Kunoichi giving a lot of space, possibly knowing that that rampage is coming, and Vancouver Titans Blue are all the more happy to just bleed out the clock, but they've bled a little too hard, and Phone bleeds out.
I would have loved to have the Rampage Cat waited too long to pounce, and now it has to hit its mark. Barcode shall fall, yet Cat is looking to see a similar fate unless the healing can be pumped in. It's there, and it's nullified. Skiesti gets another res off. This simply should not be allowed right now. Skiesti is doing everything for this roster. Kitsune Rush now, SK laying down the red carpet, or the orange one rather, for Kunoichi to push on forwards. They're confident the snowball is getting bigger and bigger, and it's about to crash at the bottom of the mountain if Vancouver Titans Blue don't have anything to say. DPS ultimate's on the board, and an Essel that is gone. Oh, I take that back. She's right back up on her feet. It's a player disadvantage. VTB. Oh, they can't keep this one going much longer. You can see them struggling to stand up. Claire shall fall victim of the Rampage Ebi, one of the best Junker Queens that we can see out of today's matchup, and she is showing us just why. Pulling them in, slashing them down to size. Vancouver Titans Blue are looking like amateurs compared to what we've seen from Kunoichi this game. Oh, the point so close to being capped. The staggers are impressive nonetheless. Yet the sound of the team kill bell will ring in Kunoichi's final success with 2.5 minutes and a full cap.
There's one stat in particular looking over here. By the way, shout out to Zeuser for all these real sick stats we're seeing, and we're probably going to get a graphic for a little bit later. But right now, I'm looking over here, and I'm looking at Skiesti. 0 deaths. The way to beat this composition that Kunoichi is playing seems so simple. You either have to kill Skiesti so she cannot res and you're down that healer, or you have to kill 2 members of Kunoichi and make it so that Skiesti has to break off from her team and choose who she is going to heal, and that's when you strike. That's your window. That's when you pounce to try and take more blood and win more fights. The problem, though, is they haven't killed Skiesti once, and Vancouver Titans Blue, I very rarely, if ever, are finding more than 1 pick at a time. It's usually what coming through with a big pick off, but VT Blue can't hold the space long enough to deny the res. They can't shut Skiesti down. Essel, Eve, whoever it is always back in the fight before VT Blue even know what happened, and they can't capitalize on any of these frags they're finding.
Vancouver Titans Blue, to put it simply, they're not stable. It takes like the smallest breeze on a summer day to just knock them all over, and that's a big problem. When Kunoichi move as fast as they do, you got to be able to anchor yourselves in. If you're not going to match that pace, it has to be about, can you stay still long enough, stay in the same spot, and allow yourselves to capitalize. And you're still going to run out with this Sombra CB. Well, no, the Reaper, okay.
I mean, I kind of like that as just a way to grief Eevee right now, because I mean, if you get you get 1 kill on the attack here, you can buy all the space you need there, and then you still have who's going to be looking for an angle where she can pressure out Essel and Skiesti, but that hasn't really paid dividends, and it really has to. They do take down Eevee though, so that's a start.
Yeah, the Reaper does exactly what you needed to accomplish. Phone's job will be a lot more difficult from here on out. And you're on monkey duty, right? Don't let the monkey do things to your backline, and yeah, you're good to keep on playing for the day. So Vancouver Titans Blue on the objective, Eevee instantly swapping back to match that JQ. A wise decision, moving on forwards. What? Oh, no! Phone is caught out. The Pharah tried to go on. It's Skiesti, get yourself out of there. More specifically, Phone now. Low HP Kunoichi on the brink. Coming back in for a retake. SK sitting uncontested is a major threat right now.
She was contested briefly, but because Phone is the one who has to retreat and give ground, there we go. The sleep dart misses, and Phone's gonna capitalize on it. Now's your opening. You trade that one out. It's gonna be res, but you take down Eevee.
Oh, you take down Eevee. There's the point still there. Yes, you still have Barcode. The last one, please stay on the point. Barcode. It's still winnable. Essel was in the sky, or at least was. The tank is back in session, or at least the support was back in session. It takes a ton of time for Vancouver Titans Blue. These fights, they're scrappy, they're bloody, and they're messy. And it takes all that more effort to cap through a point. Nonetheless, having nearly 5 minutes is a great change of pace for them.
Vancouver Titans Blue are slowly but surely getting better and better at finding weaknesses in Kunoichi's comp and exploiting them. The only problem is Kunoichi keeps changing their comp. Barcode is now swapping over onto the Sojourn. She's going to have advantageous angles, and potentially you can even break Skiesti off to pocket her if you really, really want to. What has a good angle right here is forced to invest a Bob to hold it.
What Bob? What are we talking about? I don't see a Bob anywhere on my screen. I only see a nanoed Evi walking through the back line. Scary sight. Goodbye, Cat Evi has the sharper claws in this scratching fight. And Vancouver Titans Blue, this is a rough spot to be held at King's Row. And just having this choke point, not having the high ground, I mean, what can you do right now?
Not a whole lot, because every time you walk through that choke point, you're going to have to look up and find where Essel's playing, and when you're looking up at Essel, you're not going to be looking at Barcode, you're not going to be looking at the nades that come through for SK, and you can see Vancouver Titans, they don't want to go through this choke, they want to try and get as many people through the high ground as they want. Claire, though, can't really come up there and is definitely susceptible to some damage coming out from the Junker Queen, so that's more time being bled out of the bank for Vancouver Titans Blue, and they don't have a lot of it. 3.5 minutes, sure, but again, these fights are long, these fights are scrappy. You have to pin members of Kunoichi down quickly and dispatch of them before Skiesti can get any of them back.
I can smell the barrage. Essel wants it. She's waiting for the chance, and it's gonna be the overclock for the Rampage in first. Might go down, but Cat loses the... Oh, she lost the ultimate. I just realized that. Oh my gosh. Oh, VTP. They relying on that ultimate to move on through. Resurrection, you have it onto SK with the trade for Essel. I mean, that's honestly a chance for VTB to get a quick reset here.
Yeah, but Phone is so deeply entrenched and has absolutely no support right now. Nobody can help Phone, and yeah... They're able to leverage that to take down Emu, though, so now VT Blue can keep going a little bit further. They can start to make a little bit more cart progress, but the problem is they're not going to be able to get a whole lot before Kunoichi are back at full strength. They take down Phone. They finally deal with that Echo that was lurking.
The lurker is gone, and there's a new ruler in the skies. Barcode leaping up to join Essel in the aerial pursuit. And Caleb now more in the control of Kunoichi. The barrage on the line, VTB. They have ultimates of their own, but have been struggling to get a full 5 regroup to actually make any decisive progress. The At Matrix helping clear that space. Wonderful placement from Claire, placed incredibly far ahead to that corner, not even peekable. Only problem is, you forgot Essel doesn't need to be on the ground. She's still gonna be high up in the skies. That sign though, you've never been so angry to see a labeled sign on your screen. Barcode manages to get the pick off, maybe making up for some of that initial rage, and Claire going to, this is it, VTB, commit the overclock, you get the nano out, that's not too bad yourselves, yet you're not winning this fight. That's too many ultimates, too many players down. You're gonna have to get a reset in.
And like, what do you do if you're Vancouver Titans Blue to crack this? Because you have to walk all the way through the entire Streets phase, all the while susceptible to damage coming in from Barcode, from Essel, even a little bit of spam damage and some nades that are going to come out from SK. Phone is going to keep trying to circumvent it, but every time we take a fight here, it's going to take a long time to play out, and Vancouver Titans Blue are almost out of it, only about a minute left. They've got maybe 2 fights in them and only a Deadeye to try and win one of them out. That's not a very big ultimate.
Nope. If you get anything with that ultimate, I will be impressed with you. What? Do we expect that to happen? All right, there you go. That's a Deadeye for you, everybody. Not a good ultimate to be able to use. Getting Evi down, that is much more useful for VTB. They're now on the Tracer. We'll have What back in the fight momentarily, and Phone is putting in a lot of work on this Echo. It is having these hero swaps in while we need to get a counter, because it is absolutely insane how many times it has happened. Making them has been the reason VT Blue have kept themselves ahead in this series. Phone in particular finding their 3rd final blow of this fight alone. Essel needs to be the next target that goes on through the Rampage. Help a little bit to slow that progress. eBay incredibly low. Get the healing from Skiesti. The Valkyries pop the healing beams attached. Everybody giving a big old group hug. Pendulum by the yellow beam, and Vancouver Titans Blue, just like that. It was a minute and a half, and now it is down to 5 seconds. Only 1 player in sight. Nostalgia gets the final touch in. Overtime is there. Vancouver Titans Blue, their time has ended here on King's Row. Kunoichi CGL up to match point on the verge of knocking VT Blue out of the tournament.
We talked about the mental of VT Blue and how many times it has been tested, and it's definitely being tested right now. You said taking Kunoichi to Lijiang Tower was the definition of insanity. I mean, VT Blue are definitely driving themselves insane trying to crack this code, and in doing so, look at this, like, this play right here from what is the only time throughout the entire map that Skiesti died.
Yep.
One death to her name the whole time. And yeah, of course, that's the fight that VT Blue win, but that never happened the rest of the map. And like I keep saying, you have to either kill her or get 2 kills. Otherwise, you're not going to win the fight. It's going to take too long to play out. She's going to keep building up to Valkyries over and over again. 11k healing for her, and most of that is like attached to Essel. But once she gets that Valkyrie up and pops it, suddenly all the healing to the entire team. You have to burst someone down quickly, and without What being in position to do so, that's just never going to happen.
You cannot emphasize enough the value Skiesti brings to Kunoichi's roster. Skiesti and SK are one of the most skilled support duos that you can find out there on their most comfortable picks. And Kunoichi, they play that. They base their entire team around Skiesti, around SK, because they are just that dang good at the video game. Kunoichi CGL are confident. Vancouver Titans Blue, what do they do? Do they know what to do? Does Kunoichi know what to do? Nobody knows what's happening except for Flashpoint is next, and Flashpoint will be the last chance for Vancouver Titans Blue to turn themselves around and continue their life through this tournament.
Here's the stat that I was talking about. Yeah, have a look. And not only at Skiesti's 1 death, which again is egregious for a team playing against a Mercy. You have to be able to punish her a little bit more. But Skiesti wrote the book when it comes to the movement on Mercy. She's not going to be easy to pin down, but somebody has to. Otherwise, you're going to keep seeing score lines like the ones for Barcode and Essel. 27-4 for both of them. Which DPS do you even focus on? In my opinion, it's neither. I think you have to focus on Skiesti and trying to negate her impact that you're having right now. And I asked when we introduced Kunoichi, I said, like we said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. How many more punches do Kunoichi have? The answer is at least 2. If there's a third, it's going to be a knockout blow.
Yeah, right now, Kunoichi, they're in the driver's seat. Vancouver Titans Blue stuffed back in the trunk. It's time for them to get back on out. Stand up tall for your last chance in New Junk City. Before we get there, we'll be heading to a brief break. Oh, actually, no break this time.
Nope.
I can read, I promise.
No breaks, only gas. We're going for it. We're sending it.
We gotta send it, as we should. We can't lose the momentum in this series, honestly. I mean, New Junk City, Vancouver Titans Blue picking this. What's really your read here? Like, why would they try to pick this? We've only seen Suravasa so far today. What's the difference with New Junk City?
To be completely honest with you, I don't know, because I have no clue how Kunoichi's composition plays on New Junk City, because it's like, we saw it a couple times. Yeah, we don't even know what composition they're going to play. We saw their ball pharmacy comp a couple times in LCQ, and even still, like, it felt like a lot of the points where it's indoors, like the opening point and like Ducks and Refinery, you kind of have the advantage there because it's going to be a low ceiling where the Pharah can't really get a whole lot of value, but that's not the only thing that Essel is capable of playing. And again, even if you negate that, you have to shut Skiesti down, because she might just be on an off angle with Barcode, pocketing the Sojourn, and suddenly Barcode is the biggest threat in the lobby.
It's literally just a flip. When you saw that last game, those stats, it took, so if you counted up the eliminations that both Phone and What had combined, that was still like at least 5 less than one of Kunoichi's DPS. They're fighting on just another level. We're saying it again, you're not pinning them down. They're staying alive, and Skiesti needs to be public enemy #1 for Vancouver Titans Blue. If you get the Angel down, things are looking a lot more grim, and Kunoichi may have to reevaluate their game plan. If we continue the way we're going, this is map 3. This is going to be the last map, and Vancouver Titans Blue will be sent home.
You said you gotta get the Angel down, but I gotta feel like to Vancouver Titans Blue right now, Skiesti is anything but an angel. She is a damn demon that they just can't seem to get rid of. There is not enough holy water to deal with Skiesti right now, and they gotta find some, right? They gotta find some answer to pin her down, or again, just win the fight so decisively that she cannot res, that her healing becomes mitigated, her impact becomes mitigated. It's going to be such a difficult task. And when you're this behind the 8-ball, there's all the more pressure coming out. I'm looking at Vancouver Titans Blues comp right now. There is no Symmetra. There is no TP song. It is just aggression, desperation, and trying to claw themselves back into it. Actually, Phone, gonna swap over onto the Symmetra. So maybe a quick little TP song, maybe just the chorus, and then we're gonna go right back into it. But the thing is, going for that Symmetra play isn't even going to give you an advantage compared to Kunoichi's composition because it's 10 times as fast.
Kunoichi did the TP just for giggles, honestly. Like, they don't gain much from doing it to begin with, and you get it out there, Eva maybe gets a cool rollout to go through, and you're in the exact situation you expect to be. SL's gonna hover around the center of this arena dome, and Vancouver Titans Blue, you're not gonna dislodge her. What? Cannot poke her head out long enough to deal enough damage to take her. Okay, this is headshot.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I spoke
you
too
think
soon.
so?
You know what? She probably deserved that. What's down is the res coming through, though. Skiesti seems like she's looking for it. Is she going for it? Oh, no, it's Bone. That's pinning down the Mercy, yet you lost all of your team, so it really doesn't matter at the end of the day here.
It's still kind of what you need to do if you're Vancouver Titans Blue. Ideally, you'd like to do it a little bit less bloody, and the bloodshed hasn't quite stopped as Eve just rolls right over Phone there, but there was at least a glimmer of what I want to see from Vancouver Titans Blue. They do take down Essel, and then they actually have the positioning available to corpse guards because Skiesti can't get the res off, and in fact, they even punish Skiesti for going for it, but again, when you're looking at the Pharmacy, you're not looking at these several threats on the ground, and Barcode and Eve are absolutely threats that have yet to be dealt with, and right now, one of those threats has a pulse bomb. She's gonna be looking for a backliner to put it on, probably gonna try and put it on to what? Just to completely shut down any chance of VT Blue retaking here.
Big on the Diva, gotta watch out for the defense matrix, so it's a little bit wide anyway, so they're okay. That will be a stick on to Evi, but I mean, you got a bajillion health. You can roll out of there, no problem whatsoever. Point still in favor of Kunoichi. The contest is beginning. Path swap to the Diva allows for a lot more mobility, and applying that pressure forces Kunoichi to stick in one spot and potentially give Vancouver Titans Blue the chance to nail down one of these players. With all the ultimates coming on through, all Bob can do is get a couple mines out of the way, but the big one is through is Skiesti. You get one problem down. What to say about the next one? Barcode is running amok through the backline right now, and Essel is still alive with 50 HP to spare, checking out the barrage. Defense Matrix does enough to keep the Kiriko alive, but at what cost? Vancouver Titans Blue, they got the point flipped back over. They have a demected Diva, the last one to get there. Cat, how long can you fight in this pilot form? Give your team a chance at recontesting. Almost has that mecha suit back online, but no! Gets aggressive with it, and SK takes her out! Oh, a critical mistake! Oh, thankfully one the entire team isn't punished for, as Arena is still going on.
That was inches away from disaster. I don't know how Essel even hit that no-look fadeaway shot on Nostalgia there, but that almost put the point to rest. But Vancouver Titans Blue able to hold strong, and despite losing Cat, Cat's on the Diva, so they are going to get back fast. Phone going way out of the way to try and get a Mega. What is this duel over here? We're not on bomb flats yet. Get on out of here. Phone not even able to win the duel. Eve wins it with a sliver of health outright. Phone will get back fast, but Eve will be back even faster.
What is this game? What is this game? I mean, what is controlling the game right now? That's Skiesti gone. This is the most she has died within a map so far. Vancouver Titans Blue is a significant improvement from either of the two maps that we've seen in this game. It's just not enough to stop Essel. You deal with one threat, another one appears. It's like fighting a Hydra. You cut off one hand, and there's just constantly more trying to bite you in the back. VTB, as this is the best we've seen from them. I've loved it. Phone can only do so much. I mean, that's, what, are you going to 3v1 right now? If you are going to 3v1, Tracer is the hero to do it on, and you got a sound barrier at your back. All right, they're still very much in this fight. VTB, CB, what they're doing, they're feeding into the chaos. They're playing Kunoichi's own game. They're making these fights longer because they're making the return time shorter, picking these faster heroes and making them stall. They're winnable. Winnable, winnable, winnable is what they're calling in the comms right now. Keep themselves motivated throughout all of this utter shenanigans that is happening on the objective. Finally, the dust shall settle. One victor walks away from the arena, and it's Kunoichi.
That was an absolute bloodbath. Phone almost comes through with the hero plays, and Nostalgia even invests the sound barrier to try and give her the chance to keep it going, but it's not quite enough. The cavalry comes back, and even though Vancouver Titans Blue have a cavalry of their own, Claire gets picked out and dissected by Kunoichi. That is great target prioritization that comes out from the squad, because that's all the healing gone that Vancouver Titans Blue are relying on, and now Kunoichi are going to take the first point, take the first positioning on bomb flats. Hey, we're finally on this point.
Ooh. Okay, we are on a new point. This is where bombs are allowed. Barcodes, though, didn't do too much. And Skiesti, guess what? There's a bird back in the sky. A rising phoenix, you might call her. Kunoichi CGL and control the first point. Vancouver Titans Blue, nowhere to be seen. They've been stopped up at the choke this whole time, looking at the wrecking ball, looking at the tracer. I mean, the pure element of distraction, CB.
And it was because what got picked off immediately after finding the kill into Esselin. How many times we gotta say it? Essel gets rezzed. What has no such lifeline? Claire definitely needs a lifeline right now.
Oh, that we can say that for Essel too. The defense matrix from Cats has been incredibly placed. The resurrection gets denied, and there goes Skiesti. Vancouver Titans Blue has looked a lot better with their target prioritization. Cat being on this diva. She is struggling to stay within the mech, understandably, given the circumstances. That's fine, because it allows What and Phone to take that space while the self-destruct is going on. While Cat is making a dive, your DPS have it covered.
And Cat does the single most important thing there, and that is deny the res coming out from Skiesti. And that's everything. That's what Vancouver Titans Blue need to keep doing. And I kind of like the composition that they're on right now, because that means Cat can be the one to take the initiative. They don't have to worry about a tank duel with Eve, because Eve doesn't care about a tank duel. She just wants to roll over the backline. Speaking of getting rolled over, Barco just got rolled over there by What? That might be Resable, but Eve is not.
Nope, that's not happening at all. I mean, What has been on a tear this map? Something has woken inside her. She's like, I am not going down this way. We are not done yet. And it is paying off on this Ashe.
And now, Claire's gonna have the Kitsune Rush. I'm not quite sure how much value they're actually gonna be able to find with that, but they are able to keep an angle where What is... Hello, Barcode!
That should be allowed. That's a parting gift. Nostalgia and Claire are taken to the grave. Kunoichi, they needed to weigh in. They just found it. Barcode sealing the deal on this fight. Some 21 HP to spare. Vancouver Titans Blue will manage to get bomb flats up to a single fight territory, and Phone is still very much alive, hunting down a few more players. I mean, BTB, they're hanging on for dear life here, CB.
It's Claire taking some lives as well, getting a receipt there onto Essel, and yeah, the supports are back.
What?
Nostalgia invests the sound barrier. Evie's gonna fall. This might be Vancouver Titans Blue's point to win, despite the entry frags that came out from Barcode.
Oh, Vancouver Titans Blue. I mean, this is the comeback. Phone staying alive, and the return from the supports moving quickly as they did allowed them to see it through with the chaos, through all the explosions happening. They find a way through. They lock themselves in. CB, this map really has the potential to go to the distance.
It definitely does. And by the way, Kunoichi, the only reason that fight was as close as it was because of Barcode. Yep. And I mean, the observers kind of did our whole jobs for us, told the whole story. Spectating What? While everyone's looking at Essel, no one is looking at Barcode, and they should be. Feast your eyes on Barcode. And Phone, maybe, you know, go back to Essel for a split second there, kind of slipped up a little bit. But also watch out for Barcode, because you know she's in the backline lurking right now, building up to that pulse bomb, looking for another juicy backliner to stick it to.
Just gonna have it here in just a moment, and Kunoichi, they got the first cap. Vancouver Titans Blue have gotten nowhere near this objective realistically. The Bob will help clear some space to begin with. It's
the
a lot
Bob got booped by Ice
out,
Baby.
and it's not gonna get on through. Essel has plenty of support to go on in until Phone has something to say about the resurrection, though. Skiesi, it got knocked out of the way. That won't happen. This is where Vancouver Titans Blue, they made the change. They've identified that #1 threat, public enemy #1 is Skiesi. You take her out, Kunoichi will fail.
And by the way, last map we talked about Skiesti only having 1 death. Right now, she's got 7.
Yeah.
Same with SK as well. And that does kind of spell to me that Vancouver Titans Blue have figured this one out. They just have to keep Skiesti in check, and they're going to force swaps coming out of Kunoichi. Now they can no longer put all of their eggs into Essel. They're going to have Skiesti pocketing Barcode while the rest of the team plays in a 3-stack using the Mei for leverage. But is that going to work against what Vancouver Titans Blue are playing right now and with the ults they're amassing?
Vancouver Titans Blue, this change isn't going to be the best for their composition. There's nothing to stop Evie in her tracks. Diva, that's free ult charge going on through. You don't have any tanks. You don't have any supports. Yes, this will be a very short-lived Vancouver Titans Blue cap here on this map. I won't be shocked, though, if we see some swaps coming out pretty soon after this reset goes through, though.
Almost definitely. I mean, you're still gonna have one more chance to cap this point, though, if you're Vancouver Titans Blue. You get yourself to 90%, and we're only at 45 for Kunoichi, and you do have the Pulse Bomb, but I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe some other swaps. Actually, they're gonna get rid of the Pulse Bomb altogether. They're just going for the Ramatra Rush, and this is great, but the problem I'm gonna immediately call out here is they gave up a lot of ult charge, and they're not going to have a whole lot of tools here. Just Nostalgia, Sound Barrier, maybe if the fight goes long enough, if they're not focused down, it's gonna be kind of dicey. It's gonna be a real neutral, and that's where a pocketed Barcode is deadly.
Making these swaps now, and honestly, that might have hurt Vancouver Titans Blue more than trying to stay on this trying to stay on their old composition for one more battle. This is it. This is the overtime timer going on down. It is an isolation, though. Eve does go down. Skiesti's hunting for the res. There's no way she managed to get this off. Oh, she does the impossible. Barcode, though, and Essel will not be making a return out this fight, but Evie is the only one that is needed. Both supports at her back, all of the healing you could possibly imagine pumped into one tank. Nostalgia even commits the sound barrier into it. It is disappearing just in a snap, in a flash. Evie, just for good measure, throw the rampage on out there. Kunoichi CGL, this is them. They're regaining their footing, and Vancouver Titans Blue to go back to the drawing board. Now this really is do or die.
I mean, they do find the kill onto, yes, they just find the res over there onto Eve, and while she's trying to get that res off, she's not attached to Barcode. Vancouver Titans Blue punish that and get the kill onto Barcode, but SK comes up huge with some big kills off the back of it, and they do make the most of Eve being brought back, especially with that rampage towards the tail end. And how many times have we seen this map that it comes down to Phone and Nostalgia clinging on for dear life to try and keep Vancouver Titans Blue in the fight, but it's just not enough, despite the Blizzard being invested. Now, with a Mercy pocketed overclock in the backline, Barcode can get Kunoichi an early cap here.
Yeah, but the Overclock doesn't get anything, and you ended up losing SK. My support is limited, and Vancouver Titans Blue are cleaning up. This is what we've been seeing, is that Cat and Phone take down Eve really early, and Kunoichi, they don't have that anchor to play behind.
Yeah, now they're not going to have that overclock either. They're not going to have a whole lot of tools. Vancouver Titans Blue, though, they have now made up for lost time, made up for all that deficit that they got when they swapped. They're going to have the Annihilation. They're going to have their own overclock. Phone's almost going to have another Blizzard. And now Kunoichi, when we're playing a lot more close to home, a lot closer to what the meta actually is, it's time to see what they're really made of. Can they finish this one out? Or do Vancouver Titans Blue still have some life left in them? Phone definitely does not.
That Maywell from Essel was incredible. Not only did it isolate Phone, but Cat was stuck on the other side, taking a beating from the Junker Queen. The Annihilation had to make an appearance to keep the tank on their feet slightly longer, and like all that hard work is instantly undone. SK is res back on their feet. The problem is you lose healing for a short amount of time. Vancouver Titans Blue in a semi-stable position. What on the high ground overclock in play? It might come out here. Honestly, it should come out here, especially with how close this map is. They got Midrook play. No, but Kunai to the dome. What was the chance to close this one through? Essel even committed the Blizzard on it. Evi back on the Doofus. Kunoichi should not be winning a fight such as this one. Vancouver Titans Blizzard. They're even chucking in. Phone is doing a ton of work. You literally cannot ask her to do more than what is being accomplished by this Flex DPS player. You just can't strain it. I can't strain it enough. Vancouver Titans Blue are making this scrappy. The trades back and forth, but the Barcode factor remains supreme. She's checking players out one by one. Kunoichi CGL, they wanted to make it happen, but the contest is finally over. We've gone to round number 5.
Of course, New Junk City has to go the distance. Vancouver Titans Blue, it's not perfect, it is not clean, but it feels like they are figuring it out. They're finding their groove little by little. They get the early kill onto SK. Skiesti has to go back for the res to get her back, and while that's all happening, they take down Eve, and the dominoes all fall, but Kunoichi, by their very nature, they keep setting up more and more dominoes to be knocked over, and they almost buy their way into capping that point outright, but they aren't able to close it out. Despite Barcode's best efforts, Phone was just doing that much more, and is gonna need to keep doing more as we're on our 5th point here. We're in the Ducks. Are we going to be able to close this one out?
The Ducks. Not really able to get through. Vancouver Titans Blue went up early, but that's way too much aggression. Kunoichi CGL, they blocked outside the choke point, and what was on a flank angle that whole time? Oh, a critical mistake. They had that point in the bag, but they just fumbled it, and the spaghetti is everywhere.
And, I mean, you're gonna want to pick that one back up, put it right in your pocket there, along with that Blizzard that Essel's holding on to, because Phone is gonna have one of her own pretty damn soon, and then you're looking at the rest of the ults. Vancouver Titans Blue, they can get themselves up to that 99% if they just stagger these out little by little. I say go in with the Annihilation first, use that to buy yourself some time. Go with the Ant Matrix though, and a nice Icicle right through the dome is gonna put that Blizzard charge to rest.
And that's a massive pick to go through. Phone, though, gets a taste of their own medicine. Barcode is still as strong as ever. We haven't seen Skiesti die a ton recently, and CB, look at the change in gameplay. Kunoichi are able to live a lot longer than they should be able to do so. Barcode instantly has that 30% damage boost in her back pocket whenever it is needed. Vancouver Titans Blue, they're gonna lose that point control, but have one more fight to win to keep themselves in the series.
That's kind of a fumble for VT Blue because they invest 2 ultimates in Kunoichi. Like they do get that early pickoff onto Essel, but Skiesti pops the Valkyrie, and that's the only ult that Kunoichi need because Barcode just pops off while that's going with all of the damage boost and all of the healing. And VT Blue, they don't have the resources to sustain any longer without investing ultimates that would have been thrown down the drain anyway. Now they have to try and leverage them to buy themselves back in here, but the Blizzard is going to be matched for Essel.
Essel, that hits onto 2 players. Surely one of them shall go down. Oh, and the overclock gets shut down mid-play. Kunoichi CGL, this is the fight. This is the ultimate fight that you would have to win. This one's got to be high and dry for VTB, and they are fighting an uphill battle. No, they have to climb up the whole dang mountain.
And they have no equipment to do so. They're climbing shoes, they left those back at home. They're making composition swaps knowing that they don't have ultimates to try and win this fight outright with. They have to try and just find a pick, find a frag, find a kill, or your hopes of going further in the champions go up in smoke. The touch comes out from Phone, but he's forced to translocate out.
Okay, gonna get out, but not for long. Find yourself the crosshairs of Barcode. She's still going. The rampage from Evie painting the crowd purple. Vancouver Titans Blue. They have led. They have taken their last breath here within the Calling All Heroes scene. Their time is done, but the Cinderella run shall continue.
One Cinderella run will continue. The other comes to an end because I would have described Vancouver Titans Blue's Calling All Heroes run as quite the Cinderella story, a tale of what hard work can get you if you just work, if you just grind and improve over time, come together as a team, come together as a collective. But none of that really matters because, like we said, the most carefully laid plans all go belly up when Kunoichi comes through playing whatever the hell they want, getting away with it. And unless you can consistently kill Skiesti or stop her from getting value on that Mercy, you just can't put this team down for good. And we saw that time and time again. We saw Vancouver Titans Blue start to pick up on that and start to prioritize getting that Mercy out of the sky more often than not. But it was too little, too late, a day late and $1 short, and they don't have enough to buy their way into another round here in the lower bracket. Kunoichi's Cinderella story, though, like you said, continues as the spirit of Chengdu continues to haunt this team.
You say haunt? I think the spirit has been fully embraced. It's their best friend. It wins them games. We said this at the beginning of the series. You do not practice, you do not scrim against what Kunoichi CGL is playing. Partially, well, one, Kunoichi doesn't scrim, but two, nobody else is playing this meta. Because it's, well, I'd say meta. It's not meta. It is if you're Kunoichi, because it's your best heroes. It's your comfort picks that they have managed to wrangle together in some sort of like patchwork form and make it happen. Kunoichi, keep themselves alive in the tournament purely because of their unpredictability and their skill, their individual skill on their respective heroes, catching opponents off guard and even destroying some of the best, most coordinated teams we have.
It really is unpredictability, because even if you feel like you can predict that they're going to come out with that trademark Wrecking Ball Pharmacy composition, they can just switch it up on a moment's notice. And even if, you know, you manage to predict that and they don't switch it, they can still switch up how they play it. You can't really plan for this team, and like you said, scrimming against a team that plays this is just a complete non-starter, and that's Kunoichi's advantage, right? Anybody they go up against has to try and solve the puzzle in real time, and that's not something that you have the ability to do. All of the weeks and hours and scrim blocks, everything that you worked for doesn't mean anything when you're playing a completely different game, when you're playing Kunoichi's game.
It's like Vancouver Titans Blue, they operate like a grandfather clock. And then you know what Kunoichi do? They bring out the hammers, they go in and they hit the thing and they keep hitting it until it falls apart, it crumbles, and it cannot be fixed. They've done that to several teams so far. Vancouver Titans Blue was just another on that list. And I gotta tell you, CB, while we have a lot of questions, a lot of unknowns surrounding Kunoichi, we do have some experts in the back pocket. Arietta and Ash will be making an appearance once again to break down the puzzle that was our third game of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We got the analysis coming right up.
What a way to end off our day here for the first day of the Overwatch Calling All Heroes Challengers Championship Series. And it was pretty interesting the way things started off there, Arietta. I think it was very surprising that VT took it to Lijiang Tower on our first map, because I feel like that unfortunately doesn't set them up quite well for success in a best of 5 series.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower is definitely known as more of a brawl map, particularly control center. But we got early picks from SK right off the bat on that point, and then SkiSD's survivability on that point in particular just provided the consistent beam up time they needed to just absolutely execute.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking a little bit about how they like to set up as well in general, as far as being able to find those openings that they need to make the fights turn into their favor too, Arietta.
Yeah, their dives are very disciplined. They, know exactly how to set up on angles on each map, despite, whatever map terrain they're working on. And any push that VT Blue is able to throw at Kunoichi, they were able to adjust around and counter rotate in a way that they could kite that aggression and then catch out VT Blue without resources.
Yeah, almost moving like water in that kind of sense with that mobility for them on the side of Kunoichi, just their ability to respond in that kind of way. But Tiny, we also have to consider the fact that VT Blue also looked to make adaptations throughout this entire series. It was unfortunate that it seemed like it was a bit of a slower start before they really were able to find that opportunity to lock in on trying to take down SkiSD.
There was this extended trial period in a way where Vancouver Titans Blue were just swapping to hero after hero after hero, trying to make something land. Most of this was in the DPS department, and it really wasn't until we got to New Junk City where any of that made much of a difference. And Phone, specifically, want to give him a shout out, had one heck of a map there in New Junk City. I mean, a lot of that tracer play, that's why these fights were close. They were scrappy because Phone was picking up 1 to 2 final blows per fight, and it's not something that you often see from a tracer player, especially when your team is struggling to push that ball on forwards. At the end of the day, while those adaptations eventually started to stick, it was too little too late of a realization to make any real comeback against Kunoichi.
And it's funny that you mentioned Phone too, because I wanted to highlight this head-to-head between Phone and Barcode, specifically within that last map that we saw in New Junk City. It was pretty intense the way that these two DPS players were looking to bring the firepower to the table, but I felt like Barcode really started to heat up towards the end of that last map, Arietta.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though New Junk City is tougher for Mercy, Barcode was able to just take opportunities to pop off on that last map, and that made a huge difference for Kunoichi overall. Definitely a very, very good showing from Barcode there.
I'm even just looking at the fact that you have 4.7 ultimates used per 10 there on the side of Phone, just looking to try and pump those out. And we're also looking at the fact that in the grand scheme of things on New Junk City there, Arietta, we had the fact that there were those swaps coming out for the heroes on the side of VT Blue, but once Kunoichi were struggling to find their footing, they ended up deciding to sacrifice a little bit of that mobility with some of those hero swaps.
Yeah, definitely. I think VT Blue was able to recognize that Kunoichi swapped off the Lucio and tried to, utilize their brawl comp to get onto those points faster on Flashpoint. But unfortunately for them, Kunoichi was still able to adapt to that brawl composition and just drain their resources and execute on that map.
And I know that New Junk City wasn't the most favorable for SkiSD, so we have to take a look at some replays from earlier on in this series as well, because Tiny, the pharmacy gameplay was absolutely popping off. The fact that you have SkiSD 0 deaths at one point on King's Row in that first half and ending off only 2 deaths in the first 2 maps is insane.
That's what you see from the top level of Mercy players. Essel, of course, being a big part of that, always being up in the sky as a friend to hey, I can help lift you up and get her out of danger. And Skessy just showcases an absolute Mercy masterclass. I'm like, mwah, chef's kiss, perfect. I would not change a single thing about what Skessy did today. Having 2 deaths over the course of 2 maps, that's absolutely unheard of, especially in this type of gameplay. And it really does show the potential that some of these unconventional picks can have.
The potential in it, but also we're talking a little bit about the trust that you have to have as a team, Arietta, to be able to just know, okay, Skiesti is going to cook on the Mercy if you let her, and the fact that they have to adapt around in their playstyle, in their team compositions as well to that.
Yeah, I mean, in organized play, there's definitely an emphasis on a certain, I guess, like pool of comps that teams generally tend to play because of the advantages and disadvantages of the current patch. But I mean, Kunoichi put a lot of trust into Skiesti, and that trust was very well placed. Skiesti is an absolute master at survivability on Mercy, and even just the mid-fight reses that she got on King's Row just made a significant impact in their team fights, and that's absolutely why Kunoichi came out with the win here.
Man, I can't wait to see if they can continue to bring this firepower into tomorrow. But we do have an interview on the line. We are going to say, I believe Tiny is going to be coming back afterwards, but goodbye to Arietta and thank you to her for joining us on the desk. And hello, Kobe. How are you doing? Congratulations on your recent win.
Hey, Ash. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, how are you doing overall? How's the team feeling after that last W? I mean, it was a pretty wild series, to be honest.
Yeah, feeling great. Blood pressure coming down for sure. But yeah, the team is very excited, as you might imagine. Part of our big thing is maintaining hype and strong mental, and just there's so much love and fun, and this group is so great because we just have a blast the whole time that they're playing together too, and obviously our competition kind of lends itself to fast and a lot of yelling and in VC, and everyone's super excited.
Yeah, it definitely comes out with the hero picks that you see in the server
sure.
for real. I mean, I feel like you can't have those types of compositions and not have that kind of attitude as a team going into things. But a little bit curious about the fact that, okay, everybody knows CSD is this insane Mercy one trick, right? But what is it like for the team environment as far as how did things come together in the sense of being able to put that trust into her to be only on that hero at all times? And if that was something that you kind of had to build towards, or if it was kind of just like, okay, we just believe in you from the get-go.
Well, I mean, it's 100% the latter, right? I mean, she's the best in the world at what she does. That's obvious, right? I mean, that was showcased, loud and clear tonight.
Yeah.
But on top of that, we always kind of laugh internally about the conversation was like, what are you going to do with the Mercy, right? Or you're not going to have this Lucio because Lucio Mercy isn't, Lucio's such a staple of the meta. And yet having a Mercy player that's as strong as Skiesti is an absolute asset to the team. And from day one, we've been super excited to cook around it. You'll notice almost all of our comps revolve around one extremely strong pocket that Skiesti can play. Whether it's we're playing a Queen comp with Barcode on an angle, and Skiesti has the hard pocket to allow Barcool to take ones or just absolutely pop off. And of course, having a very, very strong, if not one of the most talented Pharah players around, also kind of helps out. So, we've leaned into it from day one. Like I said, Ski is point blank the best Mercy in the world at what she does, and is an asset for the team and not a detriment.
Absolutely love to hear that because, there's always that risk of sometimes there are players that can be a little bit skeptical about it despite the results, despite knowing those things, just because they're like, oh, it doesn't really fit into, adaptability. Overwatch is such a fluid game in that kind of sense. But it's amazing to hear that that trust was just there from the beginning. And I feel like it really does have to be that way from the start in that kind of sense. But overall, on top of that, you also have SK, who, while an insane Lucio player, looks so comfortable flexing around all of those different supports. And to get your thoughts on it too, I personally think that the Lucio, while unconventional to be paired with the Mercy, adds to the fact that Ski is so good with her mobility on the Mercy. It kind of just adds that extra layer in that kind of sense.
Yeah, it's great. It's an unorthodox support comp, but it's actually very specifically intended. Aside from, of course, SK and Lucio being being kind of synonymous with one another, it allows it was Skiesty's movement is so strong that it allows the comp to not leave anything behind, right? So when we're playing an all-out full dive where Skiesty and SL are in the air, Eevee's diving a backline, right? It means that we have a tracer player on a flank, but now all of a sudden we're not leaving a support player like a BAP or something more traditional behind to be walked on, and we allow SK to not also be forced to heal bot every mode. So you have SK doing things like going in with the dive, taking a whole separate angle, becoming this whole separate Reddit threat in and of herself, which is what she excels at, right? What she's famous for, and it gives teams fits because they simply don't know what to do, right? They have nothing to walk. So much of the modern meta involves on them being able to ISO and walk into something and take a brawl, whether it's Queen, right, or Ram, instead of the fact that they're left with no really good targets, and they expend so many of their offensive resources defensively that by the time they're able to catch up to the fight, or the fight slows down enough to be able to take a fight, we have a significant tempo advantage and are ahead of the game. So the Lucio Mercy, while it looks a little unorthodox, it allows two of the best support players in the game, frankly, to play the heroes they're most comfortable playing. And not only that, it's from a macro perspective, it works super well with what we're trying to accomplish.
And do you feel, because it is so unorthodox in that kind of sense, is there ever a difficulty in like actually focusing on playing your own game because of just how unique it is?
It's a good question. It's something that this group has worked very hard on, right? In that, in order to accomplish it, the analyst desk just spoke about setups and talking about angles and maintaining exactly kind of getting the fights that we want, that we're looking for. But also it allows for so much individual value, that there's so much disruption and craziness that the comp causes, that it simply creates a composition that plays for so much individual value. Even whether it's the front line or SK on a Reddit against a 1v1 against something else, right? There's so much ability to play in and out, and so much flexibility to play individually, that as long as we have the setup that we're looking for, and we have the engagements in the fight that we know we can win, that we can engage with the advantage, as long as we maintain our discipline about focusing targets and timing our aggression, there's never a doubt in our heads when we're jumping into a fight.
Absolutely love hearing that. Just the
Mm-hmm.
ability to maintain that kind of confidence so consistently. And a little bit of a fun question here. I guess
Sure.
I'm curious for you and the team, were you guys surprised that VT Blue actually picked Lijiang Tower for that first map? Because I think everyone on the desk definitely was.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we have experience playing against VT Blue. Obviously, we played against them in the LCQ, so they're a strong team. We knew coming into it. I spent some time today, especially with the team ahead of time, talking about, we expected. We're not a surprise to anyone at this point, right? People know what we're going to roll out on, literally roll out on, and we had some stuff in the bag ready to rotate in case kind of teams like VT Blue and other teams that have played us in the past did some VOD, right, and have some planned adaptabilities for us to rotate into. So when they pick a map like Lijiang, right, or they come out on a comp that's kind of agnostic to ours, it's definitely a little surprising that we didn't get to maybe take all the tools out of the bag that we were hoping to be able to show, but we're super content to have them for later when we need them.
That's a really good point, to be able to just kind of
Mm-hmm.
keep that in the back pocket and have that kind of edge going into any future matches. And also one last question.
Sure.
Is there a specific team that you as the coach are looking forward to seeing your team in Kunoichi play up against here within the championship series this weekend?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, I would say, my answer might be changed from Wisp tweeting at me earlier. After that, I'd love to rematch them and show them what's up. But of course, I think every team wants the limit test, right? We've had so much success, and I think we would love to make a statement and do what we could against Timeless. I think not calling them out by any stretch, but every team loves the every team loves the limit test, right? And them being the favorite,
Yeah.
I think we could surprise some people.
Okay. Fingers crossed that we get to see that. That would be
Thank
a
you.
banger of a matchup. But
Mhm.
before we go, one, thank you so much for your time to do this interview with me. And two, shout outs, thank yous, anything that you want to say on stream while you have the opportunity to everybody here.
No, I mean, I think I think actually, you know what, I say no, but I'm going to say yes. I think our team and our success is a strong example that, you know, you don't just have to lock in the meta all the time for what you're doing, and that, you know, as long as we've turned comfort picks, and we've turned you know, some comfort picks in theory by mixing it together, and have found amazing success on that. And you know, there are no rules to the game, and this is what makes the game awesome, right? Is that you can go out and do stuff like this. And, you know, as a coach, for us to cook something up and then go out and succeed on it, you know, this to me is the game at its highest, at its pinnacle, and we have a blast while we're doing it too. So very, very proud of the team for sure.
Love that. Hopefully it sparks a little bit of motivation for other teams out here within Calling All Heroes to do a little bit of that innovating within the server. But thank you so much, Kobe, for doing this interview with me, and good luck on your matches tomorrow.
Thank you for having me.
Whew, okay, now we get to actually bring our casters back before we do our little close out for the remainder of day one's show. So we're going to say hello back again to CB and Tiny. CB, I got to get your thoughts on that interview with Kobe.
I mean, I gotta shout out Kobe for that one, right? Like the guy's a mad scientist, right? Like, he's just up in the lab cooking up. He's got the flask, he's got the Eye of Newt, he's got the Mercy of Skiesti. He's cooking up things that should be, frankly, illegal, and he's gonna have an entire village being the entirety of the Ka bracket that remains, with the pitchforks and the torches outside his door, knocking it down, trying to take them down a peg. But for now, they're content to just keep playing their game. It's comfort picks that make everyone else uncomfortable.
And the other thing too, Tiny, is the fact that he was talking a little bit about the fact that they had some, you know, tricks in their back pocket that they didn't even get to show on stream today. What are your thoughts on that, knowing that we might have some more surprises for us in the future?
It gives me all the more faith for Kunoichi to make a bracket run. I mean, hey, it didn't stop them in the LCQ. We all doubted them. They ended up in the grand finals. They ended up qualifying as the 6th seed. What's to stop them here if they have even more things to pull out that could be just as fantastic, if not even better, from what we've already seen from them?
Well, the opportunity will only continue to go on into day 2 and hopefully 3 for any Kunoichi fans out there. But we also have to look over towards how we got here today, what the first day ended up panning out. And it was 3-0s across the board there for that upper quarter final. I know we expected maybe a couple of those matches to be a little bit closer, but sweeps there for those first matches of the day there, CB.
Yeah, and it was, like we said, all kind of to be expected. Timeless Celestial versus Vancouver Titans Blue was the only one that we were kind of scratching our heads and be like, this one can realistically go either way. But today was just not Vancouver Titans Blue's day, and that really sucks to see because, again, they worked so hard from the very beginning to get here and get this far, and they will now join Inarizaki X Tengoku as 2 of our LCQ teams and 2 of our first teams as well to bow out of the story here. There are still 6 who have more chapters in their story to write from here on out, but to those 2, we must bid you adieu.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to have those initial eliminations coming in here for day 1, Tiny. But now looking at this lower bracket, we have Kunoichi and Fable, the ones moving on. And I gotta know, I mean, we're looking at that Inarizaki versus Fable matchup. I felt like at the beginning of that series, that one could have gone either way.
There was definitely the potential for that to happen. I think at the end of the day, Fable is the team that is more consistent and has this higher level of macro planning that forced Inarazaki's single strategy that we've really seen from them so far to be pretty much irrelevant, and it defaulted to how much can Persona get done in one fight, and how can we follow up on that? How can we give Persona opportunities? And eventually got to this point where Persona was just absolutely burned out, couldn't give us any more left in that series, and they still had a stellar performance throughout all of that. And at the end, it was literally just Fable being more consistent and having a stable game plan to fall back of if they ever needed to.
That's the thing. I think we've got to consider the fact that this team also in Inarizaki had not been together all that long. And there were those glimmers of brilliance coming out from them, and I'm hoping that we get to see them cooking into the off season, hopefully into the future of Ka, and seeing how they can continue to push forward in that kind of regard. But as now we head into tomorrow, There are going to be a lot more matches to come, but I got to give a big thank you to Tiny Shiny and CB for joining me on the desk. It was a pleasure having you guys, listening to you guys. Cass, I know you'll be back tomorrow. And I know Arietta is not here, but a big shout out to her as a coach to come on for her very first broadcast. I think she did fantastically. I can't wait to hopefully see her again in the future to provide that analysis for us. But thank you guys also to everyone at home for watching today, to Radiant for putting on this broadcast alongside Blizzard for calling all heroes. It's been a pleasure. Be back tomorrow because there's going to be some more Twitch drops in chat.